That's it, Mike.
I said, what do you think Tekken 8 Season 3 needs to do to get the player numbers up? Because it's still lagging behind Street Fighter, and it's not picking up. Like, it's maintaining, but it's not bringing in new people. So what do you think Season 3 needs to do to make people go, oh shit, I want to play Tekken 8 again?
Okay.
Want me to, who going?
Hold on 1 second, though.
Okay.
The silence is very telling.
No, he just said it.
Hold on.
He set up his podcast. He's setting it up, Mike.
Yo, Mike.
He said, what y'all niggas got to say?
He said that the silence. He read it. Hey, the fact that I know what side you on, Mike. I'm forgetting your ass real good.
I'm on my side.
Oh my god.
Mike, how do Bleach get more than 30 players?
How you get more than 30 players? I'll tell you right now what Bleach needs to do. Bleach needs to add a spectator mode because they ain't got one right now.
I mean, we can all agree though. Like Tekken, y'all can say whatever y'all want to say about Tekken, but at least we ain't doing like them anime niggas and Mortal Kombat niggas.
Yeah, but this is what I'd say to that. Tekken players have been used to eating 5-star meals for a long time. Right now, Tekken 8 players are eating a 3-star meal. Anime players have been eating 3-star meals for a long time, so they're used to it.
But Mike, I don't
big pause, G.
I hear very
huge pause, nigga.
With different Tekkens though. I hear a lot of people say the other Tekkens were broken and glitchy as shit, and they were not fun. Like I hear a lot of people say they hate Tekken 7. I hear. Like when,
I think people started being more divisive when Tekken 6 came out, because Tekken 6 is the first one that had rage and like proper anime characters like Lars and Alyssa. But before that, it wasn't that bad, but Tekken 8 pushed it over the edge. Like, we're not gonna sit here and pretend like Tekken 8 did not go way over the top with anime stuff. Some people like it, but it's definitely not what we're used to.
Was 7 not broken as shit though? Like, okay, so wait, can I say something real quick though? Like, I know y'all play fighting games, right? Like, usually the first like year, 2 years of fighting games, they're always so broken though. Like, I don't know.
It's not even about that. It's not about that. It's Tekken 8 is frustrating. That's the problem. Like, there's always been broken characters, but Heat is frustrating. Like, it's not Tekken 8. When we did a stream and we would burn Heat at the beginning of the round and then play the match out, and it was so much fun because Tekken 8 feels nice, but Heat is so annoying that it just turns people off. People don't like Heat.
Okay, hold on. We're getting to the main point of it. 1 second, my bad. We're getting to the main point of it. It's the fact that you're talking about Heat. You're talking about a newly introduced mechanic. The newly introduced mechanic is not going to be perfected because it's a newly introduced mechanic. People aren't going to like it. It's not going to be... Okay, that is fine. People still didn't like rage drives in Tekken 7, and we're getting toward the end of the game. For example, people like Marduk. Marduk had hitboxes that was hitting you from about range 2 to 3, and you were at range 4. And it was hitting your foot and wall splatting you at times. It still wasn't perfected. Even Steve's, for example.
It's not about that. It's not about it. It's not about it being perfected. No, but you're talking about a character-specific issue. I'm talking about a universal mechanic. Like, not all of the rage drives.
Rage drive is a universal mechanic, though.
No, but not all of the rage drives were broken. There's specific ones in Tekken 7 that were fucked up. But in Tekken 8, universally, Heat is annoying.
Majority, if not all of them, were annoying because of the fact that as soon as you were in rage, you had to worry about this comeback mechanic that could shift the entirety of the game, because the entirety, if not all of them, could either launch you or wall splat you from distance or put you in a plus frame situation where you were in a guess for game majority of the time. A guess for game meaning that
it's different. It's different. I know what you mean when you say guess for game, but the problem with Tekken 8, said this from the beginning, is Tekken 8 has an interaction problem. But in Tekken 7, you could be put in a situation where a single move could change the tide of the match, but it was a single-use move. So if you did block it, which a fair amount of people used to, then you were out of the situation. If you got hit by it, then you were in shit. But in Tekken 8, you're just stuck in nonsense. Like you may not die straight away, but you're just stuck there dealing with bullshit. And you're like, I feel like I'm playing a turn-based RPG sometimes. I'd rather the round just ends. I'm just here watching my character minus 19 this, the wall that. It's annoying.
Hold on. Wait, one moment. Let me just build on what you just said real quick, Mike. So you just made a statement earlier, which is why I think this might be getting a little bit, you kind of going back on what you said. So before you said that you were burning heat, and you were burning heat because Tekken 8 feels what? I want you to fill in the blank for me.
Frustrated.
No. That's not what you said before. You said that when you were playing against people in Tekken 8 lobbies, you guys were doing what at the beginning of the round because Tekken 8 feels what?
Oh yeah, we were burning heat at the beginning of the rounds because Tekken 8 without heat feels pretty good.
There we go. Okay, so now you're saying that after they burn the heat, this is what you just said. You're saying after they burn the heat, you feel like you're in a what scenario? So that's why it's not adding up. You got to pick one. You can't choose both right now because you just said that the game feels good if they were to burn heat. Now you're saying that if heat were to be burned and you're back to playing Tekken, all of a sudden it doesn't feel like Tekken anymore and it doesn't feel nice. You just said it feels nice. Which one is it?
Okay, I think you're confusing what I'm saying. I'll reiterate in case I messed up. When heat is not a primary factor in Tekken 8, the game feels fun to play. When heat is prevalent, you can access heat or heat stat there for you to use. It's a problem. It's a problem because it forces you into heat. So say for example, I want to use that 1+2 with Feng. If I use that move, I have to go into heat. I don't have a choice. It's not a thing where it's like, okay, I want to save my heat. There's a bit of nuance or complexity. It's like, no, you're going into heat and that's it. Now my opponent has to deal with it. Now I'm in this system that I don't really particularly want to play in. I've said multiple times that with Feng, when you go into heat and you do like 3+4, it's not fun. The opponent's just eating shit. It's not like, oh, I'm super skillful for making the opponent fall over against their will even when they're blocking. So when the heat's not present, the game is okay because you haven't got all these Super Saiyan attacks. They're not in plus frames all the time. You don't have much of a problem with it. There's other issues in the game, but they're not as big, in my opinion, as heat.
But so Mike, can I say something real quick? So, do you not think this next season that they're gonna severely nerf heat and even the characters? Like, do you think how do you think next season is go? Like, you don't think they're kind of gonna consider that?
No, I think that they're gonna go. I think they're gonna do what they did at the beginning of season 2. They're gonna say one thing and do the other. The reason I think that is that I think Tekken is trying to do the Guilty Gear thing.
How you doing, baby? I like Tekken 8. It's my favorite
have now separated
game, but I think
Tekken 8 didn't do that. It kind of half did it. So you pissed like off half the player base.
Yes.
You brought in all of these new players. So now if you start to nerf the systems that make the newer players feel powerful, and they go back to playing regular old Tekken, they're gonna start bitching. But it's not. They need to pick a lane now. It's like, who are we gonna cater the game for? Are we gonna go down this anime route, or are we gonna go back to playing traditional Tekken? I don't think they're gonna go backwards. I think they're gonna double down. I think Heat's gonna get new mechanics, and I think the people that were annoyed of Tekken 8 in season 1 and 2 are gonna get more annoyed in season 3.
Let me go back. Hold on, 1 second. Let's just go back. Yeah, but hold on. Let's really go back because I didn't want to go past that because what he said, it made sense, but that made sense for majority of Tekkens. So when you were making a statement where you were saying that you get hit and then you feel like you're playing against a Super Saiyan character, right? So like the game essentially is being shifted. This is also the same gameplay that will happen in 7, right? Or majority of Tekkens. You're sitting there in neutral, and then if you mess up or you whiff and you do get hit, after you get hit, that person is cashing out on whatever they hit you with. Whether it goes into a knockdown follow-up, like in other games, for example, if they knock you down, your mix-up is getting up off of the floor, right? So they took that away, and now you have heat. We could really apply that if you wanted to apply that there. But additionally, I just want to say this as well. After they burn heat, they're burning heat into a +5 situation. This was the same thing with rage drives. Majority, again, if not all rage drives, where you were left in a -5 situation if you were on defense. This is the same thing with heat when they burn their heat. So if you get hit, meaning that you messed up by playing Tekken and you whiffed or you got hit by something, you got caught. If you're holding back and you're blocking like a Tekken player, right? Because you messed up by being hit, now you're in a negative situation. After they burn their heat and you're still blocking and they're being left in a +5, you're -5. You're back to playing Tekken. As soon as you're back to playing Tekken and you're negative, just like Tekken 7 when I burned my rage drive, you're now choosing your guess for gun. Either I'm going to hit you with something, or you're going to block, and you're going to take your turn and get back to playing Tekken and Tekken only. Because what you said, again, is if we burn heat, or we take out the heat, Tekken 8 actually feels like a pretty good gun. You're still playing Tekken. That never goes away. If you block after messing up, right, and they go into heat, and they're quote-unquote Super Saiyan, new mechanic, sure, no problem, I'll give you that there. But if you continue to block and they burn the heat, you're back to playing Tekken. Game feels good again. So where's the problem?
I don't want to deal with heat, though. That's what you're not understanding here. Like, the conversation keeps on going back to you're still playing Tekken, but the fact of the matter is that heat's a brand new system, and it changes the makeup of Tekken. Otherwise, why is it there? Why would they put something in there that doesn't change Tekken? You're doing the same old thing. The game obviously changes. It might not change at a fundamental level. It has changed the makeup of Tekken. It changes how we interact with the characters. And obviously, some of the moves in Heat are things we've never seen before. Like, Fengwei's never had a move like 3+4 that does what it does on block. That's just never existed. Those kinds of things, from a gameplay perspective and being fun, I don't want to deal with them. That's why I won't turn the game on. Because even though I can burn Heat at the beginning and I can play it any way that I want with my stream, I'll just rather play Tekken Tag 2, which is what I do. Like, I know old Tekken games, it's difficult to get off the floor. It's hard to do certain things, but I have more fun dealing with those things than I do with Heat. I personally don't like Heat.
Okay. I'm glad we kind of made that specification of like personally not dealing with Heat, because they also, coming into season 2 specifically, gave us more options to deal with most of these moves coming out of Heat.
Is that low, y'all?
Is it? My mic is kind of low.
Oh, pardon. Not low. Please stop.
What you call? So they gave us a lot of different ways to try to deal with most of the Heat moves that come from different characters, and then nerf some of these Heat moves that come from these characters to make them a lot more manageable to deal with. Like, for example, what you said, the 3+4 in Heat with Fang. If you do it out of Heat right away, sometimes they'll block and take the +5 mix-up. But if you resort to spamming it, obviously you can get hit out of it. You can get jabbed out of it. And there's other characters that go through the same thing where they get these new moves or whatnot, but they gave us avenues to deal with these moves if we went out our way to learn it.
All right,
so don't you think
let me explain it a different way, because I think what I'm saying is being lost in the sauce a little bit here. I know that there's ways to deal with they've nerfed a lot of things. Like, there's much more ways to deal in season 2 than there was in season 1 with Heat. It's not about being able to deal with it. It's the fact that I think it's unfun. I don't think Heat was a good mechanic. Another example I can give you is Street Fighter 6. I know everyone's loving Street Fighter 6. I don't like the drive system. I like elements of it, but I don't like the fact that you can whiff a normal and then like skip neutral and rush into someone's face. I don't like the fact that you can use the drive rush and do an overhead, and now you're at advantage on block and you're put in a mix-up situation. I personally don't like that, so I don't play it. I know that there's ways to deal with it. I know parry's there. I know that you can use the drive rush system to like do that focus attack shit. You can jump, you can do multiple things, but because I don't like it, I don't want to play it. So I'll go and play like Street Fighter 4, Third Strike. Those feel like better Street Fighter games to me. With Tekken had a lot of bullshit in it back in the day, as we all know. But there's the bullshit in Tekken Tag 2 or Tekken 7 is not the bullshit that is in Tekken 8. It's a different game. Harada and Murray specifically said that we're changing certain things up. We're going to make the game more aggressive. So even though what G6 is saying is true, at a fundamental level, Tekken hasn't changed. They've added things on top of it that I don't personally like interacting with. So it's just a personal thing. I don't want to deal with it.
Mm-hmm. Well, so like, Mike, do you want Tekken? I know you earlier. Oh, excuse me, stuttering. But you said earlier that you kind of understand that games have to evolve over time and stuff like that. So do you want Tekken to basically just be a repaint of 7? Like, you don't think there's no way, Mike, that they can? Okay, Heat. Okay, you get an option. Instead of you getting Rage, you get your Heat, or like you know what I'm saying? Because isn't that okay? I didn't play 7, so it wasn't like 7. There was 2 different. Wasn't it like a Rage art and then a Rage drive? Don't you think they could do something like that? You get Heat or your Rage. Like you don't think there's any way that they could somehow, you know what I'm saying, bring heat down.
There's always ways you can evolve a game. Like Tekken's always changed. Like Tekken 3 to 4 was a pretty big jump, right? They brought in walls, and in Tekken 6 they brought in rage, which I wasn't particularly happy with, but it is what it is. Every Tekken game has had something new in there, and not all ideas are created equal. And some are gonna go over really well, and some are not gonna. Some are gonna be controversial. I think walls, when they first came in Tekken 4, because of how broken they were, it was extremely controversial. Anyone that's been playing Tekken for a long time remembers how pissed off people got, especially because of how that broken Jim was in that. But you could tell that with walls, it was the right direction. They just needed to iron out the problems. But this idea of heat and giving your character a power boost, essentially, I don't like it. I think you can evolve Tekken. You can definitely bring in new things, but in this big wide world of infinite ideas, I don't think heat was the best choice. I think there's probably better avenues you can go down.
And any examples of those avenues you would like to give?
Right.
Yeah, I mean, for one, I wouldn't. Heat is not something I would ever bring into Tekken. A power-up system in a grounded fighting game isn't something that I would personally be interested in. What I would have done for Tekken is, if it's a new system, I don't think a power-up system is the way to go. I think I would have personally left supers out of the game, or the left power-ups out of the game. I think Power Crush is okay. Having armored attacks is not the worst thing in the world as long as they don't launch. I think there's a lot of like things that DOA did that is pretty cool, like aesthetically, that Tekken could probably borrow from. Like the way DOA looks very cinematic when you're playing, when you're knocking people through walls, which Tekken has taken. It just Tekken does it in a very plain sense. I think if you were gonna bring in heat, if we were to just, because I'm on the spot right now and I need to think of a brand new system, it would be a bit difficult. So if I just think about heat and how heat could have been better used, I look at Kazuya and I think that they were going down the right path with him, because he becomes the devil and he unlocks moves that pertain to the devil. And even though I don't like the anime side of it, I can understand the logic there. But there's a lot of characters in the game where it feels very lazy. So you take somebody like Feng Wei, for example. In his lore, he beat up his master to go look for the Dragon Scrolls, right? But in his heat, all he gets is a bunch of silly attacks. Like, it's not the most interesting thing. It's literally just beefed up attacks. So if you wanted to bring in a system that was like powering up your character, you'd pop heat and you'd actually get a new fighting style. Like, you would get what you do in Street Fighter 4 with Gen, when he goes between different fighting styles.
Yeah,
so, okay, cool, I've powered up. Huh? Yeah, or Bloody Raw. Like, I've powered up, but I haven't necessarily gained plus frames. I've gained new moves that I can use for a limited amount of time based on the lore. Like, Jin has the angel form. You don't have to give him a whole new angel character, but you could have given him some moves that maybe relate to that without going over the top. You could have given, I don't know, who's another character that changed. I don't know, maybe you can make
like Alyssa,
more
like make a list only use of chainsaws and heat, not Felvin. Like
No.
Yeah,
like, we need to get Alice out of the game.
Hey, can we all say aye to that?
King too. Get King out the game.
So like when King power up, he stays buff and shit. You know, like Yoshi, like he got a little. Yeah, I understand what you're trying to say.
Like, you can with King, he's the wrestler, right? You could have made it so that, like, wrestlers do so many like weird things in matches. Like, sometimes they turn heel in a match. You could have had a thing where King pops heat, and instead of using his basic moveset, he uses more moves that a heel would use, like low blows, things that you don't usually see from a hero character. Or you could, I don't know, you could use someone like, alright babe, you going bathroom? Oh, okay. You could use someone like, I don't know, who's a good example of someone who could flip the script?
Like
even guest
using
characters,
chairs
they brought Clive in the game. Shit guest character. I like Final Fantasy 16, but that was a shit guest character. If you brought in somebody like Oma from Kengan Ashura, his heat could be his life advance. Instead of getting brand new moves, give him life advance. Like, make it interesting. He's not only is it not an interesting mechanic, but they went down the laziest route possible, and they were like, yeah, we'll just make the moves more powerful, and then it will go away after a bit. It's like, this is not interesting to me.
I mean,
I feel you, but
of course, I hear the perspective you're coming from, and then
it might still low stats.
I'll turn it up in a second, but my whole thing is my whole thing about with these moves of here when I think the moves that some of these characters got here with now actually pertain to more people from outside perspective that hasn't played Tekken, like obviously newer audience and whatnot. So when they see some of these moves and characters, they think, oh, we gotta do something that's gonna catch their eye or make them want to play some of these characters, because on like a surface level, some of these characters might look cool, but they don't play as fun as some of these other characters might look when they, especially like DLC characters that came in. But I would say in like a ground aspect of some of these heat moves, I just think they wanted to pertain to new audience play or new players and whatnot, and also just bring in a difference. Obviously, you said the game is meant for change. It's not going to stay the same coming from Tekken to Tekken. So having this change, you don't think wouldn't have been healthy, especially pertaining to newer players?
Maybe to newer players, because it has brought in a lot of new players. But at the end of the day, it's going to be very telling when the next game comes out, because we're going to see what direction they decide to go in. I personally don't think that this game is going to reach the heights of Tekken 7. I can't see it selling 12 million units. And I don't think that it's ever going to catch up even a little bit to Street Fighter 6, which would suggest to me that there's some kind of disconnect, because Street Fighter 5 fell off the map for a little bit and Tekken 7 was like, it was riding a high. So if Tekken 7 could do that to Street Fighter 5, then there's obviously a disconnect with Tekken 8 and Street Fighter 6. And it's like, where did we go wrong here? I think Tekken 8 is too controversial to please everyone. And they've got themselves in a situation now where they've made this new radical change to Tekken that loads of people are bitching about. They've added these new moves to characters that people don't like Anna's bazooka or Nina's guns, or you got Victor shooting plasma beams. And it's too controversial. But at the same time, it's like, do we go back now? Do we just start adding traditional martial arts to the game? Do we take away all the anime shit? Because then you're going to piss off half the player base. I don't think they made a good choice here, to be honest with you. I don't think it's going to pay off in the end. I think the only saving grace of this game, probably what's keeping it alive, is the shop. The shop is probably doing a lot of numbers for them because they keep updating it. So from a business standpoint, if I'm looking at the shop getting updated all the time, I'm probably thinking to myself, well, people must be buying stuff. So of the 3-4 million copies they've sold, that shop is probably keeping them going.
Okay, you can't lie to us.
But it hit 12 million over a sense of almost over a decade, though. And we're already 1/4 of that, what, how many years in specifically?
Is this like 2 years? It's taking like 2 years old now?
Yeah, just 2 years. But real quick though, Mike.
You gotta look at the trajectory though.
Hold
like Tekken 8 hit 2 million
Mike, for goes another subject. Mike, can you hold on? So you think like the game is actually doing bad, or you actually do not think like the people don't got nothing to do with this? Because
no, I think the game is doing well, but for different reasons. I think the game is doing well because the microtransactions seem to be appealing to people, and people are interacting with the premium battle pass a lot. But I don't think it's going to sell as much as Tekken 7, because if you look at Tekken 8's sales trajectory, when the game came out, it sold what, 2 million copies in 1 month, and then a year later we got an update saying they sold 3 million copies. So you sell 2 million in 1 month, which is amazing. But then you get 1 million in 1 year. Tells me that people slowed down on Tekken 8. And we haven't heard anything since then. People were assuming that they might have gotten to 4 million because of some other sales figures, but they never announced it. So we're now going into Season 3. There's no sales update. I think the game is doing good because of the existing player base. I don't think Tekken 8 is capturing the attention that they thought it would. I think Street Fighter 6 is soaking up a lot of the market.
Yeah, but you do know why though. What I'm trying to say is, Mike, do you think our players, like our main content creators, are like riding the train of the game sucks because it's a thing to do right now? Like I said, you could look on Twitter and people who don't get 2 likes, but if you say Tekken 8 sucks, it's an automatic 200 plus likes. Like hating Tekken 8 is a thing to do, and they got a crowd for it. I know you've seen the crowd for it, and people about it. There's a crowd for people that actually follows, just people just to say they hate Tekken 8 and they love it. I see it every time watching these streams.
But I'm in the streets. The reason that people are doing that is because that's the general consensus. That is the general consensus amongst these content creators, that they don't like the game. The Mortal Kombat players used to do the same thing. MK1 came out and they were like, oh, it's fun to hate MK, isn't it? And I'm like, yeah, it's fun to hate it because it's shit. People hate it because it's rubbish. It's a rubbish game. MK1 was crap, and that's why people hated it. People are hating on Tekken 8, not because it's crap, but because it's highly controversial. I don't think Tekken 8's crap, but they've made a lot of decisions in the game that are obviously going to rub a lot of people the wrong way. Like, we're not going to sit here and pretend like Heat's not controversial, right?
But Mike, you can't lie though. Like that's still crazy just to even put them two in the same category though, Mike. That MK.
No, but that's what the community's doing though.
No, but even just like the problems that Mortal Kombat 1 had, it doesn't even tower what Tekken the problems is, man. Like,
no, that's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying the community is coping the same way the MK community did. And MK was failing. They kept on saying it's because of the content creators. It's fun to hate MK. And I'm saying to them, the reason people are saying everyone hates it is because everyone hates it. It's not because people are trying to do it for views. Like, I'm not going to go out and spend as much as I did on the collector's edition to then start hating on the game. Why would I want to hate a franchise that I've been playing all my life? Most people they're not happy with it in the FGC. Maybe in the wider community they are. But this idea that, people are doing it for views. But Tekken, you're not even getting that many views as a Tekken YouTuber anyway.
They are Mike. I can prove that wrong right now, Mike. It's people I haven't heard of getting over 10K views just because the title is "I Hate Tekken 8."
Where? Show me.
Let's do it. Let's do it right now. Let's go.
Show me right now.
Hold on. We got proof.
What's his YouTube channel? Give me the name.
Real quick, hold on. You watching the Discord stream?
No, wait, hold on, let me.
You ready for this?
Wait, hold on.
See, Mike, you don't be looking like I be looking, don't you?
I can't see what you're looking at.
No. You see my screen?
I can see your stream, but I don't know what you're looking at.
OBS, you got OBS.
Hold on.
There you go.
Give me 1 second.
Wait,
this is just half of it though. Look at this guy. No. Okay, yeah, that's you, Mike. Look. Well, look, I keep going. Hey, let's keep going though. Look at this guy. 161K. Hold on, let's keep going. Hold on, wait.
No,
everything wrong. Taking
I know who they are.
Hold on, wait. Mike, hold on, Mike. Look, this title of this.
I can't even see their name. Tell me the names of these people.
Oh, Bogart, MG.
Yeah, you know who that is, bro. He's been big in the Tekken scene for a long time.
Hold on. Bam.
That's Moonstorm.
Bam.
Bam's been big in the Tekken scene. I'm subscribed to him.
Hold on, wait. You still forgetting the what you just said. These was not views in Tekken 7. Tekken 7, you got 20K probably max or less. You wasn't a main man or a margin or some shit. I'm just saying, these titles of this to say I hate Tekken 8, look at this shit.
No, Shinblade, you lied to me just now.
Who is this? Who is this?
That's Deji. That's KSI's brother.
He's Smash Brothers. Wait, what'd you just say? Wait.
That's KSI's brother.
Man, I don't know who the fuck he is. Why is he saying I hate Tekken 8?
Wait a minute. You don't know who Deji is?
No. Why is he saying I hate Tekken 8? Y'all missing the point. Stay on subject. Why is he saying I hate Tekken 8? Like, why?
Because have you watched the video?
I mean,
no, Mike, you're not under. Hold on, wait. Are we not staying on subject?
No,
we are. But you
saying he got views because he said he hates Tekken 8. Can folks?
Yeah, no, hold on. We can put a clips of people that say they hate Tekken 8 just cause this guy. Hold on. You know Mr. Fox Goodman?
Hold on.
No,
Shinblade, hold on. You lied.
Look, 2 points. Hold on, wait. Who is this guy? You know him?
What's his name?
Mr. Look.
Goodman.
Look at his views. Look at his views.
What? Like I can't see him. How many views he got?
Mike, open your eyes. It's big.
God, this guy, man.
No, look.
Hey, G6, check your boy.
Anything that says toxic or I hate taking 8, those his views.
But that's how he feels.
Mike, stop doing this.
People who aren't playing the game are saying stuff like this, man. Like, cause it was like
this guy plays the game.
Hold on, I'm gonna give you an example of a very, very popular creator. I'll give you an example of.
I know you're finna say. RDC?
I sent it. Yep. Oh my god. You already know what I'm talking about.
Nah, I seen
you
that.
You already know what I'm talking about.
That shit is.
I've seen that though.
They don't play the game though, Mike. You can't.
Hold on. Hold on. I want Mike to explain it before we digest it, because I seen that and I broke it down already. So go ahead. If you seen that clip of them when they're talking about it, right? How do you break down what they're saying, and how are you able to confirm that they're playing the game and they genuinely feel that way based off of what Leland was saying? Because Leland was the one talking in that clip.
Yeah, I don't remember specifically what they said. So if you want to bring it up, we can watch it. But how long are you saying that someone has to play a game to say they like it or dislike it?
We can watch it real quick, but hold on, real quick, Mike. But look, 1.6K subscribers. He made a video saying, where is it? I just missed it. Why Tekken 8 is losing players? The true reveal. 145K can vote.
Okay, let me ask you a question then, Shinblade.
We're not losing players, Mike. You know that, right?
Let me ask you a question, Shinblade.
What's up?
If the video is getting 145,000 views, does that not tell you that there's a lot of people out there that might feel the same way?
Mike, I'm trying to tell you, they're following the hate for Tekken 8.
Go and make a video about Elden Ring saying Elden Ring sucks, and let's see how many views you get. No one feels like that. People feel like that about Tekken 8. It is what it is, guys.
I'm sorry. It's like Twitter, Mike. Don't do that. You don't. Come on now. You know.
So okay. So do you feel like that about Mortal? Do you feel about that about Mortal Kombat then?
MK1. Yeah, MK1.
I never played the game, so I can't have an input. I never played the game.
MK1 is garbage.
You gotta find that clip, G.
Yeah, I'm doing it right now.
You see what the problem here is? Like when MK1 came out, that's all they did. They were like, nah, people are doing it for views, and it discredited everyone and how they didn't like the game.
Mike, but
that's what you're doing right now.
But Mike, no, Mike, come on, man. You gotta keep it real though, Mike. It was in the middle, man. Definitely coming off of MK11.
Tom, I don't got the super chat set up like Mike do to show up on the screen with things for super chat. Hey, what's up? What's going on? We having a discussion about Tekken 8 that you probably not gonna like.
People were basically like trying to like.
Thank you for the $5, baby.
They were saying, but bro, I remember when that game first, even the fucking beta, bro, people hated that fucking game. Like, I don't feel like it's like how it is with Tekken, like how people aren't necessarily like hate farming it, bro. People.
Wait, hold on. Why are they doing it for Street Fighter 6?
Say it again.
It's a bigger game,
it's different. I think it's different for 6 because they have a lot of money. They have money towards their shit. So I'm guessing. That's my guess. But I don't know.
But what's that got to do with casuals? These guys making these videos are casuals, right? Why aren't they hating on the biggest fighting game in the world? That would get you views, right? More eyes.
No. So it never became a thing to do in Street Fighter. Plus, you don't got your best player. Wait, you don't have your. I talked about this. You don't have your best player saying this game sucks. You don't have your best player saying everyone don't play this season. Hold on, your best player is saying don't play. Whoa, Punk never said that shit. Taquito never said that shit. What you talking about? Who?
Daigo literally said it the other day.
I don't not the best player. Idom is not even close to a top 10.
Daigo,
Mike, it's 2026. Daigo is not top 10 or 15 or 20.
But he's a celebrity.
No,
Daigo's to be a celebrity in the Street Fighter world.
That's fine. That's like saying who are old school guys, like if Core come out and say Tekken 8 sucks, the old school people going, oh yeah, it sucks. But ain't no new kids gonna listen to our old Tekken OGs say the game sucks.
Yeah.
Arthur and says do not play season 2.
And even the niggas that's saying that shit, they still play the fucking game every day, by the way. I never seen no shit like that. How you niggas hate some shit, but y'all play it every fucking day?
Where's that clip at, man? Hold on.
If people are playing it do you know what? This is the same cope I dealt with in Mortal Kombat, bro. You just need to accept people are not happy with the game.
No,
it's obviously
that's fine. That's fine for people not to be happy with it.
I'm saying we understand that, Mike. We understand that.
But we're saying that a lot of it is drifting toward people looking at it like it's more of like either a cash cow, like you're benefiting from it by making videos about it on YouTube, or what you're doing is you're going with, like you said, the quote-unquote general consensus. If I see the crowd walking this way, I'm gonna walk this way because I'm afraid of walking the other way based on what I think the people are gonna say in the bigger crowd. And why is the crowd big, you ask? Is because it started from that popular content creator making a statement, and because people who are within his community, right, they respect him enough, they're going with what he says generally. It was funny because we even saw an example of that on your podcast when one of the people in the chat that even came in there said, I don't play this game, mainly because he said, I watch King J's videos a lot. He said after watching King J's videos, it persuaded him not to play Tekken 8.
Okay, G6, let me ask you this then. Hasn't Main Man been on his channel for quite a while now, being accused of being a shill and not addressing the issues of Tekken 8? If the biggest content creator has been accused of being a shill, essentially saying that this guy doesn't call out the flaws as much as people want him to, and he bigs up the game and he says, oh, there's not a problem here, why are people not listening to him then? If you're going to take King J, but you're not going to take Main Man, and the fact that people still won't listen to Main Man, they still keep calling him a shill, how is that fair?
What I'm saying is that there is more, and not only that, but I'm also talking about like people, for example, like, you know, Feet, who will sometimes make statements about that while playing and or videos, persuading, without even him, you know, saying it, right? Because what I will say as well was that he'll definitely make, at times he'll make disclosures like, hey, this is just my opinion, just the way that I feel, you know, please don't take what I say. He makes a lot of disclosures. What I'm saying is that he'll do it, and then there's other popular content creators that'll do it. But what I'm saying is that these popular people, when they're making these videos and these statements, they're drawing attention from a bigger crowd because people are drifting more towards hate than they are towards positivity. But that's just like a normal thing anyway. When you see hate, you're looking at the hate and you're like, hey, you know what? I've never seen this outlook on people not liking this game. Let me see why you don't like this game. Now you're watching your popular and or favorite content creator explain why they don't like the game. It's because they're your favorite. You're now being persuaded unconsciously. You're like, hey, you know what? I was wondering why I didn't like this when I was playing this game. I never thought about it that way, but now I am. Things that they wouldn't even think about on a day-to-day basis, they're bringing up as a problem now when they weren't even thinking about that because it wasn't even a part of their daily time when they were playing Tekken. Like if he's talking about, hey, I don't like the fact that after Heat, I feel like you're being locked down, you can't do anything because you're minus X amount. The person in blue rank or red rank who just now picked up the game because they wanted to beat their brother at Tekken in their household did not even know that. They were just mashing Flash and doing spins with Yoshimitsu. But now because Fee's saying it, he's like, hey, you know what? I never knew that that was a thing. Now I know this is a thing. So now that I know that this is a thing, I'm now going to find that as an edge to complain about that too. So now I'm drifting and pushing the hate train even more unconsciously because it's my favorite player and because I didn't know that was a problem until he brought it to me. So now guess what? I'm gonna hate it too because of this reason.
Yeah, I disagree with that assessment because again, I looked at the biggest content creator in the world for Tekken, basically pushing a lot of positivity on the game, and people are still rejecting that. VDX was pushing a lot of positivity on the game as well, and there's a contingent on the player base.
You know why?
You guys included as well, who try to push positivity on the game.
Mike, you know why?
You guys are on the positive side of things, right?
No, Mike,
people are still not taking your side.
You know why he's pushing positivity now? See, we know. You know why?
Why?
No, tell me. Do you know why he's pushing positivity now for Tekken? Same thing Arsenal did.
Who, Main Man?
No, FDX.
I don't know.
Fury not doing nothing. JoJo's not doing nothing. 2XKO not doing nothing. Marvel, whatever that token game, ain't doing nothing.
Hold on, G. Hold on, G. Don't do that yet. Hold on, Mike. Hold on, Mike. Do you want to know why he's advocating for Tekken 8 now? I know. I'll tell you why.
Why?
He's winning now. He's placing top 8 in these tournaments now. When he was getting his ass whooped, just like Arsenal ass. This game sucks. And if you say that shit out loud, people gonna follow. He's winning now. He's not winning, but he's placing good. He's feeling good. Now he's talking positive. Anything before his success, it was trash in the game. Cause he's human. Listen, he's human. Of course, you get your ass beat, you gonna talk shit. That's normal. We know that. But if you got what we trying to say is, if you got a platform, and like G said, I heard it when I was walking away, and you know this too, Mike. When you have a platform, however you feel, many others are gonna take that and they're gonna feel the same damn way, even if they didn't feel that way. But if you feel it, they gonna take the same approach you taking. Those are facts right now, right, Mike? You seen that shit in person.
Let me put it to you like this, yeah, because this conversation is going to go in circles.
It is.
Let me ask you one question. Do you guys think I'm lying when I talk about Tekken 8?
What do you mean by that? You gotta lie.
When we right here, Mike, you're not.
Well, no, you were saying that people jump on a hate train. That would insinuate that they're not actually being honest. They're jumping on a bandwagon. So what I'm asking you guys is, do you think I'm lying to get views?
Referring to that statement and that statement alone, I do believe that that is untrue. If you're talking about you making the statement that, for example, you're saying that people aren't just jumping on the hate train because it's popular to do when they're doing it because that's their own general conclusion of the game, if that's what you're referring to, I do believe that part is untrue. That and that only.
Okay, so then the only thing that you guys can do is get a bigger wagon. I don't know what else to tell you. Oh. Like, people on this hate wagon, it is what it is. Yeah, oh my god. Get a bigger wagon. I don't know what to tell you. Like, when I make my videos, I'm being as honest as possible. Like, I'm trying to be, I'm not even trying to be, I'm telling you what I'm seeing and how I feel. But if there are people that are listening to what I'm saying and they're just repeating it and they don't know what I'm talking about, I don't know. I can't do anything about that. I don't know what to tell you guys.
No, you're right.
You're right. You're right.
Can I say
it's not a problem.
I don't think you lying, Mike. I just feel like if you were to ask some people in your comment section, what do you dislike about Tekken, bro? I feel like some of them wouldn't even know, okay, what annoys you? Heat. What about Heat? They wouldn't know exactly. Like, they wouldn't know
too.
What, bro, this nigga, no, don't bring that up. Nigga thought Ultra Trust 2 was a mix-up. He was serious.
I opened my podcast up to loads of people, and loads of people have come onto my podcast and told me what their issues are with Tekken 8. Some of them are not even with the gameplay, it's like with the general infrastructure.
Let me go. Hold on. So, and you want to know what that sound like? You ever seen the 8 Mile movie when Eminem was battle rapping on stage when he was going against Lotto, and when he said, "You're saying the same stuff that he said."
Yo, thank you, Tom. Do you know if anything I could? Can I find something to bring up super chats?
Up with their own experiences, they couldn't even tell you where that bad experience was that they actually experienced on their own. There's no genuine experiences they can provide you. They're going based off of, hey, look,
I'm bringing the podcast shit back. I do need to have that, huh?
And then this person is saying this, so I'm saying this and I'm saying this, and it's literally a broken record. It's going in a circle. They're not telling you, hey, Mike Hollow, so yesterday when I played against this person in this blue rank, I experienced the fact that when I burned my heat and then I tried the jab, he crushed my jab with a hop kick or something like that. They're not giving you actual things that can be deemed as a problem within the game. What they're telling you is they do though. It makes it relevant. No, hold on. Let me land, Mike. The reason why it makes it relevant is because how are you going to be able to get a genuine review from that person if they haven't experienced it? That's like trying to go to a restaurant, right? And you're trying to look at the Yelp reviews and everybody's going great steak, great steak, great steak, great steak.
All right,
I'm gonna. That was perfect.
I'm gonna make this like my final closing comment because I didn't know I was gonna jump on a podcast today. You guys had told me beforehand I would have stayed, but I got my missus here, so I'm gonna jump on. But let me put it to you like this, yeah. People don't have to give you the specific frames or what crushes what, or how negative they were, or how plus they were. If someone plays a video game, any game, and they turn around to you and say, I just don't like how it feels, that's good enough. I played All's Justice 2, that My Hero Academia game, and I said, you know what, it just feels floaty. I don't like it, I don't want to play it. And that's it, that's all people need to tell you. Now with Tekken 8, I've had multiple people tell me, I just don't like how it feels. I like the way Tekken 7 felt, I like the way Tag 2 felt. They're all different Tekken games, right? they're all gonna have minor differences at the very least. One of them you might not like how it feels. I introduced my cousin to Tekken 4. He said to me, I don't like this, bro. And then I introduced him to Tekken 5. He said, oh, this feels better. So it comes down to very basic things as well with video games. On top of that, if you look at Tekken historically, there's a bunch of shit that is missing from this game. Like, infrastructure-wise, there's just a bunch of shit that's missing. And it hasn't... A lot of the time when you talk to people about this stuff, they're like, oh, but nobody's going to play that. Everyone's going to go online. And it's like, if you're not going to keep up with the times, then there's no point having the conversation. Like when we've spoken about Team Battle before. There's no point in putting Team Battle offline. No one's going to play it. So you put it online in the lobby system so people can play together. Right? You get more playtime there. But Tekken 8, when it sort of jumped the gun on so many things that should have been there from the get-go. And people are just like, I don't want to play that. I'll go play World Tour and Street Fighter 6. That's the only reason that they need. They don't need to tell you what frames are and crushing and all that is.
It's not that. Hold on. So we got to get back to what I was saying, though. So what I'm saying is, like, we were talking about how what people say can be persuasive, especially when you're on a platform and you got the mic in front of you, right? Like, it's the same thing if you're on national television and you answer, like, a controversial question. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
What I'm saying is, at the point where people are saying, if you ask somebody, hey, look, what do you like about this, right? This game, for example. We're going to talk about this game. And they go, hey, I don't like the way it feels. And that's all they say. And you're trying to validate that. My thing is, if I'm asking you how good a game is, and you just tell me game's good or game's bad, that doesn't give me any type of, like, real insight on the game if you've played the game before. Clearly, I'm asking you because you've played the game. I'm expecting you to give me that answer for a reason. So if somebody new was coming into the GameStop or whatever, trying to play Tekken, and you're behind the cashier and you go, nah, game's bad, put it back. And they're like, why? You're not going to give them any type of, reasoning, and you're telling me that you should expect that person to just be okay with you saying, no, the game's not good? That doesn't make sense.
I didn't say no, the game's not good. I said that they don't like how
I'm not
it
saying you
feels.
said that. I'm not saying
Not
you said
you,
that.
Mike,
But
not
even
you.
if you said that, I'll quote you, verbatim. And I just say this. Okay,
Yeah.
I tell that guy, game doesn't feel good. Do you think that person that you're talking to, and you're the cashier at GameStop, that person should just go and take your word for it, and they should just believe it and go, hey, well, that's a good enough reason. I'm just not going to get the game now. Of course it's not.
No,
You're not giving them an
don't.
experience.
Yeah, of course, that you don't have to take their word for it because A, they're probably a very casual player that wouldn't be able to answer your questions anyway. And B, that's how casual players are. Like, they'll pick up something, they'll pick up any game, and they'll just say, I don't really like how it feels. They don't have to give you a proper reason. And that is what I'm getting from a lot of people. A lot of people will just say to me, I don't really like how it feels. I don't like how I feel when I'm playing the game. They couldn't tell me what they're losing to. They couldn't even tell me what they're looking at. They can just tell me that this game doesn't make me feel good. When I play this game,
it's kind of last minute podcast.
If I ask them, why'd you love it? They'll probably just say to me, oh, I feel good when I'm playing it. We're either intermediate, competitive, or very old Tekken players. Like, because I've been playing Tekken since Tekken 1, right? So if you ask me questions about Tekken, I'll be able to give you a detailed breakdown on why I like or dislike something. But my brother has been playing Tekken since Tekken 3. He still can't answer basic questions about it. He can just tell me if he likes the game and how it feels. You can't expect people to give you concrete answers. They're not going to because they're not equipped to, especially with Tekken. Tekken is so complex that it's very hard for people to wrap their heads around it. Even within the fighting game space, Tekken exists in its own little bubble. Like when I was talking to C4 the other day, and when he first got introduced to Tekken was when Akuma came in Tekken 7, and everyone was bitching about Akuma jumping. And someone said C4 said to this guy, why don't you just anti-air him? And the guys turned around to C4 and said, we don't really have anti-airs in Tekken. And he looked at the guy and he was like, what? And it's because Tekken exists in its own little bubble, doing its own little thing away from other fighting games. So for a casual player to even try to break down what Tekken is and why they like or dislike it is a bit of a tall task. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, so
hey, and G6, hold on real quick, G. He just brought up something.
We're going way too deep into what you're talking about, but I can get what you're saying, but that's way past like a casual level what you're talking about.
Yeah, but real quick, G6, hold that thought and then continue. But he just brought up something, G6, that we even forgot about. Mike, so Tekken 7, people could stop Akuma for jumping in on him.
I didn't want Akuma in the game.
Boy, he's a jump. Boy, you couldn't get him, man. Like, you try to jab, he'll take all your motherfucking life. I remember that shit. Right. It's people that could not get Akuma out the air. He was just jumping on them. He was in the game.
Yeah, 2 wrongs don't make a right.
Okay, let me land with this one though. Hold on.
Go ahead, G. My bad.
Short answer. Yes, but we can elaborate on that. Later on. But real quick, what I'm saying is, we're talking about what you're saying. That's past the casual level. A true casual level is more than just the feel of the game. You're getting your experience of the game itself. Like, I don't care who you are. If you play any fighting game or any game in general, let's not even say fighting game, any game in general, you'll be able to provide me with an experience of you playing that game. We can go so far back as the Jet Set Radio feature to Nintendo games, Game Boy Advance. Oh, this Pokemon killed me, and I hated this Pokemon. He was big and red, and he hit me with something that was fire. Things like this, you can apply the same thing in Tekken 8. For example, let's say that this person had a bad experience, but they're talking about Anna, right? If they're talking about Anna, they're gonna go, hey, I noticed that this rocket was hitting me from everywhere. It was very annoying. This little rocket or whatever she had, this weapon she was hitting me with, was, knocking me down, and I couldn't do anything about it. That's an experience. You telling me that people aren't capable of doing that, that is truly disingenuous. They are able to do so without providing frames, because the experience of the game is you queuing up the game into the versus mode, and if you're playing Kazuya and you're providing an electric, hey, he was hitting me some and electricity kept coming out. I don't know what that is, but I hated it. That's very simple.
Yeah, but that's very basic. Either.
No, but that's what I'm talking about, though. That's what I'm saying is, like, what I'm telling you is the casual level. You were talking about past the casual level. I'm saying that the casuals are being persuaded by this too, but I'm telling you is that they can provide you with those type of experiences. If they're playing the game, and they're playing against Kazuya, and they're being hit by electrics, they're not going to just say, oh yeah, Tekken 8 is bad and everything like that, and it's because of Jack's bug when he does this and you can't get up. No, that wasn't their experience. They're providing you with things that aren't their experience. Their experience doesn't have to just be, a one-page essay or anything like that. I'm not saying that. They can just tell me what they're actually doing if they're actually playing the game, what they're actually having a problem with. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, of course. That. But again, you're not gonna be able to get too much from that. Like if you play Tekken 8 and you're like, the big character Robotic Arms, he hit me with some bullshit, and I didn't like it. That's about the same as someone saying, I don't know what's going on, I just don't like it. Like, you're not really getting much out of that to have a proper discussion and break down to them why they might need to go back and check out the game.
No, but you're okay. So I think you're getting there, Mike. But again, my point though is you providing me with an experience, though. You know what I'm saying? It's an experience. The experience is you telling me what you experienced within the game yourself. I'm not talking about what you saw FDX do, what I saw Mike Hollow do, or Shinblade did. And that's the reason of X, Y, and Z. No, I'm saying if you load up the game in versus arcade mode, story mode, or even online ranked play, you tell me your experience of playing against that Yoshi or that Kazuya, and you tell me, hey, look, the sword was killing me. He had a sword that did damage, I died. It doesn't have to be anything further than that. Compared to you talking to somebody and they go, hey, game doesn't feel good. Would you rather take that person's opinion and then make that validated? Or validate another person's opinion when they go, hey, look, I didn't know what was going on, but I know this person had a sword, and the sword was hitting me and killing me. It did damage. I don't know, and I just died. That person is telling you and proving to you that they played the game. The other person saying the game don't feel good. So are you saying people ain't doing that?
Are you saying that majority of people are not playing the game? They're just listening to content creators and then hating it?
What I'm saying to you is the fact that they're going in a circle and they're providing the same broken record. They're giving you the explanation of what they saw from, example, like YouTube. Heat's a problem, heat's a problem, heat's a problem. You're not providing me with your experience. Your experience of why you don't like this or why you do like this. Hey, in this moment right here, I noticed this. Instead of providing me with the same answer that 20 people did on the internet already. Give me your experience.
Where are you getting this information from, though? Because people can repeat the same thing if the problem is prevalent. Like you're making the assumption that because everyone's saying the same thing, that people are not experiencing the same thing, that everyone has to have an individual different experience. But if there's one glaring problem, everyone's going to be repeating themselves.
No, there's okay. there's nothing wrong with being under the same umbrella, but you can still do different things under the same umbrella. That's what I'm saying. You're not providing me with your own experience while being under that umbrella. We can all be in the same home, but we can all have a different experience inside of the same home because we're different people. You get what I'm saying? Yeah. The AC can be on 76, but if I wake up and I say it's cold, but you say it's hot, that's your experience. You get what I'm saying? That's what I tell you is the problem with this.
I completely understand that, but my problem with your sentiments towards the crowd is that you're making out like they're not doing this.
No, I'm telling you that that's what's not happening, though. Like, when you have them speak about things, they're not speaking about what they're experiencing. They're speaking about, oh yeah, I hate heat too. Heat's a problem here. Heat is, you know, it's annoying. I don't like heat. I don't like heat this. I don't like heat that. Okay, what else do you not like? What else do you not like that you experience within the game? That's what I'm talking about.
That's verifiably untrue. If you're referring to my podcast specifically,
so G6,
people have come on and spoken about it. You've been there when people have jumped on and spoken about their experiences, like per character, what they don't like about the game. Even some people come on and like give very minor experiences about the game that just turn them off. Even down to like, I remember one guy was talking about he just doesn't like how the game looks and he turned it off. That's still his experience. It might be stupid to us because Tekken 8 may be a pretty game, but people are definitely talking about their experiences with the game. They're not just repeating what content creators are saying. My experience with the crowd, the community. Yeah, but my experience with the community has been that everybody have had their individual gripes with the game, but they've all led to the same place.
You're saying they led to the same... Okay, hold on. You're saying they lead to the same place, but they don't know what place they're at, though, Mike. That's kind of my point. So remember I gave you the analogy of us being in the house or under the umbrella. They don't even know why we're in the house or how we're even under the umbrella. That's what I'm saying. They just see us under the umbrella and they're walking to the umbrella because they see a bunch of people surrounding the umbrella. That's what I'm talking about. We are under the umbrella, but we're different people. No, it's not. That's what... Mike... It's not verifiable that you're just assuming. No, it's not assuming, Mike. If you see people under the umbrella and you walk under there, right, and we ask you, hey, why are you here? And they say, I don't know, I just seen people here. That's not verifiable. Just because they walk under there, you're gonna give them a badge, Mike? Come on now.
No. Well, your analogy or your the way you're setting this up, I'm saying that isn't even what's happening. I think you guys are making this excuse to cope for Tekken 8.
We see it, Mike. We are seeing this shit. It's people that will say, hold on, Mike. Hold on, real quick, Mike, for y'all. Let's talk team. It's people. I'm asking these motherfuckers like, Tekken 8 sucks. Fuck this game. Fuck what you call. And their next fucking post will be like, hey, check out this cool ass Steve combo. This shit's fucking awesome, right? Yo, I love this shit. Like, what the fuck is wrong? It's multiple people doing this. Mike, it's hundreds of people doing this shit. You don't think that's weird? Like, I hate Tekken 8. Fuck this game. Boom, boom, boom. And then next two posts, they're posting a combo. I love this shit. This pretty sweet right here.
Well,
we not making this shit, Mike. We are not making this shit up. This shit is real. Don't say like people see that it's a parade to hate Tekken 8. They want to be in the parade because they want to be somebody, get the likes and shit. Then they're gonna go back in their corner and continue to play Tekken 8.
Shinblade, all the people you showed me on YouTube that were hating on Tekken 8 are all Tekken players.
No.
They weren't nobodies.
No, that's because I just put in the blunt subject. But we did cross somebody that had 2.6K and had over 200K, and that was the only 200K video to hate Tekken 8.
You hadn't even watched the video, bro. Maybe he had legitimate gripes.
Look at you. Hey,
no, you guys are being disingenuous. So you're telling me that a man that has no subscribers can't go onto YouTube and say, do you know what? I really don't like this Tekken game, and here's my reasons. And without even watching the video, you guys are like, look, he's trying to get under the umbrella.
If my
wait. We're not saying that.
If my sign in my house said Mike Hollow stinks, come in. Are you gonna believe that my sign thinks you stink? You know what I'm saying? Or you gotta come in first and see that you really don't stink. You smell like flowers. Hey, I don't believe the title of the video.
Be careful.
Nah, you
I want
guys are
to ask something.
Hold on, real quick. Hold on, real quick. I gotta get something from you, Mike. I don't know how to do the super chat thing, but thank you, Tom. Plus, even if YouTube didn't exist, the pushback of season 2 would still be huge. I don't think so, because they gave the exact opposite of what they asked for. I don't think that's true. What about you?
They lied to us.
Why y'all doing it? Why y'all saying they lied?
Oh,
they issued an apology. What are we talking about here?
Online,
please.
Bro, CNS show tweets of regular people. CNS, man, are showing hateful tweets from regular people, bro. Like, Twitter is their life now. It's part of life now. Yes, they apologize. They see the outrage. They didn't lie about anything, though. You know that, right?
They did lie, and that's why they apologized. Why do you think they apologized?
Mike stand on business. Okay,
People
Mike, real quick.
Tekken is the same as it's always been, and yet Michael Murray and Harada stood on stage in front of all of us, in front of me, because I was there
in front of my
when
hair.
they did it, and they said to me and King J and Mrs. Playstuff and Myriad, whoever else was in the crowd that day in Amsterdam, they looked at us and they said, "We're making Tekken 8 more aggressive." And then you have people on Twitter going, "Tekken's the same as it's always been." No, it's not. The developers told you so.
Look at Mike. All right, check it out. But season 1 was loved, right or wrong?
In the beginning, it was. It went
because no one was complaining. Austin Lass was just getting his ass beat.
Oh my god! You think I care about what Austin Ash is doing, bro? You think I make my videos?
Austin Lass was just receiving the paddle. He wasn't complaining yet.
Shinblade, I don't care what Nee complains about. I couldn't care less.
No, Mike, I think like G6 said, I think your complaints are very valid because your complaints not even that bad.
My complaints are the same complaints everyone else has.
No, they're not. No,
Mike, you're not looking at everybody's complaints.
That you're providing
that guy you experienced, that Billy dude, that Billy guy is what we deal with, bro. That Billy guy is thousands of them running around taking 8 right now. Just think about that.
Yes, Mike, I'm not saying that there's not stupid people playing the game. I'm saying that when the game came out, it was very positive. Halfway through, that shit went sideways, and we all know that. And it wasn't because of Arson, Ash, and Nee. It's because people were getting more and more frustrated, that they were getting bounced off the wall constantly, that they're at minus constantly, that they couldn't fight back, and they started to feel like a turn-based RPG. That is why they nerfed Heat. Did he get nerfed? Yes or no?
Season 1, Mike. Season 1 was like you can't do shit about nothing.
That's why people didn't love it. That's why they nerfed it.
No, they loved it because no one was talking. People loved season 1.
There wasn't really any complaints in season 1. Like season 1 was more by the general. Hold on. I'm telling you right now, season 1 there was a lot less complaints. Majority of people were not complaining in season 1. Literally, like there was a small amount of people that were very open about that. When season 2 came, it's almost like there was like a green lit flag where people was just like, "Hey y'all, it's our time. Let's start moving over here." So the people who actually had problems, and again, I just want to confirm by saying this because I don't want to make it sound like I'm discrediting anybody who actually does have a problem. If you have a problem with the game, I'm not saying that you can't. I don't want you to think that I'm not as well. I don't think anybody cares if you genuinely have a problem with the game itself, but that is your experience and that is your own opinion. That is perfectly fine. What I'm talking about is the people, after you light that flag and you wave that flag, the people out there somewhere in the snow, like in Game of Thrones, they start coming and running out of nowhere. Those are the people that we're talking about. The people who don't have their own experience within the game to provide you, and they're looking at that flag and they're looking at you, and that's their persuasion to start moving forward. That's kind of my point.
But G6, you guys are saying people didn't complain in season 1. That's verifiably false. Because I covered the complaints in season 1, and I grabbed tweets from multiple members of the community, big members of the community, middle ground people. We did podcast, people that have like anime profile pics or whatever. All levels were complaining about season 1, which is why when we went into season 2, as a matter of fact, people complained in the beginning after the shop came out. And then season 1 started to implement a few patches here and there, and people started to gain faith back. So when we were going into season 2, people were very optimistic that we were going to get a more defensive Tekken. So there were complaints because people were complaining that they wanted to be more defensive. That's why there was such heavy backlash when Season 2 came out and it did the opposite. So the complaints went up in Season 2, but that's because they fucked up. Am I lying?
Hey, Shinblade. You guys really believe that the content creators are the only reason why Tekken 8 is hated?
I ain't say only reason. It's definitely proven.
They're more of a moving factor for this. Yes, it's just like celebrities if they say things on the internet. Like the people who have the voice, who are followed.
What would the percentage be?
You asking an impossible question. What's going on with you?
Well, I just wanted to know like how much of the blame is being put on content creators, because like I will agree that we can add, but yeah, it's
hold on.
Hell no.
We can add, but I don't think that we can do what you guys are saying we can do. Like, you know, I've been talking very greatly about the last 3 DLC characters and how Season 3 could shape up to be something great, but no one's listening. So it's like I don't have that kind of influence that you guys think that we have. You know, I think that Season 2 is shaped out the way.
You have influence, Moonsault.
But I can't even get people to think that,
we've seen somebody
Marizu is a success.
So what I'm telling you is that, so here's the thing, right? And this is like very, very important to note. People are going to only really broadcast their complaints. They're never going to really celebrate and broadcast their positivities and winnings of the game. It's just more common that way. That is really a generality for majority of games, especially when we talk about like content creation. Like, you're not going to see a video about, hey, this game is very good. I love the aesthetic. I love the way the graphics are here. You're not going to see 100 videos about that. If you have a problem with the game, whether it's small and or big, you're going to make a notable complaint about that thing that you have a problem with within that game. And that is what you're going to broadcast more than it is you telling me, hey, look, I love the shop in this game, and then make a video on it. Hey, I love, you know, the graphics in this game, then make a video on it. Hey, I love the aesthetic and the view that they took the time to make on the Mierizo, you know, stage. We're not seeing an abundance of videos on that, even though that's a positivity thing. The graphics are really good in the game. We don't see a bunch of videos on that. You know what I'm saying? You got to get what I'm saying, too. So
there's no need to continuously talk about that. Like, you say the graphics are good in the game.
No, it's not continuously. It doesn't happen, is what I'm telling you. You're more likely to make
I've got videos on my channel. I have videos on my channel talking about how pretty the game was.
No,
look, here's a better example. Here's a better example, right? Something that I've been talking about a lot lately is how this game has a lot of players on it. Season 2 has more players than Season 1. Like, there's no debate about it. And like, that's something that I talk about a lot. So when you say that people won't say good things about the game and they won't bring it up often, it's just not true. Like, I think you two are the opposite side of what you hate. You think there's like a lot of people who just like blindly hate the game, and I think you guys blindly love the game, and you guys are not being fair. And even though you like the game, you're not being fair in your assessment of the other side. You guys aren't. There's a lot of people in the middle who's just really trying to give their feedback, which the developers said that they want. They said they want feedback. They created a hashtag for it. You can't say that everyone's complaining when the developers created a hashtag. I've never seen a game do that. Right?
So, hold on, wait. A hashtag, hold on. Explain the hashtag for me right now. I got you. Come on. What's the hashtag?
Tekken 8 hashtag report was created so people can report bugs and glitches, but over time people started to report balancing, and the developers didn't stop and say, hey, this is made only for bugs and glitches, not balancing. They started to, you know, do the things that was actually balance related with that hashtag. So the players was like, oh, they're balancing based off of this hashtag, so now we're going to flood this hashtag with balancing. They didn't keep that separation clear as day.
I love that, Moonsault. Let me really build on that. So I just want you to repeat what you said. You said that they made a report because there was essentially so many problems that you noticed for Tekken 8, right? You said they made a hashtag for it, right?
Tekken 8 hashtag report, yeah.
I just want to make sure that's what you said. Okay. Did you play Tekken 7?
Yes.
Did you know that was made in Tekken 7?
No.
There you go, right there. That's enough. That's enough right there. He didn't know that. It's okay, because again, you gotta do your homework on this stuff, man. Tekken 7 had that report because what they were aiming to do was to get people to report the bugs in the game so they can get a head start on fixing those things. That's why they made that in T7. That was not a Tekken 8 thing. It was just carried over to Tekken 8 because of the fact that they saw that there was some things that was working when they had that report in T7. For sure, that's what happened there. And
Wait, Jason,
it got a lot of back.
Tekken 7 had way more issues, didn't have as many issues as Tekken 8 does, though.
Stop. That's opinionated. Tekken 7 got no. Stop. That's crazy to say too.
Hold on. You just went left field. Hold on. Let's stay on topic here. I just proved the point where I'm just telling you that he just made a statement saying that they created the hashtag to report in Tekken 8 because of the fact that there was so much more things wrong with the game. I'm telling you that was created in Tekken 7. That's what I'm telling you. That's all what I'm saying there.
Somebody in my chat said it was created to report players.
No, it wasn't. It was. Hold on. Were y'all there? Hold on. We can go back to it. You know, you can type it in on Twitter like right now.
Well, yeah, I was gonna ask you like, because I'm not saying that you're wrong. You know, I was fully on board, but someone in my chat said it was created to report players. And the question I was gonna ask you is, in Tekken 7 was it commandeered for balance? And if no, why did they allow that to happen in Tekken 8?
What I'm saying is that let's stay on topic here. They're reporting things that was wrong in T7. This was created and started from T7. So don't use that as a leverage for the reason why Tekken 8 is getting more hate because they created this for that. That is completely false. That was created in T7. Let's just start there. So that's already wrong. We're agreeing on that, right? That was in T7, so that was wrong.
But just because it existed in 7 doesn't mean that it can, turn into something bad, right? Like if it existed in 7, okay, fine. Regardless of the purpose of it, it existed in 7. But did that purpose change in Tekken 8?
There was no purpose that changed. The purpose was to report what was wrong within the game. That's it.
So
keep it generalized.
But the developers didn't say balancing was a part of that. But in Tekken 8, balancing is now a part of that. So it was balancing part of that in 7?
No, that was being reported in T7. The bug report was being reported by people in the community in T7 as well. Things like cross-ups that probably shouldn't be there. Or the fact that this move wasn't punishing and it was spacing out, so I can't get this move. Or Armor Kings, pick up and throw against the wall. I couldn't get certain moves and it would whiff. Like things like that. That was being reported in T7 as well. Bug report. They were doing that. That didn't just start in T8. That's where that started in T7. I was there. I'm telling you this. Additionally,
that's fine.
But are you seeing more T8 reports on balances than there was in 7?
We're not talking about that by any means, Neo. Hold on. Let's stay on topic real quick.
Like that.
But I feel like you are kind of ignoring good questions. Because I would agree you're making good points, but we're asking great questions and you're like, nope.
Yeah,
no, I'm just addressing I'm addressing what you're saying first.
What I have to deal with.
Okay.
So
all right, Neo. So do you know the questions he asked? Hold on, Neo. Hold on 1 second, Neo. Do you know what he asked before that? Yes or no?
He asked, did they have Tekken 7 report?
What did he say before that, Neo? Because he made some statements about other things. Do you know what he said?
Well, vaguely, because you guys been
The answer is no. It's okay. No, it's okay, Neo. But I'm not mad at you or nothing like that. But I'm just letting you know he said other things before that. So I'm just addressing what he's saying. It's all good though. I got you. So what he also said was the fact that he feels like that we are blindly.
Listen,
Albatross 2 is a mix-up. Albatross 2 a mix-up.
You're disregarding what I'm asking to prove your point. I'm saying
I'm not disregarding it. We can get there. I just want to make sure that we talk about what he said first. You think that's fair?
Okay, go ahead.
I appreciate you, man. So what he said before that, though, is that he said that he feels like that we are blindly loving Tekken 8. And he's additionally said that he feels like that we feel like people are blindly hating Tekken 8. So I want to address that part. You say that we are blindly loving Tekken 8. What makes you come to that conclusion that we are blindly loving the game that we're providing multiple points about enjoying?
Well, anytime someone brings up criticism, I feel like you guys immediately label them as someone who's trying to ruin the game or join it along the hate train. And a lot of people like the game, or they're having fun with the game and they're thinking about ways they can make it better. Maybe they aren't having that much fun, and maybe they're just thinking about how it can be better. But I feel like grouping anyone who's saying anything bad as like dooming. And I don't know you guys' full text. I only talk to you guys when I talk to you guys. But from what I hear, it sounds like you guys view it as like either you love it or you hate it, and there's no in between.
Can I say something?
Okay, so
I don't.
hold on.
Let me say something. I don't fully. I don't agree with that because I feel like there's some people that actually do say shit and they can break down shit. Like for example, what Mike fucked up?
It's low.
It's a little bit low.
Is that
actually, no, you good. You turn them up. Yeah, turn them up, Sean.
Okay.
Can I go off then?
Yeah, you good.
Okay, so what I was saying though is there is some content creators out there that actually say real shit and are making out videos and saying like, okay, I'm not happy with this game, but this is what we can do, and I respect that. Like K-Wiz, like I don't know if y'all watch him. He breaks down and he goes into points and he like, you know what I'm saying, he says I don't like this game is this and that, but he'll at least like, okay, this is what they can do, this and that, you know, it's like he's trying to help, you know. I don't agree with that. I don't think that if you there's a middle. I think there's a middle.
You can, but hold on, give me 1 second. So let me just answer your question. I like, you know, you said you weren't around enough to kind of like hear like the things that we say that are good and bad about the game. So like if you are there when we are just like casually talking about it, we say things that we think need to be fixed in the game or certain moves in the game that need to be fixed too. And like we're not dooming people for making those, you know, like statements. It's not just because we hear people say, hey, I don't like this, and we're like, what do you say? No, we're not saying that. Like, for example, we talk about, like, Horang, things that got to be fixed with that character because some of those things is obnoxious. You know, the safe move, counter hit, flappy kicks, things like that. We talk about those things all the time. But we're talking about those things within, you know, the game itself. There's nothing that we're just saying, hey, look, blind love, this game can't do nothing wrong. No, if that's what you guys are assuming, that's not what's happening. There's millions of things. What'd you say?
That's the impression that you give to people when...
We never do.
But that's the impression that you would only get by not watching the entirety.
Like, whenever I bring up grievances of the game, you guys are like, well, then you'll ask me like, well, tell me a specific thing about this specific thing, and then like I give it to you, and then you're like, no, well, then you start listing all the stuff y'all like, and then you're saying all of this other stuff.
Can you give an example? Can you give an example though, Neo? Because I kind of
you guys are very dismissive of people, like real complaints. You're very dismissive of it. Like someone would bring up a real complaint that they don't like, and you guys would start talking about we got customization. This is the best game ever.
Moonsaw do it again. Moonsaw come to the screen on your ass.
I was just trying to explain, like, as a fully casual player, no subscribers, no followers, or nothing. I just want to know how good do I have to be, or how many hours do I have to put in before you actually listen to me say this is bad? How good do I have to be?
Hold on, wait, we going off. We can answer that question. We can answer that one too, but let's just answer this one first before we get to that one. So just hold on to that one for a second, Polo.
Hold on, G. Beat Moonsaw last, but go ahead.
Hey, but hold on. Okay, so not being dismissive to any point that is made about the game or gripe that is made about like a character or anything within the game. What I'm saying is when those people are saying that, they're providing their reason and or their experience. So like, for example, if you ever watch like his stream or my stream, we're talking about things and we're actually playing the game, right? We're getting our experience and we're talking about things like, hey, look, I noticed that Zafina has an abundance of plus frames. I feel like I can't do anything. This is pretty obnoxious. Like, me and Wiz will have talks like that where we're watching me play this character. Then we'll even like lab and learn things and figure things out. Same thing with Shin. Shin will play against like Poke 8, right? And then he'll learn that, you know, some things with Horang seem to be pretty obnoxious, so he'll kind of explain that. You know, like the down back 4 being safe, you know, counter hit launching, things of that sort. There's no dooming beyond that, and even the people will bring that up before we do, and there's no dooming beyond that by any means. Again, what Neo was trying to make a point of, and I really want to pinpoint this really quick so that way everybody can understand this. Neo came to us with a point of saying that, hey, look, I don't like this game because of X reason. So what me and Shin did is we just asked him, respectfully, hey, what do you not like about the game? Can you please explain to me some things you don't like about the game, right? He was saying that I don't like that he puts you in 50-50 situations where you're essentially guessing for your life or you just die once you're wrong. So we said, can you please give an example of some situations that are like that? So here's what he did. He said, and again, please correct me if I'm wrong, Neo. I just would like you to correct me if I'm wrong, that's all. I'm not being rude or disrespectful. He said, Albatross 2 from Steve puts you in a 50-50 situation where you are essentially guessing for your life. I looked at Shin, he looked at me. Again, we play the game currently, right? I know a bit of frames, I'm not perfect, I'm not a professional player, but I was like, Albatross 2. Albatross 2, that's 3 + 4, 2 from Steve. Anybody who recalls, playing against Steve and having that move, and you block it, what 50-50 are you in? Because it's not plus. He can't, there is no 50-50 you're dealing with after that. So what are we talking about here? So we asked him to elaborate. He couldn't. So his value for making his points about Tekken 8 being a bad game would be lowered. Wouldn't y'all say the same thing, Rut? Like if somebody was trying to explain to you something, and then you asked them to elaborate. Hold on one second. I'm a land. I got you. You can go right up. So when you ask someone to elaborate on some things that they say that they don't like, you ask them about it, and they can't provide you with a real reason why, wouldn't that lower the value on the next comments and statements they will make about them not liking that game? Again, we're all human. That's it. I just want to know. Yes or no?
I would agree with that.
That's a question for Moonsauce Lair too. I want Moonsauce to answer that.
He can answer first.
That's all I want to know.
Neo X,
Go ahead,
you can answer.
Okay. So I like that you brought up that point, G6, because before I had made that statement, when I'll admit I was wrong on the Albatross 2 thing, but I had brought up like 4 different situations that was wrong, but you focused on that one where I was wrong, but the other 4 that I was right about. And I was like, well, what about the other 4? He's like, nah, man, you was wrong about that one specific thing. As opposed to the other 4 points I made, that you was like, oh, I got you. You was wrong about that one thing, so like all your other points are invalid.
And I was like, for that? I don't remember.
No, we didn't do you like this.
I don't remember.
It's like, yeah, it was a long time ago. And when we was having that conversation, I was talking about like 4 or 5 different points, and you was like,
talk about it.
Do you remember like
you was actually wrong about? And then you focused on that, and you disregarded all the other things I was talking about, and you focused on that one specific thing. That's what I'm saying, and like that's the issue that people are having with your group. Talking about their grievances with the game is like they'll be spitting stuff about their issues with the game that are valid. And if they're wrong about one thing, then you focus on that one thing that they're wrong about, and then you'll run with that and start saying, well, like there they go, dooming and glooming, talking about what they don't like with the game.
Okay, you good, Neo? Hold on, G6. Do you remember? What are the other 4 things that he got turned down on?
Let me finish, all right? So like when you guys are saying that people don't like the game and they're just dooming and talking negative about the game,
what's up,
you have to remember, like listen, Street Fighter 5 came out. When it had launched, it was in a terrible state, okay? And the thing is, like the community of Street Fighter, they hated that game. And if they wasn't so vocal about them changing the game, like the game would have stayed in the state it was, and it literally almost killed. We didn't kill this franchise, but the player drop off was huge. And what happened? They moved to Tekken 7, and that's one of the main reasons why Tekken 7 was such a big game, because the game mechanically was not as good as it was previously. And the thing is, the game eventually got into a state where the community was happy. So if we don't become vocal about the things we don't like about the game, there's gonna be the same issues that Street Fighter 5 had, and it's already happening. We're seeing it in real time. So like the thing is, if we're not vocal about the things we don't like about the game, it's not going to get fixed. So like we have to be vocal about the things we don't like, or it's not gonna change. And like we saw it happen in Street Fighter V. Like Street Fighter V at the end, towards like the last couple of seasons, it was in a state where everybody was happy with the game, or most of the community was happy with the game. Right now, a vast majority of the community is not really happy with the game of Tekken 8. And if we don't say anything, it won't change. Like I know that Tekken 8 can be a good game, but the thing is, we have to be vocal about the things we don't like, so they can fix it, so we can enjoy the game.
But Neil,
go ahead.
Don't you think though that it can go the complete opposite though? That they're trying to listen to like your side, Neo, and then they completely like fuck the game.
Y'all finna get away with this subject. The game. Get away with this shit. Hold on, real quick. Yo, G6, he said he named 4 of the things that we turned down. We don't do nobody like that. Just name one of those 4 things real quick. Just one.
I don't remember that though.
I don't remember. I remember Avatar's too.
I respectfully let him land with that.
I've got a question for you. Would I be able to ask you something then? Like, what are some things that are going on currently that you guys don't like, that you would say this is a
Black? What's up, baby?
What's going on, man? How you doing? So, like, what is something that is a net negative towards Tekken 8 right now? Because this is going off of Moonsalt's point, like there's issues with the games and then you shoot it down and then you call them doomers. So for clarification purposes, for you and G6, what would be something that you guys can openly admit that this is a net negative for the game and it shouldn't be in it moving forward in Season 3?
Let me go real quick, Sean. I'll make mine quick, then you can go on ahead. So I have like some small gripes within like the game, but it's really pertaining to like certain characters more than it is like the entirety, the general part of the game. I don't like things like Horang's down back for being safe and having a counter hit property that can launch you, for example. I don't like the fact that essentially my character, I mean Drag, right? I personally don't like the fact that my character was mainly targeted for being nerfed as many times as he did. I definitely knew he was broken. I do like the fact that he was nerfed. I do think that like 2 of the nerfs were a little bit overboard. For example, like, the back 4 tracking ability. Back 4 tracking ability was essentially gutted. So now it's like completely zeroized tracking either way, even from small steps. I don't like the fact that they took away the launcher of back 4-3 and Heat as well. Additionally, I don't like the fact that Zafina has the abundance of plus frames that she specifically does that really locks you down and has some pretty decent chip damage, nothing like crazy, but she has moves that sets you up to where like you have to really be fearful once she essentially applies like a 10 frame punish, because then she gets into, Scarecrow, going to things like Manta Stance, crushing abilities. Like, I have issues like that with the game.
I need to go because it's quite late. I've got to get up early tomorrow. But I want to say one thing to you and Shinblade. Yeah. There's a video on the channel called "A Comprehensive Guide to the Tekken 8 Hate Train." I want you to watch that video, and I want you to do a reaction video to it, or do it on live stream, because I'd love to see you argue those points. I'd love to see you guys tell me that the hate was not warranted. And the video is 48 minutes long. There's about 30 different points in that video breaking down why people jumped on a hate bandwagon towards this game. And because you guys are adamant that a lot of the points are false, I went from top to bottom. And as a matter of fact, I even left out some things of why people dislike this game. I would really, really like to see you guys refute those points.
Yeah, I don't mind that. And again, like I don't mind. Again, I just really want to like preface this one more time, just so people don't get the wrong idea, since like Moonsalt had made like a very, important statement where he's like getting the idea that we're, essentially hating the people that are providing their opinions on Tekken 8. Again, I do not have a problem with that. Like, if you heard what me and Mike were talking about, it's very important that you listen to that. I don't have a problem with people talking about things that they experience. I do have a problem with people kind of making statements, especially when you have a voice, about things that you aren't experiencing yourself, because that can be very misleading to someone who wants to come and enjoy the game. Because, again, your experience is not someone else's experience, and it makes it even more bad when you're trying to provide an experience about something that you aren't experiencing yourself. It makes it very disingenuous, and then like it really leads that person that you're persuading, even though that you may not think that you're doing that, it leads them to the wrong direction, because now they have like this bad taste in their mouth when you're providing them with an experience that's really not even yours. If you kind of get what I'm saying.
Last thing before I go, I'm gonna dip after this, but I just want to know, when Miyorizo was coming out and you guys saw the controversy, did you understand why people were so angry about the character, or did you think it was really stupid and unwarranted?
It's a character. I mean, hey, you old school. You know that shit was stupid. Like calling it. You don't think it was stupid?
No, I don't think it was stupid. Half of it was, but I think the other half wasn't. G6,
I was never part of any community that had a problem with a DLC character coming out. No matter even DOA, I'm not talking
about DLC characters. I'm talking about Miyorizo specifically. That character. Do you understand why people got so up in arms about her? All reasons or one reason?
Yeah, because it was an ogre.
Yeah. Like,
do you understand why that would piss people off?
Yes. Because there's a lot of nostalgic people within this community who've been playing the game for a long time. So when you're not getting your old school character that you wanted, that you would probably preference, right? Because you've been playing the game for a long time, you're naturally going to be upset. Just like I'm pretty sure people were upset when Josie came out on T7, right? Like, I'm probably for the same reasons. Do I think it's valid? Yeah, I think as you being, you know, a player who's been playing the game for a long time, I think you have a right to be upset. Like, I'm not the one to tell you how to feel. Like, that's okay. I have no problem with that.
Okay, cool. Well, I need to go now because I wish you guys told me you're doing a podcast. I would have stayed longer, but I've got to do some stuff. But I'll message you guys next week. G6, I need to get you on a podcast, bro. We got some shit to talk about.
I got you, Mike. You're gonna lay your head down.
I'll catch you guys. Yeah, pause. Yeah, get on JoJo's, man.
Oh, no.
That's crazy.
Was that true ogre or ancient ogre?
I'm gonna get on JoJo.
I'm pretty sure based on my own, because y'all told me to do my research on the history of the game. I think that's true ogre, if I'm not mistaken.
It's true ogre. Yeah, ancient ogre. Ancient ogre is the monster, right?
One, wasn't it? Yeah, the green one.
Look, y'all. Tag 2. True ogre was in that game. His play percentage was like 6%, man. So they probably looked at that shit and just added what's gonna get played with. Cause think about it, Tag 2, even though that game is old, but even in that time, bringing True Ogre to that game was a big deal, like a huge deal. People was hyped all over the place. And once the game dropped, did y'all see him live? You want to? Live you want to. You didn't see him in online. You definitely see him in no damn tournaments. You didn't see the motherfucking casuals.
Was he good? But was he a good?
He was good. No, True Ogre is always built to be good. He has everyone's best move. Ancient Ogre was just cheap as fuck. He was a big ass snake slinging motherfucker that he was played with. Now the monster was played with, but the sail, the perfect sail looking one, was not played with. He was very good.
So I want to go back to the question that you guys asked. I can't remember the exact question, but I remember my answer.
Yeah.
So I think that, like, if someone doesn't have all of the knowledge, like let's say they are, talking about some stance and they're talking about how they can't do nothing, like the stance just completely locks them down, they have to guess. And then let's say you guys provide, actual options, sidestepping, jab interrupting, maybe some character exclusive thing like a flash. But what I generally say is that it's not about whether or not they're right or wrong. It's about kind of how it makes them feel. If players feel like Yoshimitsu's low unblockable is a really, really slimy thing, it kind of doesn't matter if it's reactable. It's like if the players are unanimously saying that something needs to be done, then not in every scenario, but in how many scenarios exist in Tekken 8, I think that the developers should do something. And I'm not really like dooming the game anymore. Like, I have fun playing Tekken 8. There's characters that I avoid, like the Plague, because they're terrible. But when I avoid those characters, I have a great time. And that's what I try to say. But I think at the same time, you have to, you know, listen to how the players feel and not exactly what they're saying to get the answer.
I understand.
What's good,
that,
Rallo? How you doing, bro? What's up,
the
Tree?
only problem with that, though, like, and this is just a part of, like, really understanding, because you're in the social media world a lot more than I am, but I apply this even when, like, you're texting somebody, right, Musa? So let me land with this one. So if you text somebody, like, something, right, and, like, you are texting them, and you feel like what you're saying is urgent, when you're texting someone something, you don't know how urgent it is because you're not hearing my tone. And it's hard to establish tone within words. You have to use a lot of, like, you know, like adjectives and, like, you know, exclamation points, things like that to really try to get your point across. But even then, you're really assuming what I'm saying as far as, like, my tone. So you can't really grasp how I feel through words necessarily. It's very difficult to do that. It's possible, but you're really, at the end of the day, you're really assuming what my tone and my feel is. Same thing with, like, writing a book. You don't know how that author felt. So when you're saying, like, hey, you can't grasp how they feel, the developers can't, you're right, because they're not on a phone call with them. The best thing that they can do is that they can really just see a video response and really try to get your tone and grasp, like, your tone of voice, your face, and everything like that. And again, there's nothing wrong with you providing the way that you feel about things, because you should feel valid on everything that you say and the way that you feel about something. But we just want that to be a personal experience, rather than you explaining someone else's experience without being able to provide your own. Again, and there's nothing wrong with you doing that. The problem is that it reaches the people who are also doing the same thing, and it provides them with, like, a misdirection, because you're providing an explanation about something that's not your own. So they're taking, you know, what you're saying, and you're not providing your own experience, they have somebody else's experience, and then for that new person, they haven't even experienced the game yet. So they're kind of getting, like, a third and fourth party review, if you get what I'm saying.
Yeah, I understand. I just think you can't really apply that to the entirety of the game, because this game has existed in players' hands for pretty much 3 years, right? They did early testing in tournaments for a whole year. They did 2 betas, a demo. They did all of season 1, and now we're all the way through season 2. And I think players have made it very clear what they want.
What's up, Chat?
The
How you doing,
entirety
bro?
of the time. And this is why players review bombed the game. This is why a lot of players felt lied to, is because when the developers say that they're listening, and when they say that they want to, you know, make the game something like they want to make the game for the players, but then we see that they're not doing that. They're actually trying to make the game to decrease the skill gap, and like, it's just not a good, it's just not good. Like, in a Harada's bar video, they literally were sitting around a table, and they were talking about exactly what they did to this game. And they said they put a bunch of big moves, I think they said powerful moves, a bunch of powerful moves in the game so weaker opponents can beat stronger players. And they said they did it because those weaker players feel more motivated to keep playing. And
This was happening.
it's not. That's what players are reporting. Players are reporting a bunch of comeback mechanics, a decrease in the skill gap, rank inflation. So the developers have admitted what they've done, and we are reporting back to them. Yes, we see what you've done, and we don't like it. I can show you the screenshot if you guys. I have it. I will never delete this screenshot until this game is fixed.
Send it.
How do I send it so everyone in this chat can see it?
You can just send it. I'm sorting Discord.
Do you mean the interview where they're sitting around the table with the blonde guy? With the
Get Fenty.
Yeah.
Oh my
Yo, what
god.
up, guys?
Rate me, Fenty. Rate me. Rate me. Rate me.
No, please.
First of all, you
Rate me, Fenty, please, baby. Please.
I can't hear what Finn's saying.
1 out of 10.
Send him on Discord. We can put it on screen.
on mics, you handled Billy really well. You two.
No, fuck Billy, bro. Fucking idiot.
You're still here for
Yeah,
that.
bro. He started liking my Instagram pictures.
Oh, see, we told you, Mike. We told you, Mike, man. We told you, man. We told you, man. We tried warning him. You're not listening. You're not listening.
Hey, Shinblade, I sent it to you on Discord because I don't know how to display it for everyone.
All right. You said don't display it?
No. I said I don't know how to display it, so I
here
sent
we
it
go.
to you.
I got it. It's right here. It's on the screen.
Okay.
Let me see that.
Is it in a good way? I bet.
Yeah, bye.
Hold on, so.
Hey, that right, G6. Every time somebody make a statement about Tekken, you be like, what rank are you? That's the first thing you ask. You don't ask about the statement?
I do not do that.
In a good way, Tekken ain't always
How you do that, G?
Hold on, how you do this? In a good way, Tekken ain't always Tekken 8 allows players. I'm sorry, I'm gonna again always from. Tekken 8 allows players to defeat high-ranked players with powerful moves, but for younger players and those currently playing, it boosts their motivation. So I think it's a good system. They can overthrow higher ranked opponents.
On Discord, I can send it to you on Discord. Let me see.
Yeah, please do.
All right.
It exists also as a whole video. Like I have it in one of my videos. It's a whole interview with.
I just read it out loud. I had to mute up real quick. But think about
read it again for them too, please.
I bet. In a good way, Tekken 8 allows players to defeat high-ranked players with powerful moves. And then the guy says, well, for younger players and those currently playing, it boosts their motivation. So I think it's a good system. They can overthrow high-ranked opponents. And that's why we have a lot of talk now, though, because these younger players that are doing good now are biting the hand that fed them. And I'm watching that shit happen. These guys who just stayed blue rank, red rank, they stayed quiet in Tekken 7. They had no opinion, no motivation to stream, no motivation to make YouTube videos. Now they're God Destruction. They're doing good. They could possibly take a match off me. Moonsault, you could possibly take a match off me. I think you did, right?
I think so,
yeah, I think you did, right? So it don't matter what it is. That's motivation. Mike Hollow fucking is hanging on to that fucking one match he won.
One match? Excuse me? I've beat this guy multiple times.
Multiple? Oh my god.
Multiple times on record.
But do you see how like a lot of people would be upset? Because when I do polls about whether or not people like the game or dislike the game, the majority says they like it. But there's like always the minority that say they dislike it. And there's a lot more good players than there are bad players. So when they say that they literally ruined the bad players' experience and they, sabotage their most like diehard players, those are the best players, you would see how that would create this backlash against the most diehard player base. Is they admitted it themselves
100%.
what they did.
Let me land with this one. I got you, because I was actually just talking about this myself. So here's the thing. You're never going to be 100% with this. There's never going to be any middle ground. So let's go ahead and throw that out the window right now. There's going to be someone mad no matter which way this game went. Tekken 7 and older Tekkens is probably the best example of this, right? I can only speak from my own experience, so that's what I'm going to do. I started playing in T7, so I want to let everybody know that I did not know. Me learning that game was awful for me because it was my first time playing a game like Tekken in general. So me trying to learn the system, all of the frame data and everything of the sort, having to buy frame data, all of that was completely awful for me to learn. Throw breaks, sidestepping, the backdash mechanic, movement in general, like, it was a horrible time for me to learn that myself. And I feel like there was a lot of things that wasn't, really simplified for me to be able to try to learn. And I had to go out of my way in so many different categories to learn each and everything. Like, each and every individual aspect of Tekken, I had to go out of my way to try and learn that. So, when they created Tekken 8, they created Tekken 8 mainly for, like it showed there, for more of the casual players, or the people who were at, I guess you could say, lower ranks who couldn't really grasp trying to get better or like achieve better things within the game. They made it, easier to do that. And I think that there's no problem with that, because if you go back to older Tekkens, so we'll talk about Tekken 7, because again, in my experience, that was a dead game. The reason why it was a dead game, I was playing like the same people over and over again, right? And I'm talking about on both platforms, whether it was console and or it was PC. It's because of the fact that when you get to, let's say that, Tekken King, Tekken God, what was it, True Tekken God or TGP, you're only going to be playing the same one or two people. There's not going to be a vast majority, which will make that game essentially die over time because there's not a lot of variety when it comes to the player base. And when the game is more difficult for new people who are trying to come and pick up the game, they're trying to do that. They're going, hey, look, this doesn't look very beginner friendly. I'm looking at all of these different things, these different options, all this frame data. It looks very like intimidating, right? Extremely intimidating. And you could also say that, T7 didn't have like the best beginner friendly options when it came to training mode, right? Even with like buying frame data. But that game being so intimidating with all the different aspects, there wasn't anything that really like kept my attention within the game besides wanting to actually just get better and learn the game. In T8, you have more, hold on, let me learn. In T8, you have more flashy options. You have more powerful moves like he prefaced, right? So you feel a lot more accessible to do things in this game, to feel like you have a chance. In older Tekkens, you felt like you had no chance. You're getting hit with, the grabs. You're getting hit with, frame traps. You're getting hit with like spacing options because movement, like in that game with backdashing and blocking was very, very powerful. So it's like, in this game, when you feel like you have more of like, Mike Hollow said, a Super Saiyan option with your move list, you feel like you have more of a chance to enjoy the game. And like Shin was saying earlier with like Arslan Ash and everything, people are going to have problems when they're losing, so they're not going to stick with the game, especially if they're newer players. Right? Imagine a newer player going through what Arslan Ash was kind of going through, right? Arslan Ash is a competitive player, right? He has more reason to play this game in general because he's a competitive player, but he still doesn't like losing. Imagine a newer player trying to put himself in a situation where he's trying to get like better in a Tekken 7 aspect, but he feels like everyone he plays against is like light years ahead of them. The player base wouldn't be able to get maintained in a game like that because it's not more beginner friendly. Yes, you'll feel more achieved once you learn things, but people like across the world in the nation who you're trying to get to come and play your game, they're not going to stick with it if I feel like everyone is light years ahead of me. I have to feel like at least that I have a chance. Me not having a chance doesn't make me want to play the game more to maintain this player base. But yes, it does, to answer your question, right? It definitely does like have its side effects, for sure.
This is the first time where I felt like you said something that's like really just straight up wrong. Because you're talking about like learning the game and how you wanted to learn the game, and I respect that, right? Tekken 7, you wanted to learn the game and get better, but that's not what they did. They did add a lot of like stuff in the game for you to learn. I use punch retraining, throw break training all the time, right? But what they're talking about is adding cheap comeback mechanics that breaks the experience. And it's not about learning, it's about caring. They're trying to give power to people who don't care about labbing. They put like 4 comeback mechanics in this game for people who don't want to. Special style isn't about learning. That's about, we just want to give you the character's most powerful moves without you having to do no effort. You're talking about how Tekken 7, like it was hard to learn, and I would agree. But Tekken 8 is not, there's stuff there to make it easier to learn, but you can't say that there's not stuff in the game to specifically carry people who don't want to learn. If they didn't want to learn, they like, it's a bad argument. That's the first time you said something that's just like wrong.
Okay, so what I'm telling you is like, that's fine. I'm not talking for you to agree. Obviously, you have your own opinion. That's okay. What I'm telling you is I'm basically agreeing with what you're saying. Like, I'm really agreeing with what you're saying, but I'm just telling you the reason why that is. If we decide to go back the way Tekken 7 was, the player base we've seen, it did not maintain. And the reason why it did not maintain is because it was a much more difficult game, which you agree, correct?
No. Tekken 8's harder than Tekken 7.
Okay, so
you need to know so much more
me
about every character in order to survive. As soon as one of these characters go into a stance, you need to know everything about that stance and how to deal with it. If not, you're just going to guess and die. In Tekken 7, there was very few situations where you need to know everything about everything. You can kind of play based off of feel, based off of like reaction timing. In this game, they will lock you down, and you have one option to get out.
Okay, so just to make sure I'm not hearing things, I just want to really land with this. Did you or did you not just say, because I want to make sure I'm not hearing stuff, did you or did you not just say that Tekken 7 was a hard game to learn? Didn't you say that?
Yeah, it was hard to learn because there isn't punishment training, throw break training, there isn't an arcade quest, but that isn't... punishment training don't tell you nothing about a stance. And I was saying Tekken 8 should have sidestep training. It should have, you know how strings you could go under the hide and launch, like let's say it's mid, high, mid. You can go under and launch at the high. They should have trainings for stuff like that. They don't train you for everything. And the things that really kill you in this game, they don't train you for it.
They do.
Okay, let me land. Hold on.
Let me land real quick.
Please, give me 2 seconds.
Land real quick. Yo, Moonsault Slayer, a thing that no game done before. We got this thing called replay mode. That you could literally take control of that motherfucking character and whatever situation that you couldn't get out of, or you wanna see if you can do anything different, you could take control of your character at any point in the replay feature and decide which way to sidestep. I use it like that. That's my sidestep mode.
My trump card, Shin. Hold on, you show my trump card. Hold on.
My bad.
So in T7, where he made a statement talking about T7 being a hard game to learn because of the things that it was lacking in training mode, correct? Right or wrong, right? Moonsault?
More or less, yes.
Not more or less. I just want to make sure I understand what you said. I just want to make sure I understand you. So you're saying that T7 was...
Like,
I know there's more to it. We can get there, but I just want to start by what you said, not me.
Okay.
So yeah. Okay. So to make sure we understand that part, there was things that was lacking within training mode, right? Which would make it harder for someone trying to learn T7, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Additionally, when you go online to play the game, right, you're playing against, anybody. It doesn't matter who it is. You're playing against anybody. Once you get done with that game, what do you have to guide you to learning what you just lost against in Tekken 7?
I mean, the technology wasn't invented then. The idea, the money wasn't there. The resources wasn't there. That's like
That's okay. That's okay. So hey, look, that's all I'm saying. That's okay. Let's just build on that. 1 second. So as we're moving forward from that, so what we just said is that we were lacking, accessibility within Tekken 7 training mode to help us get better at the game. But additionally, once we lost against somebody in rank play and lost all of our points, there wasn't anything that guided us to getting better at that game besides us going back to the lab, figuring out the lab, by the way, figuring out the move that they use, because there was no command that I can go back unless I send a message to that guy and go, hey, which I've done, by the way, because I was a new player, and I can show my own proof of this. I'm going to tell you a very an experience from me, by the way. I played against somebody named Caveman in Tekken 7 on console. He was playing Yoshimitsu. Do you understand, because you play Yoshi yourself, how demoralizing it would be for someone to play against that character and not have something like a replay system to help me learn what I lost to, and then to go to Tekken 7 practice mode and then scroll through the move list because I don't have an idea of the move that he used, and I'm scrolling through how many moves, Moonsault? How many?
About
but isn't that a bit dishonest? Okay. Can you not just
hold on,
yeah, I was gonna say the same thing, Finn, but I'm gonna let him land.
Hold on, the replay. You're right. The replay is available in what game though, Finn?
Tekken 7. You can watch your own replays and see the inputs.
Wait, can you?
You're saying it?
Yeah.
Dun 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 dun.
You're saying in Tekken 7.
Yeah.
You can watch your own replay in Tekken 7 where it shows all of the commands and it shows you the minus and everything like that.
Yeah, command history. You can just check out. Okay,
you can't take control. Hold on.
All right, yo.
Hold on.
Hold on, G, listen. Hold on, G. I can let them do that real quick. Hey, listen, y'all know.
I got you.
Okay, Don't commands was out there, but you acting like don't commands was not pure. Don't commands was everywhere. You didn't see what the fuck that command was.
The command was telling you I can duck this move.
Parachute.
No, wait. I don't know. Wait, I mean, you go into replay in Tekken 7. You have command.
Tekken 7. Hold on,
history in
Fenty.
Tekken 7. And then you see, okay, Yoshimitsu did, okay, let me see the command, forward 3-2 or something like that. And then you go into the lab in Tekken 7 and you record the move with Yoshimitsu, and then you see what you can do about it.
Here, I got you. Let me pull up an example. I got you.
No. Wait, okay, no, G.
Pull up an example. Go ahead.
Yeah. So they're right. The commands are on the left side and right side of the screen, but we know what that looks like. Those commands are going in circles at all times. We are.
Excuse me. Okay, wait. Okay, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying I agree with G6. Like how it is now is obviously way better, right? It is more accessible and faster to learn the game now. Absolutely, 100%. But I'm just saying it was possible. But let's face the reality here. It was about laziness, right? Let's face it. Let's face it. It wasn't that it was impossible. It was about laziness, right?
I feel like y'all are derailing.
Look at Mike Hollow. Mike Hollow put you in the headlock.
This is a derail, bro. It's like you guys are obviously everyone would agree that Tekken 8 has the most like stuff in the game that teaches players more than any other Tekken. But that's like the issue is that there's people who are too lazy to learn, too lazy to lab. Even in Tekken 8, I did a poll asking how many people are using replay feature, and the majority said no. And the developers, instead of getting those players to use the replay, they're just giving them broken tools. You guys are talking about something that we all would agree with. And I would also say that the way that you keep casuals playing the game is with game modes, is with team battle. That's what Tekken 5 did. Tekken 5 did all of those game modes. They did Tekken Force. That's what they should be doing for the casuals, not jacking up ranked on a competitive level so no one want to watch tournaments. You guys are derailing with this like learning thing.
Okay.
Mike Hollow, that is it sound good, but that shit was left in the dirt after week 1. Any kind of Tekken Force, any type of
but
team
you guys also like they're not
Hold on,
punishing
Neo,
people who
if you don't agree with this, Neo, that shit was not played.
Exactly. Whoever said that.
The thing is like the game.
Mike, come on.
Tekken 8 is actively punishing people who've been playing the game for like decades and using their knowledge to win. You're taking a whole lot of that stuff out. Just so the newer casual players can beat people who have experience like dealing with like overpowered situations, and they're saying, oh, the thing that you use to get out of that overpowered situation, you can't do it no more. Just eat the mix up now. You know, and that's a lot of that's the main issue that many people
admitted it themselves. I sent the screenshot.
That's the thing that a lot of people who like the game are having issues.
Before we continue, y'all, Moonsaw just said something that I never heard before. Hold on. Do you guys think Tekken 8 is harder than Tekken 7?
Yes,
for the
it is. You have to know so much more in this game. Like in past Tekkens, you could fight like Heihachi kind of like based off of feel, based off of just like experience. Now, bro, you better lab those stances. You better lab those frames. You better
I never lab the stances.
know when to sidestep, when to crouch, or you die.
Couldn't you just kill somebody?
I've never labbed the stances.
Couldn't you just kill somebody?
Not the normal player.
I feel okay. I can't do that. I understand what you're saying. I can't throw my experience there, but no. Moonsault, do a poll tonight. Moonsault, is Tekken 8 harder than Tekken 7?
Couldn't in Tekken 7 you could literally kill somebody just with movement?
Yes.
You could just that automatically Moonsault. That automatically oh my god! I think that's crazy
before even hitting buttons on the game, you were being killed by movement alone. Before even touching a button in the game.
Like, is that not a big deal? Is that not a big deal?
There is proof of that. You had characters like Zafina in that game.
Okay, but
you had characters like Kumitsu in that game. You had Dragunov in that game.
Those are just two characters in the
game.
Hold
on, even my own character. Even my own character.
Characters. Those are outliers of the game.
That's fine. Hold on, that's fine. I'll give you my own character. You had characters like Dragunov. The movement on Dragunov was also superior. This character would be able to get away from you and maneuver away from things he should not be able to. And if you didn't understand the movement in that game, you were at a great disadvantage before touching a button, even know what a frame is.
G6, I know that because I played all those characters in Tekken 7. I played almost every character in Tekken 7. But
so did I.
When you say that, you notice that we suddenly talk about 3 or 4 characters. We don't talk about a system issue. We talk about 3 or 4 characters. That is something, because we all know Akuma was a bitch, right? Akuma was a bitch because he fundamentally worked in weird different ways that were a bit broken, TBH. But that's a character. That's not the game. That's not a mechanic like Heat or Heat Dash.
I'm gonna be honest with you, Finn. The only reason why you haven't heard us talk about more characters in that game is because we're not on that subject. If we decided to get on the subject about what was BS in Tekken 7, this would be a very long string.
Very long one.
I'm not just saying to disagree, but I'm just being honest with you is all, because even Mike Hollow himself, right, brought up another character that we didn't even mention in there right there about pure BS, and that is who you played again that you say you were beating top players with and you shouldn't been able to do that much. Who was that again?
Bill Goldberg.
Marduk, for anybody that don't know.
I don't agree with Moon. I don't agree with Moon, by the way. I think Tekken 7 is a more difficult game to play. I think Tekken 8 gives the illusion that it's more difficult because they decrease the skill gap. So now high level players are struggling more against players that really have no business beating them. So it gives the illusion that it's more difficult. It's just more frustrating. It's more convoluting, but it's not a more difficult Tekken game. Because if you get a top player from Tekken 7 and then some of these people that are in GOD now, they're going to get absolutely dog walked. They're not even going to be in the same ballpark.
He's not wrong about that at all. That is a perfect way of explaining it. Just because, again, an illusion is like he said, just because they're at a certain rank or you see them doing certain things, like, it doesn't mean that, of course, that they understand everything about Tekken. Because there's even moments in this game that once, heat is burned, you kind of get to, I don't want to really say exposed to sound rude or anything, but you get to really see what they know about playing Tekken. We start talking about things like neutral, you know what I'm saying? But like you were saying, in T7, a lot of these people took a lot of their time, years in fact, on trying to learn that game and weren't able to surpass even the greatest of blue ranks or even, orange ranks while spending all of their time on that game playing back-to-back games. I'm talking about 20, 30,000 games on rank play.
Yeah, but these people just don't learn, right? Because I encountered someone like that in Tekken 7. Yoshimitsu player with if I encountered a Yoshimitsu player at Genbu that had 25,000 wins, that means he has approximately that number on top in losses, because otherwise he would progress. If you play 50,000 games away in Tekken 7 with and you're at Genbu, it's not the game. It's not the game that's difficult, it's you that makes it difficult. Let's be real. Come on.
Can I just say that the reason I chose Marduk in Tekken 7, the reason I chose Marduk in Tekken 7 is because Marduk's a single issue character in Tekken 7. There's other issues in the game, but Marduk is really Tekken 8. I picked Marduk because I remember I was going to a tournament and I realized how easy it was to move the character. And so I picked that character to go up there and get myself easy into top 8. But Tekken 8 is that character all over the roster. You can't escape it anywhere. So in Tekken 7, where you had pockets of characters that were doing really stupid shit that could elevate you, in Tekken 8, everybody's having to deal with these really stupid players using really, really powerful characters, and everyone's elevated. So it gives the illusion that it's more difficult, but it's just a convoluted mess. Tekken 8 is not more difficult, it's just more messy. And we're all having to deal with the bullshit now. Whereas in Tekken 7, you were dealing with a bit of bullshit over here and a bit of bullshit over there.
What I don't get is
how more balanced than messy.
What?
I mean, I say, is it more balanced than messy?
Is Tekken 8 more balanced?
It's not balanced. It's not balanced when you're put in a constant coin flip situation. I remember when we first was having.
Y'all act like, hold on, wait, Neo. Hold on, no, I was talking though. Hold on, I was talking. You played Soul Calibur 6 before?
Yeah.
No, Neo X.
Beat your ass at Soul Calibur 6.
I'll put your hair up your ass, Mike. Neo, have you played Soul Calibur 6?
No, I didn't play Soul Calibur 6. I didn't play
Mike, explain to him what this soul ass shit. Y'all talking like we playing Soul Calibur 6. I could literally put you in an actual 50-50 the whole round.
Well, hold on, Shinblade. Let's be
No, hold on. No, Mike.
They fixed it.
You gotta.
They fixed it.
You got. Yeah, they fixed it. But remember, that's later. I'm talking about as of now. If you go back in time, if we talk about Soul Calibur 6 at that time, imagine we were talking about this shit right now. Well, I have won a tournament doing that. I didn't know how to play the game really. I could put you in the 50-50 from the start to the finish of every round. Neo X. Y'all act like y'all are doing this shit in Tekken 8. You are literally. I play every round. When he starts, you deal with it, and you gotta deal with me. You got 50-50. What 50-50 y'all talking about? Like I'll be honest. When I'm playing, I don't feel overwhelmed with
4-4-3 Eddie.
That's not true. That's not true. Because first of all,
I'm not overwhelmed. No, hold on, wait. No, listen to me. I'm not overwhelmed. In Tekken 7, I was overwhelmed. Dude, I got a fucking compilation of me raging, bro. Like I don't rage in this. I could fight in this guy. I could sidestep. I couldn't do that in Tekken 7, bro. I'm getting lit the fuck up.
Your character has a built-in move that.
What are you talking about?
You're not talking about the character, man. You derailing. Back on point.
Yeah, bro.
You said something that wasn't true just now to get your point across. You couldn't do that in Soul Calibur 6 off the rip. You couldn't do that. Because Reversal Edge was too powerful. So if you were playing players that were letting you get them in 50-50s over and over again, those were shit players. Because there was a mechanic in the game that overrided all 50-50s.
This whole block, right? To my block?
No, Reversal Edge. Reversal Edge was overpowered when the game came out. So if you went to do a 50-50 on me, I could just hold one button, absorb your attack, and then put you in a 50-50.
No, hold on, wait. There was a counter there, Mike. You couldn't just do that all day.
When the game came out, you could. They had to nerf it.
No, okay, no. When I'm putting you in that 50-50, and we both stand back, we taunt, and I'm coming in with an attack. You had to press square, triangle, or X. Remember that shit? Or side step. Ralph had something real cheap. Whatever you just said, I used to fuck Lil Marshall with that shit. You gonna absorb? Nah, Ralph used to fuck you up for trying to absorb anything. I remember this shit.
I think you were playing a bunch of 10-year-olds, bro. I would have put you in a blender.
Bro, I beat the best in the world in that tournament. You know who Mick is?
The best in the world. The best in the world is in Europe.
No. I'm talking about he holds the title of a best in the world in Soul Calibur 2. He's a world class Soul Calibur player, Mick. Rest his soul.
Soul Calibur 2?
No, I'm saying he has the title. Like, think about it. He's that good of a player. He's a world class player. All up to that point. He always plays top 8. He won Soul Calibur 5 tournaments, Soul Calibur 6 tournaments. I beat him with this shit.
So you're saying you was able to beat a world class Neo.
Listen. My point is, Neo. So look, Neo, you do that shit. I'm saying that Soul Calibur 6 had a 50-50.
They put in a mechanic that made him have to guess in a 50-50 situation over and over again.
And hold on, you act like that's in Tekken 8.
Better than you at the game.
No, you're acting like that's in Tekken 8
because they put in a mechanic.
What are you talking about?
You to bridge the gap.
Neo, you proved my point. You act like that's in Tekken 8. Are you always in a 50-50 situation in Tekken 8?
That is crazy.
Yeah, no, answer the question. Stop. Because listen, we always don't answer this question. Are you always in a 50-50 situation in Tekken 8? Yes or no?
Yes.
What the fuck? No, you're not. What are we talking about?
Because of a system mechanic added it into the game that made him have to guess that he would normally be able to get out of. Make it make sense.
Moonsault.
Make it make sense.
Neil, whoever believes it, do y'all believe you are always in a 50-50 state in Tekken 8?
Shinblade, look, let me tell you this, Shinblade. Look. You are too good at the game to understand. Yes, the answer is yes. The answer is yes, Shinblade. You are too good at the game to where you can see through, like you have so much knowledge, right? You have so much knowledge. You are in less than 1% of the player base. Your knowledge is not the average, right? The average player base cannot physically lab every character. I'm trying right now. I've been labbing Eddie for like 3 months, Jun Kazama for like 3 months. I got blown up by Eddie and Asuka yesterday, right? It's too much to realistically lab and remember. And as a result of that, you have to guess because the average player cannot learn it all.
I disagree with that. I do not co-sign what Moonsault is saying at all. I just want to say.
How?
But the thing is, Moon is like
all the resources to do it though, Moonsault. You have all the resources to do it.
Those characters do put
this man is saying on neutral. You
have to guess right. Like being able to guess right is a skill. Like that is legitimately a skill. Like why do you think Arsenal Nash wins a lot more? He will always when you put him in a situation where he has to guess right or wrong in a 50-50 situation, he will guess right most of the time. Like that is a legitimate skill that like separates like the people who win the tournaments and who don't win the tournaments. So like just because like you're in a situation and you have like God's gift of guessing right in those situations, it's not a mechanic thing. That is a player thing. So like that's something that's like I said, that's just a player thing. So like if like you're not having an issue like guessing right in 50-50 situations, like that's not the bad thing. It's the thing that's bad is that you're constantly put in those situations where you have to guess for life. You know what I'm saying? So like quick
question. Is everyone here a pro or pro level? What's the lowest skill level player here? I'm just trying to figure out, like, are all of you guys like Shinblade level-ish, or some of you guys like maybe
I got you real quick. Like Yo, random man, say what's up, baby.
Niggas gonna call on me, man. Fuck you. I just knew it. Man.
Because I low-key think a lot of you guys have way too much knowledge and you're too good. And you can stop a lot of the things without, like, you just know. And
but then you asking them to dumb the game down more.
No, I'm asking them to, because like I said, I think Tekken 8 is a harder game because you have to know, as soon as a character enters stance, you have to know what to do. There's literally like, sometimes there may be more than one answer, but sometimes there's only one answer. Or you're going to have to keep blocking, and there's going to be another answer that's a different answer. So I'm saying that,
like, I ain't gonna lie, you got flash, nigga.
But you have to. You have the resources though, Moonsault. That's the thing.
What does that mean though? What does you have the resources mean? Explain that.
Oh, I got you.
Go into the replay system.
God.
No, hold on. I got you up.
The thing is, it sounds like the issue that you're having is like this is like the first game where you're actually trying to like level up to like.
Wait, can we
past that level that you set before?
Wait, no, I was just saying one thing though.
Exactly what I like, bro. You cannot realistically learn everything about this game.
Right, Moonsault.
You don't have to. So
you do. No, you do need to know.
I don't know everything, Moon.
No, you don't.
Look, I don't know everything, Moon. Hey, look, hold on. Let me help you out. Okay, so basically what you're also saying is if you have a problem with that, that means that in Tekken 7 or any other fighting game you were playing, you had an issue with figuring out what to do when somebody hit you with a move that was plus on block. That's what it sounds like, long story short. Because, like, if Drag did while running 2 in T7, he's plus. Or if he did back 1 plus 2, or if Brian did back 1, they're plus. You apply the same way in the rule of thumb there as you do in Tekken 8. There is no difference there. You apply that same rule of thumb when it comes to dealing with it. So are you saying in Tekken 7, after Drag did while running 2, what were you doing in Tekken 7 playing Yoshi Moonsault? I'm just curious to know.
Probably would either look for a sidestep, because he probably would do like another running 2, so I probably would try to sidestep around it. Probably would backdash to see if he's actually going to do that, but those probably my two options. I mean, I would probably press if I really understood what he was going to do, but I would either try to sidestep or backdash.
Moon, you can apply the same thing. There is nothing that changes, and you can even use the defensive mechanics that is within your character that you play as well. But you just kept it generalized. Generalized, those are things that you can do in this same instance as well. There is no problem with that. Because at this point, what it kind of seems like you're saying, and you're probably not, but to everybody here, it makes it seem like you're saying that the advantage of frames is putting you in a 50-50, and you feel like that shouldn't be a thing. That's what kind of like everybody's kind of grasping here. So we kind of hope you're not saying that.
They're putting them in a 50-50 and they shouldn't be able to. No, I think 50-50 should exist in the game. My thing is that
he said should. He said should.
Yeah,
I mean,
should.
they have to, otherwise you wouldn't have a winner. So,
like, yeah, like there's certain like Oki, right? Oki and stuff like that. When like that's like the foundations of it, more or less. But I'm saying that they put cheap garbage in the game, and it's decreasing the skill gap, and players feel that.
If it's decreasing the skill gap, how is it harder?
Like, I'm so
because
confused about that.
It's harder to stop the comeback mechanics.
Oh, I like that fighter bio.
And it's harder to stop the stance pressure, like Harang. Like a Harang was a matchup that I liked in Tekken 7, and in Tekken 8, it's kind of impossible to survive it.
I don't think that's because the game is harder, though. I think, again, because the game is very convoluted, it's made it difficult for the game to be consistent. But my only problem with your argument, my main problem with your argument is that your argument is that as we are increasing our skill, we're being pushed further out of the conversation because we know more things about the game. But that's not really an issue with the game. That's more of an issue with the player. Us knowing more about the game just gives us the right to speak about certain things. But I don't think we should disqualify people and be like, your skill's too high because you know more things. That would just mean that you need to learn more about the game before you can. I'm not saying you can't comment on things, but saying that Shinblade or G6 or myself or Finn know too much about the game, so you're not understanding from my point of view, doesn't really help your argument. Do you get what I mean?
I understand that, but it's like, what is the realistic? The developers probably have a realistic expectation of skill level for the players, right? They probably know where they want the skill level, where the skill level will be, and is that Shinblade skill level? Because if so, then yeah, I'm totally wrong. But if they are not expect,
hold on, Gojo, hold on.
Wait, can I interject real quick? Real quick.
Let him finish real quick.
I want to hear Gojo. Go ahead, Gojo.
Let him finish, Gojo.
No. So basically, I taught somebody how to lab and they hit God one. So skill level don't matter.
Wait, you said you taught someone to lab and they did what?
He was currently on his way to God one, and I taught him how to use the lab. Like during that journey, like he was.
So basically, this game is for lab monsters. This game is for lab monsters.
No, you don't have but
you don't have
it's not, bro. You can literally, bro. Let's use Doro for example. Bro.
Oh my god.
Like,
oh my god.
No. Listen. That look. You gonna explain it the best. Just explain it though. Doro literally played this. Okay, go for it.
Doro he had them. So on the leaderboard, actually, Moonslaw, Doro had literally the most ranked match wins in the world. Like at one point, he was #1 on the leaderboard. Like I saw it. Like he came into my stream. It was my first time meeting him. And he was asking for assistance. And I looked it up because he told me. And I was like, oh my god. And guess what rank he was at? Just a pure guess.
What, like Supreme or GOD?
No, he was Tekken King. He had the most ranked match wins in the world, and he was at Tekken King. And that was an honest
We in these streets. We in the streets now.
Look, he was purely just raw, interaction with the game. Just queued up the game and just played the game. That's all he was doing. He was not doing
like that
no
Yoshimitsu in Tekken 7.
Now, what I can say is I tell you this is a player thing, is because he didn't go into the lab to learn the game. He just asked for assistance himself, but we weren't really in the lab. It was just kind of like me breaking down to him the way that I process the game, what to do with the character, because he just happened to play the same character that I did. After me explaining that to him, and then he even had Wiz explain some things to him as well, because we play the same character. He was literally able to compete and literally beat a lot of the old and some current high-level NA players as well. He even hit God 2 with Dragunov. And that came with very, very, very minuscule amount of labbing. And by labbing, I mean us talking to him and like doing like a job in the online practice mode versus thing, and then him just going to play just all day. All he did was just go to rank play. He never went to lab. He was only playing ranked. So I would definitely tell you this is more about like a player thing and how you're processing the game, especially like with your options and everything, because he did literally nothing of it. And I'm gonna be honest with you, even though Shin's been playing the game for a long time, the way they used to play Tekken back in the day, pretty sure Neo, Mike Hollow, Word, and a lot of people will be able to say, there was a lot less labbing and more about, hey, I don't want to lose, so while we're playing the game, I'm going to figure out what I can do to beat you, but we're only playing the game. There was a lot less labbing back in the day. It was definitely a lot more just raw playing the game against the person you wanted to beat or your rival and figuring it out along the way. Because that's how Shinblade got good at the game. He just kept doing that and eventually he got there, but that's a player thing.
I disagree with that, G, because like I was a lab monster back in the older days.
What I'm saying is majority of your time, however, was spent with you playing against the people that you were around. Is kind of what I'm saying. A lot more of raw getting in games rather than it was you spending a month, 2 months, 3 months just labbing and not playing against nobody else. That's kind of what I'm talking about.
But yeah,
like,
but that's also because that's because the scene has changed a lot, innit? We were offline playing in people's houses. We're going to the arcades.
Yeah, but I mean that doesn't lessen my point though. Like I'm still telling you the way that they were choosing. Yeah, the way that they were getting better at the game and learning things.
I would say like for Tekken 8, I've never labbed anything in Tekken 8. I went straight into ranked, and I figured out I can get to GOD by doing side step 4 or down forward 3 with Feng.
Mike, you know season 2 combos the same way.
I got the GOD 1 promotion match of doing 2 moves the entire time.
Mike, you know season 2 combos the same way.
Hold on.
Shimbley, I beat you the other day, bro. What are you talking about?
Mike, you suck.
He didn't listen how he's talking. I didn't say shit about that.
Wait until Jinpachi comes out. Then I'm gonna jump on you. You're gonna be in big trouble.
Oh my god.
Come on.
Jinpachi's not showing up. That's crazy.
Terrifying.
Yo, Mike, are you Moonsaw? I sent you a knock. G6, you not gonna stream?
I wasn't going to, but I got you.
So, man, you don't gotta over OD labbing, bro. Like just for like me. Like,
hey, just play. Did I do it right?
Play the game, bro.
Yeah, you don't have to lab as much in
Moonsaw.
Yeah, you did Moonsaw. You in
in the older games for sure.
Basically, Moonsaw, the point is, niggas are complaining that the game is easier, but I know people who don't know how to play the game and they're hitting like the highest ranks. And then those are the same set of people who don't know shit about the game, who are actually playing every single day, and they're still complaining, even though the game was made for them. So that's the whole point of this.
What characters are they playing?
They playing any and every character because every character is good.
And Gojo, and they're also in a level where they're at a higher level because of Tekken 8, and
literally,
they're motivated and they're making they're voicing their opinions out more because they think they deserve more. But like I said, they're not doing the work because you can definitely like how Mike be saying a lot that you can still outplay every opponent that you go against. You can. I mean, I understand you think that I'm on the well, would you say like I do play and I am on a level, but I do think everybody else could do the same thing. You know what I'm saying? Not saying I put as much time as I did, because I don't put as much time as I used to do. But I just think the game is where a point where you just learn your offense, learn your defense, learn like the simple stuff.
Or just
play the game.
Play the game, it's not too much. You don't gotta learn how to get up off the ground, back turn shit. That's what you talking about, Moonsaw. Like you had to know every character. Like when I went against a Lay or some shit, like damn, I ain't fought this character in 2 years, and then I'm getting my ass destroyed in front of people because he's putting me in so many Oki. Yeah, pause. He's putting me in so many Oki situations. I remember like it was yesterday, man. I had a crowd of people. Story time. Tag 2. I had a crowd of people watching me play a Lay player, bro. They said, man, Shinblade finna watch this guy. And he was a lesser player than me as in skill, but he knew a lot of Oki shit that I didn't know about. Bro, I was getting my ass beat so bad. Somebody laughed and snot got all over my damn back.
Oh
they,
my god.
They laughed so hard because it was funny that look at this top player getting his ass can't get up right. Like it looked real bad. Like it looked like I ain't know how to play Tekken because I ain't know Oki shit. And it's plenty of stories that I've lost like that because I ain't gonna go against a character because I didn't know the Oki shit. Tekken 8 puts you in a situation where you don't have to know all that actually cheap shit. Like 50-50 is less of your problems than the other Tekken games. The less.
I want to ask something, please.
Hey, Shin.
Oh, go ahead.
Mike, what's up, baby? Yo, Mike, hold on. Fenty, rate Mike real quick.
Yeah.
And then rate me.
Pause.
Oh my god.
Hold on, let Fenty land though. He was about to say something.
Oh yeah. I was just asking about the knock. So go ahead, Fenty.
Okay.
I just wanted you, like all of you, to answer this because I have an opinion, but I don't really care about my opinion. Joe Budden said this really well. I heard certain people repeat this. I want to hear what you think about this explanation. He said basically that in Tekken 7, because defense was like relatively, I mean, hey, just backdash, right? Like backdash, you're kind of fine, right? Backdash, you're kind of fine. Low parry was strong. So he basically said in Tekken 7 you needed to learn to attack because it was relatively hard to actually attack, and in Tekken 8 you need to learn how to defend because it's pretty easy to attack in Tekken 8. What do you think about this?
That's a fair statement. That's
I think that's probably the smartest thing Joe Budden ever said in his damn life.
That's the best thing he said because I'm gonna tell you right now, people had a lot of faith. Hold on. Hey, look, he hit the nail on the head. What I think about that is the fact that a lot of people did not have real defense. People in Tekken 7 had a lot of fake defense, and a lot of people even said this. Like an old school player who lived here, Wade Gamble, also said this like a lot, where he was talking about the fact that backdashing and just blocking in Tekken 7 was extremely
He's so
overpowered.
old,
Like,
Mike.
it's the easiest thing to do. Like he was saying that was the easiest thing to do, and I feel like defense in Tekken 7 was so easy because of the space that you could create and how overpowered blocking was and easy it was to play defense, that you didn't really see if somebody really had good defensive mechanics or not. I think that in this game it is challenging your real defensive mechanics. Like if you really wanted to put, vague, honestly said, I think that people just didn't have good defense in T7 besides a few people. And now in Tekken 8, where the offense is a bit better, people have to showcase their defensive abilities more and their equation, solving skills. And now it's like, okay, well, maybe my defense wasn't as good as I thought it was. And now I have a problem with the fact that my offense is good, but now everybody's offense is good. So now I just have to make sure my defense is better than the next player. And it wasn't originally. So now that's a problem.
Hey, we live in a world where Joe Budden beating Osan and he's still complaining about the game.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you made that same statement last time on the stream that Tekken 7, GM was saying something about a video about how Tekken 8 doesn't teach you how to play Tekken. And I said it makes you have to be good at Tekken to be good at Tekken. Like you need to actually practice. You need to actually sidestep it, be decisive about what you're doing. That was what I was saying, I think, last time we were on the stream. Like Tekken 7, when you have the movement being so good that nothing can't hardly hit you, it's kind of why they did what they did in Tekken 7 because of Tekken Tag. Like Tekken Tag, the movement was so damn good, even though the backdash wasn't as strong with the defensive components they added in T7, it's still the movement was so damn strong that it was like, damn, like I got to kill myself to try to hit you, and it's very easy for me to miss and get destroyed. Tekken 7, they made the gap less. Like just like on this game, they made the gap less. So the best players were still kind of getting, touched a little bit more than they should have by the players that they were getting touched by. But in this game, like to what G6 was saying, like you really need to know how to play the game. And I'm a testament to this because I've been beating folks in Tekken for years, right? But I know how cheap the defense is. So when I run up on a character and I never played them before, and then I have to like actually have knowledge of what this character does because my Tekken fundamentals only going to get me so far, then I could run into like a Tekken God, anything. If I ain't never played the character, and I don't get the reliance of just backing away, and it's going to be the most safe thing to do because it's going to be hard for them to do a plus range move. And they're not going to have a great mix up if they do get a plus range move. Like, I always say this to folks, and this is why I always get upset when I'm trying to explain to people that I think the game is fundamentally the same in most aspects. Because Tekken, what you've been doing with Dragunov since Tekken 5, has been the same thing you're doing with Dragunov in Tekken 7. It's just, it got better, in Tekken 8. It's just, he done got drastically better over time. But the same basic things are happening. You're backing up, he's trying to run into you. He was notoriously bad at tracking back in the day, so he really was sorry at DR. But like when you're trying to step outside of DR, he kind of had down to kind of track you. He had his little homie that was always sorry, but well, I ain't say sorry, but they weren't as adequate.
No, you're right.
Moves.
Which is harder to move away from situations, or to just attack, use a plus frame humming move or something into a 50-50 mix? Which is harder to do, to move around stuff, or basically use a canned offense? Which one is harder fundamentally?
When it depends on what game you're playing. That's what I'm saying. But you ever played Tekken DR? I don't know how old you are, or how long you've been playing.
I did. I did. The game is done.
G, I bet G, that was fun as hell to me. I ain't gonna hold
you. You could barely even. And you could barely hit folks, and they didn't have homing moves, so you had to really run up on them, or you had to do some disadvantageous down 4 to hit them, and then give them their turn back. And then if they block your jump, you might get killed. If they low parry your jump, you're definitely dying. Like, when you say, is it harder or is it easier? I mean, are you talking about inputs? Because I could argue it's not hard to sidestep on time if I know I can sidestep.
I mean, you kind of need more knowledge, right? You kind of need more knowledge, because the attack you're going to do on every character the same way, right? But stepping, it's a little bit more knowledge, I would say. That definitely.
It's a little bit more knowledge in this game where you have to go the right way. But what about a game like DR or Tag, where?
Well, I mean, that's what I mean, right? You need to know the characters and in what direction you need to step what.
But I'm saying you do. But I also need to know, if I'm playing against a person who knows how to step me, I need to also know what stops them from stepping. Like, that's just if you're playing comparable skilled players, then that just becomes null and void, because it's like, all right, well, there's no mechanical issue there. It's just a crapshoot of what Tekken has always been. If I think you're gonna sidestep to the left and I gotta move that home to the left or track to the left, I'm gonna do that move. Like, that's why I get so pressed when people be like, oh, the game is something so different. And why I always go back to, like, no, the reward system is different, because like when I low parry on this game, I don't get the hop kick you no more. When I block plus frames on this game, you got to eat a 50-50 that's an ugly 50-50. Whereas back in the day, you might not have had to eat an ugly 50-50. I might have still had to run up in your face and mix you up. In fact, I did this with Kazuya because I was going to make a video on this. I did running 3 with Kazuya, and then tried to do a hell sweep, and you still could back away from the hell sweep. You could still sidestep the hell sweep. So it was like, well, dang, like, I'm doing plus frames and still got to dash up in your face to hit you. That's not.
I mean,
how is that any less brain dead than mashing on plus frames into a move?
Okay, but let's say it is brain dead, right? It's not my opinion, but I follow you there. Let's say that it's brain dead, right? What if Tekken players just like that form of brain deadness a little bit more? Like, I get the feeling that right now on average it kind of is like that, but I mean, I could be wrong. But the reviews and stuff, the negative, so it's still all there, right? People are still kind of negative where I look. Obviously, it depends where I look. If I ask G6 and Shin and you, it's like kind of like we are kind of fine. But like, isn't it fine then to give the people like the other brainedness, like the defensive brainedness, if they like that more? I don't know.
I don't disagree. I think that because I think everybody on here has, well, I can't say for everybody, but when we have these discussions, the most of the time, I think everybody comes to the opinion of like they could do things to make the game better and make it more friendly to everybody involved. And you know, obviously there are things in here that need to be changed.
You're not gonna make everybody happy. That's gonna be the thing, though.
Yeah, I don't think that's
also true. Yeah, that's also true. Yeah,
but you can make more people happy though. The amount of people that are unhappy is more than what it should be.
I don't really
if that were to be true, if that were to be true, then there would have been more players actively playing Tekken 7 than Tekken 8. But that is
that's not how it works. No.
Hold on. Let me land though. So in this game, right, we have something different. What I think is different, they took a different approach, of course, when it comes to obviously what we talked about before, when it comes to their, the casual play and making it a lot more accessible for people to be more powerful. I guess like Super Saiyan, if you will. Right? In the other game, that wasn't a thing, which was tending to the vast majority of the legacy players. That was tending to the vast majority, if not all, of the legacy players. With that being said, the active maintained base that we saw there, compared to this one, is drastically different. Like, what would you say about that, though?
I feel like you guys constantly like try to say, oh, because more people are playing Tekken 8 is better. And that is just a terrible argument because Tag 2 almost killed the game. And Tekken 7 had to crawl out of that. We wouldn't have all of the hype and stuff we have if it wasn't for 7. 7 is the game where everything was going good, and then the developers started to, make Hell Sweeps track. They never nerfed Akuma. They never nerfed Marduk. They put Kunimitsu in the game. The same way you guys are saying that blocking was overpowered, well, why did they give Kunimitsu, one of the final DLC characters, some of the best backdashing in the game? Same thing with Zafina. It's like, if they know these things are a problem, why did they allow Tekken 7 to become more of that problem? And then in Tekken 8, they're like, oh, backdashing is too bad, even though our last 2 DLC characters had crazy backdashing. So now we're going to remove backdashing.
Well, I think
I
think when you speak about the like the last couple characters, all of them characters, if you go back and kind of look at it, they were setting you up for the game you got now. And in fact, this is what Namco does from game to game. You just don't really ever notice it until you go back and look at the game. And you're like, hey man, they was already setting us up for this junk that was coming. Unless it's something like a system change. Obviously, they didn't have heat back in the day, or they didn't have, rage arts for nobody. But that's just kind of them being like, all right, you look at how those characters played, and they play like Tekken 8 characters. They weren't going to change the system. In fact, they made them characters, like you said, they were better at the system than some of the characters that were already there. But as far as like how that goes into like if the game is better or not, I don't really know if you can really tell any game is better than another one unless it's broken. Like, everybody can say Tekken 4 was bad because when I think of a bad game, it doesn't play as it's designed to be played. Like, so when you hear me say a game is bad, that's what I'm thinking about. When I hear people say the game is bad, I'm not going to argue with them if they're talking about their opinion, because it's like, well, I mean, you might just like defense, or you might like backdashing, like Fent was saying earlier. Like, maybe a lot of people like the backdashing and the being able to move a whole lot and making your opponent struggle to even hit you. Some people might like the idea of being able to actually make my opponent block something and playing the chess or checkers, however you feel about it, when it comes to like, all right, now that I got you staying still, now you got to make real decisions. Like, different people like different things.
I feel like you guys make the conversation more complicated than it needs to be. Like, you guys bring up all these past examples of older games, but it basically boils down to people don't like one-button heat smashes that goes into mix-ups. People don't like crazy 24-hit combos, 15-hit combos that do 120 damage, and then there's mix-ups after. Like, you guys bring up these examples of past games, but it's like, bro, this game is crazy. Power crushes start way faster. Like we know why they did these things, and then you guys are like not addressing that. You guys start talking about, well, in Tekken 7 there was this one time with
see, I wasn't in this conversation. I wasn't. I joined, and if I'm not welcome, please say so.
Juju,
but
what the hell?
In response to Muso, this is not Juju. This is
got some good head. What the hell?
Oh shit! But in response to pause, that was crazy. In response to Moonsault, that's what you say. But at the end of Tekken 7, I distinctly remember people throwing up sleepy faces in chats as they watch people run away from each other playing Eddie, Kunimitsu, and Faye, and it was not at all polarizing. Like everybody was asleep. So you're never gonna please everybody. You're never gonna please everybody. If you make backdashes inherently stronger, the issues with backdashes being as strong as they were in T7 was not only was counter hit reward mad different, so people were just throwing safe mids with mad counter hit reward, but the other difference was because the stages were mad big, you could do it infinitely with almost zero punishment outside of a couple exceptions, right? But the issue was. But the issue was that when you moved so far back and you did it, it created a state of the game where literally you would never beat anyone better than you outside of a couple exceptions.
That was only at high level.
Okay, hold on. Let me make this simple. Hold on, one second.
Intact.
Hey, I got you. Hold on one second. So you said you don't like the over explanation. We gonna keep it real simple. Long story short, agree to disagree, or do you agree with this? You're not gonna make everybody happy. Do you agree with that?
I agree.
Okay, so make it real simple, no long explanation. Tekken 7, tailored to the veterans of that game, of your quote-unquote game, or my game, quote-unquote game, whatever you want to call it. The game died. There wasn't a lot of people playing the game. It got boring. Sleepy faces. Tekken 8, exciting, more people, player base, statistically better maintained than the other game. That's it.
That's
long
wrong.
story short.
That's wrong.
Tekken
7 went on for like 7 years.
Real quick, Moonsault. Wait. Hold on, please. Real quick. G6.
7 years versus 2 years.
Explain the analogy for Tag 2 going to Tekken 7. If Tag 2 was shit, right? It was shit. Anything can be better than shit.
Why was it bad?
No.
Why?
No. Think about it. No. You saying Tekken 7 say today? No. If you're eating shit, if you get corn with a little piece
more is gonna be better than anything.
Yes,
like, come on,
1% or 2% or some corn with some shit on it. It's gonna be better than eating straight shit. So Tekken 7 didn't have to do too much to say today. We accepted that shit as it is. The way it came, we didn't give a fuck.
Okay, so why was Tag 2 so bad then?
Because, you know why? Because it was too. Hey, hello, I got you. No, I got you. Mike.
Okay.
We got Mike in here. Neo X trolling, but hold on. Tag 2 failed because it was too much Tekken. Do you know that, Moonsault? Fenty? And the Fenty should know.
I firmly disagree with that. I think it's the market.
Yeah, I disagree with that.
It was too much weight. Tag 2 was everything Tekken stood for. Like everything, groundbreaking.
Yeah, but it's not the fault of the. It's not the fault. It's not.
What the fuck are we doing? Mike, ATL, I need you right now.
Hey, that's wrong, Fanny.
What are we doing?
I hated Tag 2. And I can tell you the reasons why I didn't like Tag 2 as well. And I know why it died. The reason why a lot of people have rose-tinted glasses about Tag 2 is because like the majority of players that started off, that's like main players now, they started off in Tekken Tag 2. So like that was the game where they learned the love of Tekken. So like they're gonna like that game because that's where they started and they had the experience of going into the lab and going and getting to the next level beyond casual.
Leo.
So like a lot of the people that say they like Tag 2, that's because it was their first game. Like my first Tekken that I went from casual to good player was Tekken 4, where I went into the lab and was like went from like button mashing scrub to actually trying to be good and win tournaments. So like I have like rose tinted glasses too, but like I still know that Tekken 4 was a trash Tekken game. You know, so like I understand why, like, you know, people like say Tag 2 was such a good game, but like I remember quitting Tag 2, and the reason why is because launchers did way too much damage. Okay. And also, like, people would literally base their neutral off of just using launchers, and if they tagged you with it, like, you lost like 90% of your life from it, or like from one counter hit.
Neo, did you play Tekken? Mike, come back. I need Mike ATL right now.
No. See, look,
what you talking about, Neo? Tekken. When you got launched in Tekken, you died. What the fuck are we talking about? When you got launched in Tekken, you died. What are you talking? Too much damage. What?
You have to let me land, Shinblade.
Too much damage. No, what are you talking about now? You died. That was Tekken.
Let him land, though. Let him land.
Let me finish, Shinblade. Jesus Christ.
Let me finish. Like Android 16 or some shit, man.
Okay, so like just because like yes, there was high damaging combos in older Tekkens. Like I played the older Tekkens too. All right, but the thing is, like there was neutral in those games. The neutral in those games was not outshot by just like using launchers and having like the tag crash whenever like they was in trouble. Like bam, another character came in at full health. Like you're acting like in Tag 2 you didn't like get beat up a little bit, and then all of a sudden your character literally would disappear and make a move whip, and then they would come in and hit you with a launcher that took 90% of your life.
Did you play Tag 2? Like, what the hell are you talking about?
I'm talking about Tag 2. I'm talking about Tag 2. Like,
you could run away for free in Tag 2. You got your ass clipped. And if you did tag out, you got your ass launched.
No, I'm saying,
If you baited it.
The basic tag out. The basic.
Blade, chill out.
He was talking about tag crash. He was talking.
I'm talking about tag crash and.
He didn't play Tag 2.
Like, if you perfectly tagged your tag out, your character would literally the hitbox would disappear from the screen, and the move would whiff, and they could come in and cancel their tagging with a launcher, and like would launch you, and you would lose like 90% of your life. Like there's nothing you really could do. Like there's obviously ways to blow that up. You could
bait it, yes. You
could bait it.
Hold on, 50. He said you could also punish or no. You was false. I got to pull a 50 real quick. You was false somewhere, 50. He said, listen, 50. He said, if I'm comboing you, you could tag crash and combo me. No, you could not ever do that.
I wasn't talking about that. I was talking about the mechanic of tag crash, about getting out of jail for free. I was talking about something else after that, okay? Just so we're clear, I was talking about something else after that. I was talking about the actual tag mechanic, where the regular tag, where when you tag, your hitbox.
There you go. Hold on. Okay. Go. Okay, listen. So now y'all know that he's not talking about tag crash. Now go.
I'm not talking about tag crash. I'm talking about the actual tag, where your hitbox would disappear from the screen for a second when your other character came in, and like if you was doing a move, it would whip, and they would be able to punish you for that and take all your life. That was like what some people would actually do. It would happen to me. Like you would sit there, you would be trying to like, counter poke or whatever, and they would hit tag. Your hitbox, like you would normally hit them, like you had spaced it right, but since their hitbox disappeared from the screen for the other character coming in, they would be able to whiff punish you in a situation where they would actually have to block, and then you would lose all your life into a mix-up. All right, like that's a very like.
Let me finish.
Specific. That's a very specific situation, but that was a part of the game. Okay, so like.
No, it wasn't.
And also you had like y'all said like overpowered characters, like everybody remembers the meme of the Eddie counter hit. Was it back 1?
Back 1-4.
Yeah, the back 1-4 thing, like off of a counter hit, and like there was literally
which
like
you could sidestep. By the way, I'm just gonna stress this. Which you could sidestep.
Like they would literally just be fishing for that, and like you really couldn't do anything about it because it was a hit confirmed.
You could. No. Wait. You could sidestep the second hit.
Yeah, you could sidestep, but I'm saying like they would literally, like
you're learning.
Good players,
you're learning.
They would literally just like hit confirm off of the one hit, off of the back one, and see if it hit counter hit, and then they would launch you. Like they was literally fishing for that. Like I've seen it happen. Like
that's true. Yeah,
damn.
That's true.
Okay, so like
back on topic, people. Tekken 8.
Okay, the more Neo, hold on, but Listen, real quick, Leo. On there, go explain that shit real quick. Go ahead, Fancy.
I wanted to ask because G6 said this earlier. I made a little note. When you said, because that really confuses me. The thing about like Tekken 7 died. Like I just want to ask this because you said, I always met the same players in ranked, and I feel that because I wasn't Omega, but I was Tekken God Prime, and I really feel that. But isn't that more of a natural byproduct from the ranked system? Because it is now, sorry, I'm not GOD 4 or 5, but I think right now, if you are actually a GOD 4 player, you have the same issue. Because you are literally now at the top, effective top rank. And if you go into rank, you want to find a player on your rank, you will not find someone. You literally have like 3 people to search from, right? So it's kind of like the same in tech. I don't think it was the game. It was like a ranked byproduct, right? Like,
so this was let me help you out. So this was actually happening at like Blue rank. So if Stacks was here, he's deafened right now, but Stacks would actually be able to tell you this himself as well. So Stacks was on console, and I believe he was also on PC like later on, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. But oh yeah, he was, because he was in WTI, my bad. So Stacks himself was a blue rank Bob, and it would take him a while. He would even say the same thing. So Shin would say
on console or on PC? Sorry, I don't want to interrupt you. On console or on PC?
Both.
Because PC was the most popular platform.
He was on both. I was on both as well, so I can give you experience from both. So he was a blue rank Bob on PC. And one thing that Shin would do at times, like he used to always go to ranked. One of the biggest reasons why we just ended up going to player matches because he would end up fighting the same player in ranked all the time anyway, to the point that we started making more lobbies, and they would just join the lobbies. People like Jasandy, like Joe Crush, Fine, things like that. Now for Stacks, whenever Shin would vocalize his, dissatisfaction with not being able to find nobody in ranked, he was like, I would love to, but I can't find nobody to play against in ranked, and if I do, it's this one person. Stacks would say the same thing. He was a blue rank Bob on PC. He would play against either the same person majority of the time, or he would not be able to find matches, so he would not.
In your mouth.
So he would stop playing entirely.
Yeah.
And
that was a notable thing.
Joe Budden remembers him.
One thing about this, I'm not saying
it's better in Tekken 8, so like he's obviously gonna. You're obviously.
We got crossplay too. Crossplay.
I'm not saying we have crossplay. Like
ding 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 ding.
That was just a symptom of like the community being divided by platforms, and like the netcode not being as good and the matchmaking not being as good.
Well,
that was the last game, right?
I'm not.
That was the last game. Hold on, Fitz, real quick. That was the last game, right? The last game. I couldn't play nobody from the Middle East. I couldn't play Fenty right now. I can play Fenty right now if I want to.
That's not the problems that we're
it's not. But real quick, right back to tag 2 real quick. They're gonna go on. Neo, the more you talk, it seems like you like Tekken 8. If you did not like tag 2, what else did you like? Like I don't understand.
I actually quit Tekken because of Tag 2. I went to play Marvel, and I came back in Tekken 7.
The Tekken game that was like Mugen on PC when you download Tom Hanks and Sonic the Hedgehog. You talking about that game? You talking about Negan, Noctis from Final Fantasy? This game So hold on, Tekken 7 is better than Tekken 8 to you. Let me hear this.
Oh my God, it's not even close.
Jesus Christ.
Well, I don't agree with Neo X. He actually not lying. He actually did switch to Marvel. I was actually in Houston when he was playing Marvel.
Now I hear you. No, okay. That's one thing we right about. So he quit the Tekken game. Tag 2 was the Tekken game.
Hey,
Neo.
Hey, y'all not gonna convince no one that Tekken 8 is a good game by talking about Tag 2.
No. Wait a convince. I'm talking to Neo now. Because he plays Tekken 8 when he played Tekken 7. We didn't see Neo X at all in Tekken 7. Ain't that right?
What are you talking about? You know why you didn't see me in Tekken 7? Because I was playing offline. Like I was playing offline. I was going to my locals and playing in tournaments in my city. That's the reason why.
On Marvel?
Like,
and what was your rank? He's talking about Tekken 7.
Good.
Like when you saying where was Neo? Like the thing is, like I'm fundamentally an offline player. I don't really like playing online. So like if I'm gonna play the game and I have a choice between playing offline, I'll always pick offline over online every time. And like,
I would too.
What was your rank?
If I had the option, I would too. So that's fair.
So like, and the thing is, like, the Houston scene actually had a offline scene, like, and like it switched over to like mostly online in Tekken 8, and that's why I play more online. Like, and the thing is, I don't like Tekken 8, so like, even if there was offline stuff, I wouldn't go and play.
You always gotta throw that. You always gotta say it, don't it? Like when someone even sniff Tekken 8, you always gotta say I don't like Tekken 8. Moon, so I know you see that shit a lot too.
You're supposed to be like, which game is the best? Is that what this is? Because you know, I just came in. I don't really know what y'all.
No, it's not.
No.
So bad.
They can't explain why Tekken 8 sucks, so they talk about other games to derail the conversation.
Look
at Moonsault with his titles. Moonsault bringing his titles into life.
I'm not letting
One thing I want to be.
Look at Moonsault, you gaslight motherfucker.
I gave you examples about things that we don't like in the game, and you're avoiding wanting to like really digest what I was saying. You asked some things that we don't like in the game, and I gave you examples. Whether you want to digest that or not is on you. And we also clarified and confirmed with you, if you have a problem with the game, there is no problem with that. We're just asking you to share your experience with that, because we think, again, it's a pretty disingenuous for you to share your hatred for something you can't share an experience with, which was majority of me and Mike Hollow's conversation, which you were here for, and I explained that very thoroughly. Additionally, I'd like you to know that once again, after everybody's explained their gripes with the game, there has not been anybody, dooming that person or saying, hey, yeah, you're dooming or anything of the sort because of them explaining that. That was never the case. Explain how you feel about that game. That is okay. There's no problem. But yet again, explain your experience with it. That is okay. That is perfectly fine.
Just very quickly, I want to be
he don't know no pranks. Now he complaining.
Go ahead, Fitzy. Go ahead.
Hey, Gojo, we gotta run a set eventually. We gotta run.
Let Fitzy go.
To be honest about G6 and Mike and Shin, every time then when I brought up examples of like, hey, do you think this would make the game better? And it was always like a reduce in power level, right?
Yes.
They were always saying, yeah, I think that would make
Yes.
So I just want to be honest. It's not like they are like ultra saying it's a perfect game. Like that's not what they are doing. And every time we went into, hey, do you think this would be better? They were like, yeah, I think that would be good. So it's not like they are like deep throating the game or something like unreasonable. I just want to be really clear about it. But I want to ask you a question. I want to ask you if you think it's a problem, because I have read these articles on Namco's website, yeah, and they said this game was as expensive.
That caught me off guard.
The game was as expensive as 10% of Tekken 7. So this game was 10 times more expensive than Tekken 7 Fatal Retribution version. Now, the numbers are high. This also we cannot debate. The numbers right now are, when it comes to player base playing right now, not the sales, but the sales are a bit irrelevant anyways, for my argument. The player base right now that log on every day, every week is higher than in Tekken 7. That cannot be debated. That is a fact. But is it a problem that the player base is not like 7 times as high when they made the game for 10 times the amount that they made Tekken 7? Is that a problem in your opinion?
I would say, I think not, because they have the business model of the battle passes and the clothes, and I see people using them things that disappear. I don't know why people buy that, but they buy it. Like the actual casual. This is something that we as hardcore players tend to not think about often. Like that actual casuals who like this junk, they treat this junk like Fortnite. They treat it like Apex Legends or whatever else people are playing. I ain't playing that in a long time, but like there's people in there buying them clothes. I've never actually played anybody that I can think of who didn't have an article of clothing that came from that shop.
Yeah,
but isn't the price of production kind of irrelevant, because T7 started as a bunch of recycled assets from Tag 2?
No.
That would be new to me. That would be new to me that it is recycled assets.
It was literally a bunch of.
Revolution is recycled.
Wait, how can you recycle it if
the mark is good, Mike?
No, T7 was literally a bunch of recycled assets just ported.
No, like the stages and stuff are all new. But Revolution is like an asset flip. Or how do you mean?
The
Maybe I'm
vanilla
misunderstanding.
No. Like recycled character animations, models, everything. Like,
but that's
not to mention
of
the game.
That's
a universal thing.
But when the
like
game
Call of
launched
Duty using
too,
the same reload animation.
But the thing too is when the game launched, the game was also developed. Like half of the stages were just like Tekken Tag 2 stages or T6 stages, where they were literally just a PNG in the background. Like there was not. We can't say the development processes are the same.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying Tekken 7 did cost 10% of what Tekken 8 did cost. And I'm just asking you if it's a problem that the player base is higher than Tekken 7, but not by a whole lot. If that is a problem, if that could lead to a problem when it comes to maybe the next game or green lighting, a budget.
No,
I mean, but historically,
I
don't think it's a problem either.
Backside, then they really don't care.
It's a good thing. It's a good thing that they want more people to be attracted to their game and want to play their game. Like their business model, like Mike was saying, was I want to tend to more of the people who aren't playing my game, so that way we can bring in more people. Clearly, I already know I cannot make everybody happy. That was never going to happen anyway. We have problems. I'm pretty sure if Twitter existed and content creators really existed, back in the day when, a lot of the older people were playing, it probably would have been hell on earth. I'm pretty sure it would have been hell on earth if it was available back in that time frame. But right now,
I hated every Tekken at least. Every Tekken, people in the Tekken community just don't like change. Every Tekken people complain. People complain about the crush system. Obviously, people complain about Tekken 4.
Since Tekken 6.
Only time I haven't seen people complain a whole lot is from Tekken 5 to Tekken 5 DR. I don't think I heard much complaining from through that. Right? But every other
there's only like 15 people playing.
Even from
Wait, but why do y'all say that though? Wait, why y'all see y'all? That's crazy.
Moonsault, we was there.
Because we was there, man. Y'all was there, right? But there was no cross play.
No, Moonsault back then. Online wasn't a thing.
Yeah, it wasn't a thing.
Wait, so what do you guys talk about? Only 15 people playing?
Because you had to travel. So traveling was a thing, Moonsault. So you get a buddy of people. You get a 5-man car and pack 7 people in there, and you drive the tournaments.
Y'all are basing that on.
This
is what I'm saying.
No, we're not basing. No. We had forums. Yo, Moonsault. We had forums. And we all communicated through Tekken Zabatsu. We're not making anything up.
Could y'all see how many people was on there? Could y'all see how many people was on there?
I don't think nobody was playing Tekken 5 at the house offline, Kenfo.
No, Zaibatsu. Could you guys see how many people used that website?
Yeah, we could.
Yo,
what was the average?
What I'm say is I'm happy to announce I'm being celibate all 2026. I'm not doing it no more.
Bro, what? Hold on, man. Frank, hold on. Doing a podcast, right?
Frank, what the hell? Yo, Frank trapping. Y'all boy.
To answer your question, Moonsault.
Frank, you played Tekken. You ain't getting no answer.
Wasn't nearly as big as it was because it was still like budding. We were still budding. So like, if we had like 2,000-3,000 people on the forums at that time, that it was lit. That was a lit day.
Back then, we used to travel for major regional tournaments that had 15 entrants. Like, it was not the same.
Yeah, it's not the same.
DeMarcus, how old are you? This new. What's
33.
Up? 33. Oh shit! I thought you was a YN. Hey, go just shut your ass up. Hey,
I thought he was a YN too. I ain't gonna lie to you.
I thought DeMarcus was a YN.
But
back in the day, Moonsault, 48 people was a major. 48 people. Was a major.
As someone that was playing back then multiple games, it was normal for a tournament to be sub 20 people for a regional. Like, the thing about it is that all these games, especially Tekken games, have settled this way. Tekken and anime games. Street Fighter has been an anomaly the whole time. It is not the norm. Street Fighter 6 is not the norm. So for this player base to settle around where Tekken 7 was even slightly higher is perfectly normal and it's probably expected. It's just now everyone is much louder than they used to be able to because social media wasn't a thing or even madly advocated back then.
Can I ask you a question about? Can I ask you a question about because you said like I want to ask you, every one of you, this question because I wonder why this is and if Tekken can change this. So Street Fighter 6 sold 6 million copies. Tekken 8, we know, I think they actually said like 4 million or something, or close to 4 million. Doesn't matter. Let's say 4 million for the sake of the argument. So Street Fighter 6 sold 6, Tekken 8 4. Last month, we just take this for the sake of the argument, December, the concurrent player count on average was 16,000 players for Street Fighter 6. And the concurrent player amount for Tekken 8 was 5,000 something. So while Street Fighter 6 only sold 50% more copies, they have 300% the player base. How do we get this? Or is it a problem that we don't? Is it natural? Is it what is it? Is it a problem?
We're gonna start talking about Tekken 4 now.
No, we're not talking about Tekken 4. Wait, relax. The thing about it is that Finn, you can't change that. It's always been this way. Even games like Tekken, their life cycles have been dictated. Yeah, they're
you can't compare Street Fighter.
Every single Tekken game, as someone that grew up in it, right? Most of those life cycles were dictated by the success of that Street Fighter game. The reason Tag 2 didn't pop off at all, even though you had mixed opinions on either side, a lot of people really liked Tag 2. But guess what? Guess what was also going ham at that time? Street Fighter 4. The only reason T7 popped off the way it did and it grew despite the other games was, guess what? Because Street Fighter 4 was dog shit. And nobody liked it.
Like it got better though. Like I mean, but was it that? But was it?
Yes, Street Fighter 5 was that bad. Street Fighter 5 single-handedly killed Wednesday Night Fights. It was that bad.
Yeah,
I want to say Street Fighter 4.
But do you think that? But why is it right now?
No, I'm not talking about Street Fighter 4. I grew up on Street Fighter 4.
But right now, Street Fighter. I mean, I play Street Fighter. I have like 800 hours. Like I know the game. I know it's also not perfect. I know that people are also somewhat vocal about certain things there, right? But why is it that this game has? Because now both games kind of did well, right? Both games did well. But how is it that Street Fighter can bind the player base way more than Tekken can? Because the sales are not that different, right? It's not like Street Fighter 6 sold 12 million copies. Why is it because Tekken is just the knowledge? It's such a complex game that it's like harder to get into, or is it more complex?
That's exactly what that is.
It's the only
I can explain your question.
That was a bad answer.
No, Neo X is probably gonna be seen it.
Finn, you shouldn't have said that. You know they was gonna run with that, Finn.
No.
You shouldn't have said that, Finn.
No, it's not running with it. It's the fact of the matter is, it's the same reason why a lot of people will stay on Street Fighter and not play any other game. They won't play anime games or nothing. There's the anomaly that does, but truth be told, Street Fighter fundamentally has its ways in which it's more complex because it has more defined neutral, more history, things like that, right?
But Tekken is unique though. Tekken is the only 3D fighting game that it can get. No other 3D fighting game can compete with Tekken. It's in its own class.
But even outside of Street Fighter, the issue with Street Fighter is Street Fighter fundamentally is a overabundantly simple game. It's as you get higher that makes it complicated. That's why people usually stay on Street Fighter. Once you play Street Fighter, guess what? A lot of people get really good at Street Fighter and refuse to play shit else because guess what? They're used to it. And back then, and Shin can tell you, Neo can tell you, they used to call Street Fighter the baby game back then. They used to be like, Street Fighter 4, this is literally ABC Fighter. They call that shit Fisher Price. Yeah. And then Marvel 3 came out and they called that shit Fisher Price.
It's funny.
In comparison to all the anime games and everything.
Hold on.
Was it because Street Fighter doesn't have... Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt. I just wanted to ask you were there.
No,
Let
me answer Finn's question. So when you're asking about why the player base is not as high as the Street Fighter base in terms of it now, is like you got to keep in mind like Street Fighter 5 was very badly received when it first came out. And since it was so very, very badly received, Tekken 7 came out and it was hype. Like the game system, like it had Akuma, and it brought in a lot of the casual people from the Street Fighter players to the Tekken series, and like that's where it had like an explosive growth because of the game being in such a bad state. Okay, so like that's the reason why we saw such a huge influx of players, is because Street Fighter 5 was so badly received and people didn't like it that they moved on to a different game. And then Tekken 7 blew up because of it, and a lot of people stayed, and that's where we have a lot of our player base come from. They actually they actually went away from Street Fighter because like they was all Street Fighter players, and they came in and they actually like learned the game. And they was like, oh wow, now I see why people are on Tekken, because like they saw how fun it was to actually like learn in lab, and like they played that game. All right, but the thing is,
I fully understand that. I'm just saying that my point is just we don't have the same player retention as Street Fighter in comparison to our sales. Why does the game have a higher player retention than us?
It's been this way for 20 years.
It's more of a
household name than Tekken is.
Theory, right?
Hold on, let me land with this. Hold on. So there's not really a Tekken character that has the same amount of household names that Street Fighter has. Like, you gotta understand that this goes also beyond like the game. The value of those characters is like a lot more put on a pedestal, like in higher value than anything in Tekken. King is probably the most famous Tekken, character that we got, to be honest. If you talk about Street Fighter, you got household names like Ryu, like the famous move that he has, right? Like, no one's going like, oh yeah, the famous lariat from King. Like, you know what I mean? Like, there's a lot more. You know, the Hadouken, you have the DP, you have. Hold on, let me land now. But then so then you also have the fact you got like the movies, you have the sales of what they do outside of the game. Like, to be very honest with you.
Look. So you guys are saying that Tekken.
Right.
So since Street Fighter came first, right? You guys are saying Street Fighter came first. So you guys think Tekken?
Nobody.
So you guys are saying that Tekken can never be more popular just because Street Fighter came first?
No, and nobody ever said that. You just made that up. No, hold on. I'm not letting him do this. Hold on. Time out. You're not gonna do that. Nobody ever said that. What we're telling you right now is the fact that, hey, look, he raised bait. No, hold on. I was listening because nobody ever said. He just made that up to try and make argument for it. I'm telling you that right now, when it comes to Street Fighter for a fighting game, that game is more like a better way of explaining it. It's kind of like the Pokemon, essentially, right? Like, that game has it's more pushed, right? It's a lot better received, and then on top of that, the backing of the value of those characters is really everything for that franchise, even if the game doesn't do anything. That's what we're trying to say.
So why don't Tekken push their game better? Why don't they, because going back to Finn's question, the sales is close, but the player base is not. So wouldn't the answer be the reason why the player bases is different is because Bandai Namco is doing something different? And maybe that doing something different is messing up their whole entire legacy player base, and then the legacy player base goes on social media and then gives the game a terrible reputation, and then now no one wants to play the game. Therefore, player base difference.
No, social media didn't exist. Hold on, stop. He's not doing this. He rage baiting. Social media didn't exist when a Street Fighter movie came out way back then. That wasn't a thing.
20 years ago?
Even if, hold on now. You understand that Pokemon has been building a fan base for years too. You have to understand the positivity of Street Fighter without the social media and the Twitter and everything like that was being pushed from way back then. They were achieving greater success with the values of those characters and everything else outside of the game that they were pushing from way back then, and it was getting better traction and a lot more success. When it comes to building a game like Tekken, as unique as it is, essentially you're basing it off of trying to match Pokemon. Like, you're not going to get Pokemon if Pokemon's already a thing. It's going to be solidified.
I agree with everything you said. Like, I agree with everything G6 said, but to me that would explain something like the sales. But Street Fighter 5 sold 8 million copies, so Street Fighter 5 even sold less than Tekken 7. So you could kind of say they maybe built a customer base there. And I agree with everything you say, but for me, still, that doesn't really explain the drop-off in players from copies sold between Street Fighter 6 and Tekken 8. I mean, would you say maybe our Tekken 8 right now could be our Street Fighter 5 to a certain degree? I'm not saying the catastrophe.
It's a niche game. Just like how we grew up with Street Fighter and Mortal Kombat. Like, Tekken was always a niche game. It wasn't like, back in the day, I can even say it from my dad. My dad would tell me, it's only 2 fighting games. It's a game where you kill somebody in, and then it's Street Fighter. So it was, you do the finishing move, or you play Street Fighter. Then Tekken came out, and it was like a niche game. It was more so not a lot of people knew about it, but if you knew about it, you was in the crowd. You knew something.
Yeah, but fighting games are niche. Fighting games are a niche. And again, Tekken 8 only sold 2 million less than Street Fighter 6, but we have only 1/3 of the player base. That is not normal. Like, there's something different. There's something going on here. There's a reason. I'm trying to
figure out why that matter, or unless you're just trying to figure out like the answer to that
I can answer the best I can.
I gave y'all the answer. Y'all just don't want to accept it.
I can answer it. No, wait. I can answer 50.
You better calm down. She ain't got his hood on.
Wait. Go. Listen.
Wait.
I can answer the best I can. So
what Fent said was false, by the way.
Hold on real quick.
Street Fighter 6 has sold 3 times as many copies as Tekken 8. It's documented.
No, Street Fighter 6 sold 6 million copies.
That game sucked.
And Tekken sold about 3 million in the same time span.
Tekken 8 last time they said we were close to 4 million. That would be, by the way, we could also run with 3 million if you want to. Then we are still off by a shit ton because Street Fighter 6 has 3 times the player base. Not double, 3 times.
But then you have to ask the question: how many people turned on Street Fighter and said, "I want to get into Street Fighter because I saw Daigo parry Chun-Li"? And then how many people are going to say, "I turned on Tekken because I saw Nia"?
So why don't Tekken have their equivalent of that?
Because that was 30 years ago.
It's a less popular
30 years ago.
Trying to tell you
Look. Why do you guys think what's her name? Mai? Do you think she's more popular than any character in Tekken right now?
No.
And why is that?
King of Fighters.
You say no?
King of Fighters.
Who was that?
The one girl who wears the red. She's in Street Fighter.
If I don't know who that is,
hold on. Moonsault just got it wrong twice. Moonsault, say what you just say?
Mai?
Said May.
No, I'm talking about you said where she's from. You said Street Fighter. Oh no, Street Fighter.
No, I said the one who's in Street Fighter. She's in a collaboration with Street Fighter.
And people don't know who she is still. Like, she's not popular at all. She's King of Fighters.
That's cap.
Moonsault, she's a King of Fighters ain't popular at all.
But the character is though.
The character.
Hold on, you think that character is more popular than King from Tekken?
Yes.
No. Right now, yes.
What the fuck? Neil, explain him out here. Neil, you lost your goddamn. Yo.
He just talking.
Let me see one cosplayer made. We don't see cosplayers are made. What are we talking about? Stop, y'all. What the fuck?
Look it up on Twitter.
My been in Dead or Alive.
Look on Twitter, Tekken King, and see if you don't find a post with 2 likes.
Oh my god.
Moonsault, whenever you reveal your identity, Moonsault, I'm gonna bird hug your ass. But hold on.
So many different fighting games. How many games has King been in?
What the hell you talking? That doesn't matter.
King is hold on. King is more household than the character.
No, he's not.
Moonsault, you believe that too? Oh my god! What the fuck is wrong?
What's her name? Mia Mai right now is more popular.
Hold on, King has even been in collaboration.
You can't get her name right, bro. Stop.
Y'all know that? Hold on, man. Hey, he rage bait. I'm not letting him rage bait.
He's rage bait.
The character King has been in collaboration.
To 15's point, real quick, G.
Didn't Moonsault just say everybody derailing to other games and now he derailing?
That's what I'm saying. I told you he rage bait, man. He rage bait.
Terry is a debate, and it's crazy, Ruthless Kid, cause they thought Terry was Ken with a hat.
Before.
Yo, listen to me. I watched Punk stream when they announced Terry. Punk did not know who the fuck that was.
Hey, even ChatGPT says Mai is more popular than any Tekken character.
Man,
Jesus Christ! He did not.
Y'all call it a day. He said ChatGPT, man.
No, but like we're your guys are like not looking at it like how I'm looking at it. Like when you look at King, how many different games have you seen King in?
Why does that matter?
Mai in? Like I've seen Mai in DOA, I've seen her in Street Fighter, I've seen her in Capcom versus SNK. Like she crosses barriers of games. Like you don't see that happen that much with Tekken characters. You know.
They've
Like,
agreed.
I mean, if you're talking about marketing, okay.
As much as I respect y'all, that wasn't the question.
Are you talking about popularity amongst people who aren't playing the game, or just characters in general? Because we know that she got big titties. Like, she's designed to be popular among a certain Rule 34 crowd. Like, but that don't got nothing to do. Them people might not.
Marysville got them big ass titties. Y'all complaining? Come on, man.
Oh, well, I ain't
Let's stay on topic. Stay on topic. Come on.
But what I'm saying is, like, if I was going to say there are going to be popular characters outside of Mortal Kombat and Street Fighter, King and Eddie Gordo might be the next two most popular characters, and maybe Terry now. But prior to maybe like 4 years ago, Terry wouldn't have been in that either, because they would have been like, "Who the hell's Terry? Terry Bogard? What the hell is this?"
I saw people saying, "Who the fuck is that?"
To be fair, I actually kind of do agree with Mike. If you walk up to a random person and say Tekken, they immediately gonna talk about Eddie. They'll immediately talk about Eddie. Or King and Eddie.
King is gonna be solidified.
They say, "Oh, he did
multi-throw. All the grab throws, you gotta break them all." Yeah, come on, man. Like, you talk about Street Fighter, you're not even getting to like the character you're talking about. Before Ryu, Akuma,
if you drop any of the World Warrior characters in front of any casual person, they will immediately know who every single one of them are.
Exactly, they will. But we're talking about my big titty and if I put Eddie Gordo and King in front of somebody, like, they won't even know what game she came from.
Like those are facts. Like, you can't. Folks will not know who the fuck Mai is if you go around with a picture of King and a picture of Mai. I could bet you people are going to know who King is over Mai. 100%.
She gonna look like a normal anime girl, like, and apparently she in a fighting game, man. Compared to if you put King in front of somebody, they know where that's from. They know who he is.
But real quick, back to Fenty on why Tekken is not as popular, because there's nothing going on in Tekken.
That's not my question.
Hold on.
My
Real quick, let me finish.
My question is just
why can't you retain players? Why can't you retain players? Yeah.
Well, I mean, I think there's a couple reasons why you.
Hold on, Fenty. You said it can't. Okay, my bad. You said can't retain players.
Yeah, and I checked it. We have the fact book from Namco Bandai. Tekken 8 sold 4 million copies. Street Fighter 6, 6. So how is it possible? Why does that game have 3 times the player base?
Okay, there you go.
So
So
it's only 2 million off, and I don't
so
care.
real quick. Hold on.
I'm just saying.
Let me land real quick. Let me land. So real quick. So like Street Fighter, if just me right now as an adult, but if I was younger, if I'm watching both games and I didn't play either or, watching Street Fighter League, all those leagues they got, the Team League, the Capcom Pro Cup, the rewards, and you get to create an outfit when you win, the ring stages and all that shit, you're gonna lean towards that regardless, because Tekken don't have nothing to look forward to. You know what I'm saying? Because I watch players now, even like they want to get good because they want to be a part of the Street Fighter League. You know, it's like the NBA. I want to go outside, work on my handles, and I can make it to the Street Fighter League. I've seen plenty of Street Fighter players say that. And just think about that. Just think about the widespread of it. It's probably tens of thousands of them thinking that, like, man, if I get good enough, I could be in the league. I could get on TV. I could meet Punk. Tekken don't got nothing like that. They got Stage Jam Slam over there. We don't got shit over here. So it's just the dream of
more money.
It's the dream of it's just the dream. It's the dream of man. Even though I know I'm not gonna get good, I want to be able to see what I could do if I could possibly make it to the league. And that's just me talking for myself. Like, I would want to get so good at Street Fighter, I could possibly make it to the league type of shit. So Fenty, like, I don't have to believe that too. Like, I think Street Fighter got too much going on, and it is people that's dreaming. Like damn.
What you don't see right now, and I only say this because I know a lot of people haven't seen it yet. In Street Fighter, as of Street Fighter, at the end of Street Fighter 5 and Street Fighter 6, most of your players, guess where they are? They're in Japan. Well, why are most of the Street Fighter players in Japan? Because when you walk around Tokyo on a daily basis, Tokido, Daigo, any of them fools are basically celebrities. Like, I kid you not. When Tokido has $1 million office that he literally trains in. Like, it is not impractical.
Oh my god.
Jesus Christ.
We've been there. We've been there. It's a whole floor.
Jesus Christ.
It's just my like. I have.
Why were you asking that question?
You know this, like Demarcus. Demarcus, is that?
Yeah, what's up?
Is that the name? Yeah, you know this. Like in Street Fighter 6, I kind of feel there's a little bit of the same thing going on because a lot of the veteran players, like hardcore veterans, are pretty vocal that they dislike some shit, like drive rush, button drive rush, neutral drive rush, throw loops, like Broski, IDOM. I mean they call him Complain Dom, or who else do we? Snake Eyes, Chris T, Chris G, like all of those veteran guys, they really hate that shit. But so my question is just in Tekken, the veteran audience is like very loud and they are heard. Like their voice is loud, their voice is present. But
they've always been loud and heard because there's the minority. Like Tekken is truly the minority. It's always been this way.
Yeah, but
since the beginning of time,
you don't hear them so much. You know what I mean? Like IDOM doesn't really matter. Like Chris.
You don't hear them. The only reason you don't hear them. Okay, so one.
Thank you, Fenty, for that. Thank you for saying that. That was crazy.
But you don't hear them because guess what? A lot of them have an image to uphold.
Thank you.
People who post
Jesus
on Twitter
Christ.
like Punk.
Say that again. Say it again. Say it again.
The people who post on Twitter like Punk, they got images. Like Punk is even posting less. Because guess what? They have more money to mess with. And guess what? If they say some crazy shit on Twitter, it affects them. That's why you don't hear it as much. But I'll tell you what.
They got Pokemon money. If they got Pokemon money, why would I want to mess up my
We got our best player saying don't play season 2.
Wait,
we host.
Why would they?
Hold on. I had one more point with that.
Because all the time.
Like, for the same reason, because see, here's the thing. IDOM is not competing for money. He does not care. So IDOM will say whatever he wants, but you will never see some crazy shit like Tokido saying, yo, this game is trash. He's thinking it. I guarantee you he's thinking it because I've heard him say it. Yeah, I've heard him say it. I grew up with Chris T. I grew up with Snake. Like literally, me and Chris were in the same house, right? And I'll tell you what, a lot of them say very adverse things about the game they're playing that they don't say on Twitter because guess what? If you say the wrong thing, you end up, there are repercussions. There's a reason Punk posts less. There is a reason Punk posts less.
I mean,
that you're persuaded.
They say
like,
it on Christie's podcast. They say
Tekken, all these people saying the jumps up.
The stuff Chris says on his podcast, is not what he says on a day-to-day basis. That's not even close to what the shit he be saying. It is way worse behind that camera.
It's even worse because when I listened to the episode with him and Snake Eyes, they were pretty hard shitting on the game with Chris G as well.
Oh, facts. But the thing about it is, Finn, is that okay, so let me hand you a tangible example, right? Every year, we from Hawaii have a Hawaii suite. We have it at Evo. It is a Hawaii suite. They invite a bunch of Street Fighter players and they come up there and practice. Guess how many people wanted to come up and practice this year?
Probably a lot.
None. No one wanted to play that damn game unless it was in the tournament. It just is the way it is. And it was worse in Street Fighter 5. No one wanted to touch that game unless it was in a tournament. It does not have the player retention on the high end that you think it does.
Yo, preach.
It does not think it doesn't. The only people that play Street Fighter all the time are the lower end players. And the only reason they do that, and most of the player base is in Japan, because guess what? It dies off in America very fast. And we can all tell you back in the day, we used to go to regionals and stuff, and Street Fighter used to be like, you would have like no interest for Street Fighter, but they would have all these people show up for every other game. And granted, it was still drastically less than now. But now it's an exception. Now Street Fighter 6 is an anomaly because guess what? Everybody sees this game. They've made it easier to do certain shit. They made it easier to understand, to digest. The top players may not all like it. A lot of them actually don't like it. But guess what? The lower level players like, damn, I can beat Daigo.
I'm so sorry. I apologize. Exactly Give me 1 second. 2 seconds. Yo, hold on.
Gee, I swear to God, if you laughing, I think you laughing at, I'm gonna beat the brakes off your ass.
Jack, I know what he laughing at.
Nah, I think. Gee, I swear to God. Gee, I knew it.
This nigga G is a demon.
I can't believe this nigga, bro. Why? What? That is crap. Why I know what you laughing at? And Gojo, I swear to God, and Gojo say anything,
I know what he laughing at too.
Well, what's so funny?
Look, it itch, man, bro. I know I ain't brushing nothing. I can brush it still, man. I can still brush it, motherfucker. Fuck y'all, bro. That's
I got a
crazy.
question.
This nigga brushing sand.
This nigga
I wanted to ask a follow-up question.
Y'all so wrong for this shit, bro. I'm gonna hurt y'all listen to y'all debate, and I'm
sorry. Okay.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, man.
That brush hurt on his skin right now, bro. That's very skin.
This nigga brushing skin.
It's getting rough. That shit red, raw.
No, but hold on, real quick though. That's something
His
to say though. So, to confirm. But wait, okay, hold on. But no, like he was saying though about them being celebrities and everything. I didn't even know he had like $1 million office out there, which is crazy to hear.
So
But check this out,
G6
though.
is so bad when you go to Evo Japan, the front of the room is occupied by niggas watching Tokido only. It is bad.
That's crazy. I did not know that. But hold on, let me land with this one though. You have to understand that like when you're playing, like there's different brackets when we talk about like I know money isn't everything, but I just need y'all to understand something like really quick. Like realistically in today's world, right? When we talk about like Doom in the game, you have to realize what they have, you know, on the table to lose. It's like we sitting at a, you know, it's like we sitting at a dinner table. They sitting at a cafeteria size table. Like it's really night and day when we talk about the money here and what they playing with. So if you are trying to achieve something, but you are shown consistently dooming the game and talking bad about the game, and you want to eventually be like the face of someone's company when, you know, their name is by your tag and everything, and they want to put money in your pocket to go play the game, you're not giving me any motivation to put that within your pocket. They know better, even if that were to be the case, to consistently doom that game because they don't want to play with that cafeteria-sized table money. Why would they do that is what I'm saying. If I'm putting in all that time and that's what I want to achieve, and I want to get to that point, I'm never going to do that because I want to have the opportunity of getting Pokemon money. I'm not going to play around
about
Pokemon
to stay
money.
empty.
Exactly. I have no reason to jeopardize Pokemon money. But if I'm on Tekken, I'm looking at the best players in the world not even get sponsored. I'm looking at the arguably top 3, top 2 best player in North America not get sponsored. I'm looking at some of the best. Hold on. I'm looking at some of the best players in Pakistan not even get sponsored. What is my incentive to sit here and be like, hey, I got to keep up a good image. I got to make sure that today I'm not doing this and today I got to look right. I'm pretty sure that Iron 8 clothes over there, Street Fighter. We're wearing wrinkled t-shirts over here.
Pause, real quick.
T-shirts over here.
Story time. G, story time.
Hemo shows up tournaments in suits sometimes.
Hold on, right there. Story time, real quick. So with the tournament in Arkansas, on the street, Justin One came down. G, Justin One at the time was one of the best Street Fighter players. He played Rufus in Street Fighter 4. When he came here, it was grown men arguing with who's gonna house him. One guy said, "I'll cook for you." The other guy said, "I'll wash your clothes." One guy said, "I will iron your clothes and cook for you," and he won. And me and Justin was cool. I said, "Bro,
keep in mind, this is on a public forum. But what Shin is talking about is a public forum.
No.
Ooh, let me double.
This happened in person though. This happened in person. It might have made it to the point. I was there with Justin Wong. He told me I was playing the wrong game. That's what he told me.
Let me double down.
I asked him, "How can I get that treatment?" He said, "Shit, you playing the wrong game."
Quick, Triforce standing right next to him.
Wait, but you guys, going back to Finn's question, you guys think that is why Tekken 8 has more players, or Street Fighter 6 has more players than Tekken 8?
Retained
because
players.
I was trying to follow along with this, but I don't know.
Yeah. The retained players, there's an incentive for playing that game, and like the incentive for playing that game, you're playing with a lot more, you know. I guess you're playing with a lot more money and popularity and backing behind that game than coming over here. It's kind of like over there in the suburbs. Over here,
you're playing a more popular IP.
I don't think that's true though.
No, how is it not true? How is it not true?
It wasn't
it's a game.
Moonsaw, hold on.
The casuals don't care about that,
though, right?
Hold on,
casuals don't care about that.
Hold on, Fenty, we gotta hear. Hold on, Fenty. Let me hear Moonsaw, please. You said, how is that not true? You said that you were not playing a more popular game. They're not.
No, I'm saying they are playing. I'm saying Street Fighter 6 is more. What? I'm saying Street Fighter 6 is. I'm gonna tell you, Street Fighter 6 is more popular than Tekken 8. Like it has more like players or whatever, right? But it's not because of like Daigo being famous.
That is exactly why.
Casuals.
It's not.
Yes, it is.
LeBron. He's LeBron. What do you mean? How is it not? How is it not the reason why if he's LeBron over there?
When someone says,
maybe I need to go to Japan to
when
see
someone
it for myself, but
says
it don't make
who
sense.
is on the Mount Rushmore of the FGC, they will never mention a Tekken player.
Will a casual player even talk about the FGC?
Yes.
Yeah.
Hold on. If you're talking about Daigo, people know Daigo who ain't even in FGC.
People who haven't even ever known what the FGC is, if you say Evo Moment 37, they will know exactly what you're talking about.
Look, I know who Daigo was, and I didn't even play a fighting game ever yet in my life.
But here's the thing, though. Does Tekken have an Evo moment like that? Like Daigo?
Hell no.
Look, low margin is low margin.
But why?
Low margin is probably the most popular thing that we know. Low margin. That's it.
Yeah, Lil Margin bringing it back on JCR when JCR was
that was Tekken's moment for sure. That was definitely
I want to hear what
JCR was a tyrant
What
at the
were you
time.
gonna
Like,
say,
he was
Finn?
a tyrant.
But you gotta realize
see what you.
That came when everything was technologically good. Back when that Evo moment happened, somebody recorded off their phone. Streams wasn't even a thing.
People saw it before YouTube even blew up. That's the crazy part. It had already gained traction before YouTube was a actual, truly functional program. That's the insane part.
Moments like that
Literally.
since that. They've been trying to recreate moments like that since that. Since that game, you can see it in every game. They've been trying to recreate moments like that.
You can go back to like the early 2000s, right? Look at how many collabs between Street Fighter and anything else happened then in comparison to Tekken, and tell me that's not Pokemon adjacent, like G6.
But can I ask you? I want to ask you something to that, because I agree with everything you like. I agree with it, but for what? How can you say okay for Street Fighter 6 that is the reason? But how is it possible that all that didn't help Street Fighter 5 that much?
Exactly.
Because Street Fighter, it didn't help Street. No, it did.
Console exclusive.
You know what's crazy about that?
Player base. That's hard.
No, it wasn't console exclusive. It wasn't console exclusive.
For PlayStation and
Shin was around here.
Get into it.
Well, no, everyone was around back then. It did. Street Fighter 5 when it came out was huge. The problem is that the game was basically unplayable. The game was terrible. It was horrific. It was so bad
on the game.
But that's my point.
It was so the game was so negatively negatively reviewed that I'm gonna convey to you something that killed the game off rip. You could forward dash and you couldn't see it.
Yeah, I know the 8-frame input delay. Chun-Li was completely busted. Armika was completely busted.
There was no whiff punishing. There was nothing.
There was no
the
whiff
game
punishing.
single-handedly killed. So your locals that you would have been that you would have been famous today, such as Wednesday Night Fights, they dropped support when Street Fighter 5 came out because guess what? Everyone stopped showing up.
But exactly, it
didn't help.
I'm just saying, like, I completely agree. Like the gameplay was so bad, and on top of it, no single player content. The shit didn't even have an arcade mode when it came out. Super bad. So I'm just saying there is a point. You would all agree there is a point at which point your game is so bad that even the Pokemon status doesn't help, right? There is that point. It doesn't prove anything. I'm just saying we all agree, right? There is a point where a game is that bad that even that doesn't help, right? The Pokemon status.
I'm with the asterisk.
No, it does. No,
it does because I'm about to hit you with the asterisk that the game died, and guess what people said when they quit the game? They said, "Hey, I'll come back on the next game." That's where I'll stop talking. You can go ahead, G6. I'm sorry.
Pretty much. No, honestly, that's literally what I was about to say. It doesn't matter how bad Street Fighter 5 could have been. The Pokemon status of that game is going to retain players no matter what because of the fact that it is what? It is literally their base. It's like that's their ground, right? That's what they're standing on. It's like their cement. When they walk outside, they're standing on Street Fighter. That's what they're walking on there. Whenever you relate to anything, for them, fighting game related, household names, their grandpa and ancestors playing this game for years on, like, that's what they're standing on before they think about anything more prevalent to what's happening today.
I completely agree. But do we also both agree that even though all of that is the case and the people came back, that in total, Tekken 7 sold more copies, significantly more than Street Fighter 5. And for some reason, our guys, I don't know, like, I'm not saying they don't show up, but it's like this retention mystery. I agree with everything
Well, Finn,
I'm not against I'm not against anything you said. I'm not against any. I don't disagree with anything. I'm just, for me, it's a bit weird, and not a bit weird. It's like when I play Street Fighter 6 and I play the old ones, when I play Street Fighter 4 comparison to that, the game is. Would you agree that because they made the game so easy in comparison to Street Fighter 4, where like you have in Street Fighter 4 you had no input buffer.
Put it back
in
up
this
there.
game you have obviously since 5 you have huge input buffer and throw loops and drive rush. Centralize the game around so easy to do mechanics. I can teach my mom that. Like, does that also have something to do with it, that the game is that easy to get into?
But that was my initial point, Finn. The game at a root level has always been more popular than any of the other fighting games, such as like Blaze Blue or Guilty Gear or anything, because it's easier. Even Street Fighter 4, this was the case. Shin's heard it. Neo has heard it. The game, to play the game, was simpler. It's not necessarily to say that the game had a low skill ceiling. That's not what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I'm saying for the average person to pick up any of those games, it's very easy to say in Street Fighter, hey, when they jump, anti-air. Hey, when they throw a fireball, block or parry. Hey, when they whiff a button, sweep, right? But if you're playing Tekken, guess what? You got to say, man, that shit's minus 12, minus 13. You got to know that that string is a 3-frame fuzzy guard. That move sidesteps to the right, far away, but not up close. Like, it's shit like that. Like, even this conundrum has even played Blaze Blue. Blaze Blue came out in 2010. Shen can probably tell you that game, in comparison to Guilty Gear, people were flaming that game for being too easy, right? But guess what Street Fighter players tried to do? Go play it, and guess what they said? Game's too hard.
Yeah, game is too hard. You mean Calamity
hard.
Trigger, yeah? The first version, yeah?
Yeah, and they were like, the game is too hard, so they went back to Street Fighter 4. As a Street Fighter 4 player, I did the same thing.
That was the
Okay,
worst
so
time to be alive,
basically-
man. The Book of Eli days.
So basically, Street Fighter is just is the toast, right? Everyone likes toast, right? Street Fighter is toast.
Well, I would say this: we skipping over something that was just pretty blatant, like the fact that Japan is where the major focus of their player base is. Even Moonsault should know this because he talks about it all the time. Like, when it's the rest of the time, when Japan is asleep, they got the same player base we got. They got a little bit higher player base than us, but it's not really that much different when you go to EU.
You wanna know what's crazy, Mike?
When you
back
go to
in the
Japan,
day, in Japan, back in Japan, Street Fighter wasn't even the more popular game back in the day. It was Guilty Gear.
Yes. Yeah. Oh, you know your shit, bro. You know your shit.
It was
That's
Guilty
crazy.
Gear. Guilty Gear single-handedly ran arcades. There was multiple arcades. There was Sega Station Okinawa. Guess what game they played? They ain't play Street Fighter. They played Guilty Gear.
Yeah,
And there
Daigo was a Guilty
multiple
Gear player.
arcades. And
I
Daigo
found
did
out
go
about
to a
Daigo.
Guilty Gear player.
I found about Daigo won tournaments. I found out about
He was the nuttiest
Daigo.
soul player in history.
And this is where I got my soul play from.
That's too much history.
But guess
for me,
what?
I ain't gonna lie to you.
Yeah, that's too much
guess what?
history. Too much history.
He
Too much
qualified
history.
for SBO twice.
didn't know
He qualified for SBO twice in Guilty Gear.
Mm-hmm.
The thing about it is that
guess what?
Street Fighter wasn't even a more popular game. People got Guilty Gear and they were like, this is cool. But guess what kept Street Fighter going? As more Street Fighter games came out outside of Third Strike, because that's not a Street Fighter game. Outside of Third Strike, every other Street Fighter game, it's so easy. I mean, it's so easy to explain to somebody new that guess what they can do that they cannot do in Tekken necessarily. They can quantify improvement. Hey, my anti-airs are this much this game. Oh, I'm not anti-airing. I can't do like shit. Hey, I'm getting grabbed way too much. I'm in the corner. But guess what? In Tekken, you're like, man, I didn't know that shit was punishable. I didn't know that. Like if there's a matchup, if there's a knowledge discrepancy, you just get gapped. And that's what's held games like Blaze Blue back, all of these games, because guess what? In Street Fighter, it's like it's very easy to understand what's happening outside of a couple nuanced situations.
Pretty much.
So, and that brings me to my ultimate question, and then I'm like, sorry, I'm done with this topic, or I'm done with this topic, because you obviously played both, the same as me, because I got really tired of all Tekken haters pointing at Street Fighter 6 as the comparison. Oh, this game does so well. I'm like, bro, they are so fundamentally different. Because would you say that how Tekken is structured as a fighting game, same with like maybe other fighting games with like Guilty Gear, super weird, or like with Strife it's a bit different, but that it's kind of I'm not saying impossible, but that it is naturally very, very hard for a game like Tekken to become that popular simply because it's just a mad difficult fighting game?
The thing is, Tekken is popular. The problem is that guess what? It's settled how every other fighting game has settled, and because it is settled that way, everyone's just loud for no reason.
Thank you. Oh my God, he said that good.
This life cycle of the game is normal for every single game. At the end of T7, no one was playing T7. No one.
Well, I mean, we have the numbers on Steam. They seem pretty stable until Tekken comes.
But in comparison,
stably low.
Stably low.
No, wait. They are at almost the same. Look at the peak.
But when you go to a local,
on Steam right now on the screen.
Sure, Finn. But what you're counting is that number you see on Steam is also that random 10-year-old that booted it up and went into versus mode or went into fucking story mode.
Yeah, but
right?
That's crazy.
But does that quantify player retention?
Well, that is the same for every other fighting game. Every other fighting game, it's the same. So
yeah, facts. But that's what I'm saying. But can we really quantify that is the player retention?
Like it's weird that you guys are looking at online numbers for these games. Like when you say that Tekken 7 was like kind of dead at the end. Like you got to keep in mind that like Tekken 7 people were still going offline. And like a lot of people was playing offline. Like you didn't see me online in Tekken 7 because like I was offline playing with my community. So like the thing is Tekken 8 is
Wood was playing Tekken 7. That was the craziest shit.
Yeah, like Wood was playing Tekken 7. Like the thing is like people was playing these games offline a whole lot more than they was playing online. And Tekken 8 was a huge shift to online because we had everybody got more used to playing online because of the whole COVID issue. And like that's where you saw like the numbers spring up a whole lot more. Like nobody could actually go out and play with each other because like everybody was on that COVID stuff. So like to like compare like the online numbers of playing and stuff between Tekken 7 and Tekken 8 is like kind of disingenuous because the main community that was playing like the game a lot was all playing offline. Like so for us to compare numbers from then to now like is like not the same. So like if we had less numbers like playing online now in Tekken 7, like you gotta keep in mind like how many people was playing offline as well. You know?
I mean maybe I'm not saying you're wrong, it's just a bit of a different perspective here in Europe, because in Europe most killers they all play online. All the German players who were actually good in Tekken 7, they all played online ever, because we don't have the local culture like you have over there. But that doesn't say that. I'm not saying you're not right about it.
After the pandemic had happened, Harada was doing an interview where he was talking about how the pandemic killed like basically all the arcades in Japan for Tekken. And he was like, that's why he said he made Tekken 8 kind of have this arcade feel, because arcades like basically died because of the pandemic.
The arcades were dead before that.
Well, I'm just talking about in Japan. Like that's what
I mean, I'm talking about even in Japan too. They call that shit the retirement home. The fighting game floor, that shit was called the retirement home.
Well, that's just what Harada said. Like,
yeah, but you just go by what they had, right? Tekken 7 was always a version behind an arcade, so no one was gonna go play that shit anyway.
Mm-hmm. Didn't they?
True, I guess. Yeah.
Didn't they update it? Wasn't it?
No, when season 3 came. When season 3 came out, the arcade port was so far behind that they had to run Master Cup on Tekken on the previous season.
That's true. Yeah, I remember.
All right, y'all. We're gonna shift it for the last topic. I know people getting tired. Can season 3 save Tekken 8, and who is responsible?
We gotta maneuver with the never mind.
I can do it. I can give my take really quick. I don't think the game even needs saving. I just think the game could be better. Could be way better, and not with significant, work effort. That's what I think.
Yeah, I think it can be saved. I think what it is going to take to be saved is something. I think you said a long time ago, Shin, or maybe last time. It might take the right person to say it's good, for people to jump alongside it. The same way it took the right person to say it was bad for people to feel, what's the word I want to say, justified in their feelings, right? I think that is going to be a major portion of it. I think when it comes to the gameplay itself, the people who don't understand how to play the game now, you can make all the changes in the world that are going to be things that actually change how the game is played, and them people still not going to do. They're not going to do nothing with it, right? It's just like what they've done the changes already in the game.
Yep,
People still complain about the same stuff. Like
I'm afraid of
it
that.
change.
I'm afraid of that, Mike.
So-
I'm afraid when season 3 drop, the same people who've been yelling are gonna be yelling that, hey, this shit still sucks. Ain't nothing changed. Oh my god.
Yes, they will.
I think if enough of the right people, like if they make the right changes, and enough of the right people praise those changes, I think that it could have a good effect on the community. But as far as like just making the changes and nobody, comes back and erases, quote unquote, erases that bad bad Yelp review, and they just like, oh, okay, the changes are better now, but nobody don't say nothing about it. I don't think people's opinions will really change all that much, because I think most of the people who have something to say about the game don't know nothing about the game and just be saying what other people are saying, in my opinion.
Happens all the time.
In my opinion, I think the game doesn't. I think it's fine as is. You go. I mean, not as is. There's a good product, but the problem is that the public opinion is so loud that there are a few things that are just egregious and unreasonable. That in the end, even if you fix it, it only takes that one Twitter post. It's not going to matter. Like they could push a season 3 unless they do a season 2, like the beginning of season 2 all over again. Then it should be fine. It doesn't. I think it's just as stable as it is. But the problem is the Twitter rhetoric. Like,
oh my goodness! Like there was less praise about them fixing something in season 2. Like, and this is why I say, like, people are more vocal about hate than they are about positive things. It's literally it's generalized for everybody. I feel like if you're enjoying something about the game, you're less likely to go on about and really just tweet out the fact or make a video about the fact of just appreciating something. More people want to have something to talk about. So if there is a problem that they are facing, they're going to get on whatever content platform or social media and then make that post about what they're, that's bothering them, just for the topic of conversation. And with season 2 being the biggest topic of conversation, you had them, clearly having things that was wrong, right? They fixed it, and more people was literally more aggressive about like, oh yeah, even though you fixed it, it's still a problem. I don't care that you fixed it. You already did this and this problem, I'm gonna hate you forever type thing. It's like, the damage was already done to those people, so them fixing a problem, that didn't matter to those people. It was just the fact that it was a problem in the first place, and they're like, oh yeah, I can't, trust you anymore, or you know what, you already made the problem, and just because you fixed it, I don't care. The game's still gonna be bad, but I'm still gonna play it. It's like they just wanted something to complain about, and that's always going to be a thing. So if season 3 drops, and they take every Twitter post and match it next to whatever they fixed, it wouldn't matter. There's still going to be someone who is going to sit there and be like, hey, you know what? It was still a problem anyway, so that's why I don't like it, and this game is horrible because why did they do this, and why did they listen to this person even though they were the one that liked their Twitter comment? You will literally have people.
Would that be the majority of the people who dislike the game, or would that just be a small number of the people who dislike the game?
That will be the majority of people who dislike the game, because the majority is the crowd that's following. The people who are sitting here like, here's one thing, so I'm pretty sure you have a reason about things that you probably dislike about the game, right? So does Mike Hollow. So does, even I do, right? As we'll sit there and articulate those things, what they're grasping and running towards is those people who made a vocalized statement about it. They get the likes, they get the views, they get the, the repost and everything like that, and they're running with that. Even though you probably don't want them to, but they're running with that, and they're applying that to every instance when it comes to anything in relation to hating or disliking the game. That's what they're using as fuel. That's like the gas to the car for them.
So are you saying that basically like Tekken 8 is screwed? Like it doesn't really matter if season 3 is good or bad.
No.
People will just hate it regardless.
I'm not saying it's screwed. I'm saying it's the people who are making those viral posts, right? They are the people who are responsible. Like I saw somebody in the chat say like the people on the voice chat are responsible, right? It's the people who originally made a vocalized issue about the game. They have to go out and say something, but they're probably not going to do that for the reason that I said before. If you're sitting there and you're enjoying something, you're not going to have complaints, but you're also not going to vocalize your appreciation. Unfortunately, we don't have people who are like that.
So,
hold on, let me learn.
Okay.
So those people, right? Like even like me, and we'll even say Arslan, I highly doubt that they will apply the same energy that they did for something they dislike to something that they appreciate about the game that gave him a sponsor, a roof over his head, money in his pocket, and an opportunity to become a better person in life. I highly doubt that he will make that statement as strongly. Hold on. I highly doubt he will apply the same energy in that statement of appreciation for this franchise when they do something good compared to when they do something bad. That's kind of my point, because we haven't seen it yet. It's factually true. We have not seen that yet.
Wait, G, you finna give me two hands.
But do you guys, does everyone believe that? Does everyone believe that if season 3 is great, Arslan and Nee won't like celebrate it that much? They just will probably put out one tweet and that's it. Everyone believes that.
The thing is, when season 3 comes out,
the energy for that. That's my bad, Mark. Let me land with this one real quick.
Oh no, you
But I want to see if everyone else agrees with that. I want to see if if everyone, who else is in the call, I want to see if everyone else thinks that they won't celebrate it the same way.
The thing is that as soon as Arslan loses, he's tweeting like Punk. Like it does not matter how much he likes the game. His complaints are different. Like when he loses, it's Saltville usually, and as soon as that happens, then it gets regurgitated. It just trickles downwards. You know, it does not matter.
Like look,
what about what about Gojo? Does Gojo believe that?
Wait. I'm sorry, I missed that. I ain't gonna hold you.
Do you believe that if season 3 is good, you think that Arslan and Nee won't celebrate it as much as they were Doom in season 2?
Not as much.
No.
Say like, oh, this is better. Like, oh, I like this. This is better. But they're not going to say, hey, man, you should probably stop doing what you're doing.
No, they're not going to promote the game.
Have fun and come over here and play Tekken 8. It's a great game. In the same way that he said, hey, don't be goddamn playing Tekken 8. Go out here and run an obstacle course. Like, I don't think that they would. I think that's what G6.
Wait. Mike, I don't mean to cut you off, but I watched Arslan at stream today. He struggles against Brian, by the way.
He streams every day.
His stream today, the title was Brian is Carry. That was his stream title today.
Good shit. How you doing, baby?
I mean, he ain't lying.
There you go.
I think
so he's not going to promote the game.
Yeah,
he's not going to promote the game.
Nah, I just wanted to ask. I just wanted to see if like everyone felt that.
Yeah. Well, I think
I kind of don't agree with that, because I think that the reason why they don't like the game is because of the way the state is. If they actually fix the things that you hear all the time, like about people complaining about, like, you know, the tracking moves and like stuff and like all of that stuff, I'm pretty sure like the whole shift would be positive. Like the reason why people are not liking the game is because of like everybody is saying the same things. So like if they actually address those things, like people would actually like the game. Because like everybody says that like Tekken 8 is like a diamond in the rough. Like there's so many issues that like overshadow like the good aspects of the game. Like if they actually fixed it, like we would have like a whole different community of like how people would like perceive the game. You know,
the problem is that the problem is NeoX. That wasn't his question. His question was if the game is good, will Arslan say it?
I think y'all failed to see what's going on.
I think he would say it. He would say it because he was like when he was trying to play the game when it first came out, he was saying, I'm not feeling it, but like I'm gonna keep trying.
Because like,
read the room sometimes, y'all.
Arslan's biggest complaint is Brian Fury, right? So if they kill Brian in season 3, you guys don't think he's going to be running on obstacle courses talking about Brian Fury's daddy? You don't think he's going to celebrate?
No,
like that?
He's not. That's the point. Like, okay, hold on, y'all. You're gonna understand.
I'm just asking.
Oh no, you're fine, Musa. I'm gonna help them kind of like really understand what you're trying to ask. So I feel like some people are not understanding. So what he's basically asking is, if how they're talking bad about the game right now, let's say that they took everything that they thought was bad about the game and they fixed every single thing. Do you think, in your honest opinion, we all human now, that every bit and piece of energy that they use for dooming this game, for everything they didn't like, that they're going to go on Twitter and they're going to spend all of that energy talking positive about that game? Do you truly believe that they will do that?
They're not gonna be.
Oh, no.
Here's what it is. Here's what's gonna happen. They're gonna say, yes, they fixed the game. This game is great now. And then they're gonna start playing the game and focusing on getting better at the game. They're not gonna be like saying, oh, we need this to be fixed. We need this to be fixed. They're gonna be too busy playing the game. That's the whole thing about, like, when I talk about Tekken 7, like when you were saying, like, where was all this outrage in Tekken 7 and stuff? People will say, okay, I don't like Akuma, but the game was actually good. So like they were like, man, I don't like this game, but then they would go off and play like first to death sets. You know what I'm saying? Like they'll be too busy playing the game than sitting around complaining.
That now,
like, if you don't like the game, like you're not gonna play it as much, and all you're gonna want to do is talk about what you don't like about the game. If the game is good, they're gonna be too busy playing the game.
I wish that was true.
Neo so lost, boy.
We have people constantly say that this junk is trash, and you look up and them motherfuckers are always playing the game. Always. And they're not going to no tournaments. Like, they're not doing it because it's their job. These motherfuckers are playing the game and constantly complaining about the game. I don't, and the reason to answer Moonsault's question, like I said, think back to Tekken 7. I don't remember ever hearing them say something that was good about the game.
No.
G6's point, people just naturally are inclined to talk about what they don't like. People are drawn to negativity. Yes, that's where you get a positive channel about anything, really, and unless there is going to be a small group of folks, or it's going to be like, if it's geared to kids, maybe that's a little different, but like typically, if you got something that's positive versus something that's negative, you ain't going to have as much attention to the positive stuff, because people are either going to be like, oh, you know, it's cool to see that, it's good to see it, even on the news, it's good, it's heartwarming, but it's not entertaining, it doesn't draw me in. That same thing applies to Tekken and the internet, and more so Twitter. Like, them people not going to get on here every day. Let's say that they've made a complaint at least 10 times in last year. I don't see them making 10 phrases in a year about the balance being good because they dropped a good patch at beginning of the year. Folks are still complaining about stuff from season 1. Mike had on there, I think this other day, he talked about things that people, the reason Tekken 8 has so much hate. They still talking about the shop. Like, hey man, listen, the shop. Problem that happened early in Tekken, and it's not to say it didn't add to the hatred, but I'm just saying, like, people are still at this point complaining about the shop being
the shop.
I mean, but that's fine though, right? Like, it's something I'm not saying that it's something wrong with them having an issue with it. My thing is, like, you complain about that. That's never going to change. They're not going to take the shop out. Like,
the shop.
How you feel about that? Yes.
You know, like,
hey,
look,
real quick. Hold on, real quick. Hey, I'm gonna bounce out, everyone. Thanks for letting me yap.
Always, baby. Yeah, for the end in the second soon, man. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Thank you, everyone.
Sorry,
okay, bye.
It's a lot of learning going along too, man. Yo, I like that we do this because people are learning, and I love it. We learned that Neo XR.
What? Sorry, and Moonsault. Sorry.
Nah, Moonsault not sorry. Moonsault is learning. I could feel that he don't know stuff, and we teaching him, and he's taking it. Yeah, Moonsault is learning stuff. Neo X is old school, and sorry, that's a problem. We're gonna fix you.
I'm not sorry about a long shot. Don't get it twisted. You know, I just don't like the game. All right, like, if I don't like the game, I just ain't gonna play it. But that don't mean I'm not.
But you do play it.
That don't mean I'm good at the game. I'm sick. You know what I'm saying? I just don't like playing this shit. You know what I'm saying?
I'll fuck with you, but you sorry.
What?
I know.
It's all good. Just chill out.
Yeah.
We also gotta remember that Neo X
believe-
is old, is fucking ancient. So he gonna hate everything.
You can believe what you want, Gojo.
Why can't I
but
say
just
Neo?
know,
Why can't I say
just
you
know
sorry,
that, like,
Neo?
if I played you in a long set, I would beat you.
Oh,
because you gonna fall asleep, old ass nigga.
Can I?
You can say what you want.
Yeah,
but
man. Roast that nigga Neo, man. If I gotta get called the worst player and everybody
Yo, I love you though. Yo, Random Man, I'm so sorry for that. But that was perfect. Random Man, that was perfect. That was perfect.
Talk about a long set. Nigga,
That was a perfect introduction because you were trying to talk for the longest, Random Man, and that was the perfect time to introduce you.
I can't hear shit he's saying right now.
I'm gonna bring my
Yo,
check and I'm
Mike
gonna
cutting
fuck
out
you up,
shit.
Shin.
I bet.
Oh my god.
Like, I'm not
Whole
as
check and I'm gonna fuck you up, nigga. You gonna start at 10?
There's two different things, okay? Me not liking the game and me being bad at the game are two different things, okay?
We could end it with a B set between you and Gojo if you want that.
Oh my god, damn. Look, it's up to y'all.
He about to get us to send it.
I want to say one final thing to the thing. To
Go ahead,
the thing.
Vinci. Yo, thank you for the raid, Musa.
Because DeMarcus probably knows that this happened in Street Fighter 5. I think this is also going to happen in Tekken 8. It doesn't, I think, really matter. Like, I think you're right. They probably I think they are gonna fix some shit. They're gonna tone down some shit. They are gonna do that, I think. First of all, the whole Arslan thing. He already started out saying like, I don't really vibe with this game, and then obviously Namco Bandai did Season 2 launch, and I think no one here in this call is gonna say that Season 2 launch was not fucked up. Like, it was so fucked up that they had to drop an emergency patch. So they didn't. No one forced Namco to do that, right? But I think what's gonna happen is the Street Fighter 5 stuff, where even towards the end of Street Fighter 5. People were still complaining about throw loops on Twitter, where it's like, motherfucker, you probably didn't play the game in the last 4 years. Throw loops are no longer in the game. And I think that is what's going to happen in Tekken 8. That people,
hell yeah.
Meme, right? The casino meme will never die. Like, people, even at the end of Tekken 8, it doesn't matter how good the game is, will do the casino meme, same as they did in Street Fighter 5, where motherfuckers who didn't even play the game after launch said, I hate throw loops. It's like, throw loops are no longer in the game. What are you talking about? I think that will happen.
No, it will happen. It will.
Yeah, every game.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't think that Season 3 is gonna change. Is gonna save Tekken 8 because the damage has already been done. Like, there's too much bad will between the devs and the community.
Tekken 7 Season 1, Season 2 was doomed. What we talking about? Tekken 7 was doomed. Remember?
Well,
dude,
let me
Tekken 7. No, Tekken 7 Season 1.
They made Hell. When they made Hell Sweep track, everybody was like, this game is dying.
Season 3 is when Tekken 7 started to fall off. But like, you guys are acting like the first two seasons it wasn't lit. Like, that's when like the whole Arslan Ash knee thing started happening. Like
no, it did not. What the hell wrong with you? Season 1 and 2 was not Arslan Ash.
Yeah, Season 1 and 2 wasn't Arslan.
Yo, Neil,
Season 2.
Go take a cold shower.
Well, to his defense, Season 2, the Evo Japan was at the end of there was still Season 2 patch. TBH. Yeah.
No, but I'm saying the entirety of that shit. Folks got tired of it. Down one geese. Remember down one geese?
Yeah.
Bro, okay,
down to
Akuma?
Down to Akuma? What are we talking about?
Bro, Moonsault doesn't even know what you mean when you say down one geese.
Yeah, I know. But Neo X do.
Really does.
No, I do.
Neo X does. He played 4 Wood. He was getting down 2 by Akuma and he was playing geese on Friday night.
I got, hold on.
Let me give you one last statement to Shinley and G6, because you're also right about the fact that motherfuckers always be complaining, but then people know that I don't like a lot of. It's not that I don't like the game. I don't like certain aspects about the game, right? But people know that. And I'd made a vote like, okay, guys, what do you want to play? What shall we play on stream? And I put like Tekken 6, then the GOAT, Dark Resurrection, and Tekken 8. You know what those motherfuckers made me play? Tekken 8. So that goes to your point. Like, motherfuckers are also like not actually. A lot of people say we want Tekken 6, we want Tekken 7, but then when I invite them even to play and say, okay, we do a stream, what do you want to play? They want to make me play fucking Tekken 8. So yeah, like there's also a bit to that hypocrisy or like fake. I don't know how you call it when people say, "Oh, we want this like the good old Tekken 5 DR." I'm like, motherfucker, and then you show them the people. You show them some shit. I'm like, okay, look, this is Lee, right? If back 4 hits you in that game, that's a full combo if you're crouching, right? And they're like, oh, really? Like, it's also a bit bullshit. Yeah, this Heihachi.
For a direct example, Finn, of something of like an example of that is Kazumi's entire reputation carried on for all of Tekken 7 because
Bro, I
of
felt your
1.
throat when you said that shit.
Yeah, you're right.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, what the fuck?
Oh,
That was crazy.
Oh,
That was wild, bro. Yeah, that was crazy.
Y'all didn't hear that? Like what he
Yeah,
said.
me stuttering, goddammit. Fuck you, shit.
I'm sorry.
You making fun of a nigga with a speech impediment? That's crazy.
No, I'm not.
Cancel this motherfucker.
Yo, I stutter too, motherfucker. Y'all hear me stutter on this motherfucker all the damn time.
You sound like fucking Gojo right now.
I got the worst stutter. I got the Brandon Mac stutter. I got the.
But yeah, Finn, Kazumi's entire reputation was destroyed all of Tekken 7 because of Season 1. And people regurgitated it even though she was nerfed to hell.
I can hear your
That
throat,
is true.
Kenfo.
By the way,
Oh, come back, Ken.
because you were probably around, did that also happen in Street Fighter 4 with, was it Jan, Lunch Punch? Like, they had a problem getting in, right? The young players had a problem getting in.
Well, no, he was a special case because they nerfed him and then made it more fucked up. Shinblade was around that time. NeoX was also there too. They nerfed Yun and then made him worse. So it wasn't...
Okay.
Yeah, that's a special case. But if you look at, like, for instance, C Viper, right?
Yeah.
They kept the narrative for Viper all through Street Fighter 4, but the worst version of her was vanilla, and they still regurgitated it.
Huh.
So it happens in every game. People will only remember what they think was the worst or the shit that they complained about. It'll always be the loudest.
It's my turn. Okay, my turn. Okay. Enough.
Let us speak.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, it's my 5 minutes. Okay.
Go ahead.
Hold up, Queen.
Who said hold up? No.
No.
No, I said cut up. I said cut up, Queen.
Cut up.
Oh, I thought you said hold up. My bad. First off, even though I don't play this game anymore,
Why
I would
is that?
say, because I got kids now. I can't play this game.
Because they said season 2 sucked. You never came back.
And I got kids too. That's not an excuse.
Nah, you don't got twins.
You hear me?
And I damn sure ain't got kids. I just lied. I'm sorry.
Okay. But I would just say, y'all have this conversation every other business day. Y'all just got to get over this. Do y'all like the game or do y'all not? If y'all don't, y'all need to just move on. If y'all like Tekken 7, then go play Tekken 7. I just think y'all are dragging this. Like, the game is fine for what I see. Y'all just, what do y'all want? What are y'all asking for?
They want a burst system.
They want
a burst system. They want you to they want to be get combo and do like a Killer Instinct combo breaker or some shit. Ain't that right, NeoX?
No.
Mm-hmm.
I've said what I wanted. Like most.
He played Marvel shit, and I go get him to say that.
You say this game sucks and ain't no saving it, Neo.
And honestly, I think y'all are really spoiled in this community because look at the Call of Duty community. They be asking for shit and they be like, fuck them. They don't get nothing. So y'all are really
oh my God, we never do. Hey, I'm talking about that.
So y'all getting a lot from what I've been seeing.
We getting a lot. Goddamn. We are getting a lot in Tekken 8.
I mean, to be fair, y'all supposed to be playing Call of Duty, and every year y'all get a game.
I mean, but that's the problem, right? Aston Ash would say, yeah, we get maybe a little bit too much.
Ask for a game every year, though. We can ask for that. There was a petition for that, actually, in the Call of Duty community. I was a part of it. I ain't gonna lie to you. They was giving us a game every year. We did not ask for that. We said we'd be okay with the same game for more than 2 years as long as they listened to ours with the patch notes. We literally said that. My bad.
I mean, it is tragic, though, because she's right, yeah? If you look at what Season 2 did to Tekken 8, I looked at the changes was like 1,500 individual changes. That is more than ever was done in like a DR or BR version. It's way more what they did. So they did so much, and it honestly makes, I'm not saying this as cap, it really makes me sad that, in my opinion, rightfully, but still it makes me actually sad that the backlash to that was so high, because what they did as a free update to a game, to a fighting game, is significant. Street Fighter 6 didn't have anything like that. The game is not the same parry change, drivers, but you know, DeMarcus, you know this, right? Street Fighter 6 didn't have something like this in its lifetime, like a patch like that.
Pause a bit.
So that's makes me sad.
That's on fancy.
Well, Street Fighter 6 did have it did add extra mechanics to the system, but it didn't have 1,000 changes. But it's not the same game. There's not as many moves to go over and all of that stuff as Tekken, you know. So,
yeah, and they gave some characters 5 more moves.
Yeah, but you still getting throw loop.
You're still getting
so fancy, I explained in one of my videos, this the first Tekken game they touched everybody. Because back in the day we had friends, a new patch come out, new season, and they characters didn't get touched. They'd be so sad.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying. So I do applaud what they did. Like you said, at the beginning of it with the bugs, it's normal too, but to fix that, let's get a better fucking team to try out your game. That shit would never put be in a game. How the fuck you guys didn't know that jack shit was cheap? You know what I'm saying? How y'all thought that was okay? So that really fucked up.
It's true, but on the other hand, when they did, as a free update, what they did, where you get 4, some characters got 4 or actually for real 5 new moves. You're wow, for free I get this. On paper, it's crazy, right? On paper, it's wow, what developer does this? This is something you should be thankful for, right?
And you also have to understand that that's not a free update for some people. For some people who travel and play the game, who are going to scream on Twitter like Arslan. That's not a free update.
Yeah,
for them.
exactly. For them, it's and this is the perspective, right? It's so unfortunate how I don't know what some of the changes were at the end, right? Let's be real, last fucking they nerfed it, but +7 or what was it +7 on block running 1 into silent entry, was it?
Yes.
That's fucked up. They changed it, thank God, but. That's what is the unfortunate part. The unfortunate part is it was a gift, right? It was a huge gift and crazy nice on paper. But it's the fact that it was received so negatively, I think rightfully so. But it's just tragic. It's tragic, right? That's the right word. It's a tragedy. It's a tragedy.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that they did all those changes. But the thing is, they didn't fix the things that everybody was complaining about. That's the main issue.
Yes, they did.
My issue is that they did fix a lot of things people complained about.
What the hell are y'all keep saying?
He in season 1 was so insane. I
won over $5,000, DeMarcus. I'm pretty sure that you watched me do it too, did you? After using the stream, I was killing people because you couldn't. No one could do shit.
It's one heat engage and the other person actually could not play. You heat engage, you're plus 17. While running 2 with Steve is a true block string. It's a true block string, pretty much.
You're missing a crucial detail. They didn't adjust this with the season 2 patch. That was the emergency patch. The free weeks.
That was the season 2 patch.
That was the season 2. No, that was on patch notes. That was on patch
notes.
I went over the patch notes. I went over the patch notes. Hold on.
Hold on 1 second. Hold on, JC. When season 2 hit, the flag change was that heat engage was plus 9 and you could crouch. That was literally the highlight.
No, that was in the check it. Believe it, you can check it. Just check it.
I got you. Hold on.
Weibo Wiki has the patch notes. That was in the emergency patch.
No. The emergency patch. The emergency patch was to fix the bugs. I remember because I was in Japan. We were actually preparing for Evo Japan at the same time that was happening because Kagemaru sitting right next to me was like, I would hate to play this shit at Evo. Season 2, the actual flagship change was sidestep buffer and plus 9 heat engage. In vanilla season 1, they was such a you could literally heat engage and you could win the game.
I know. But I'm just saying
on chip damage alone.
That was not the initial season 2 patch. They put this in later in the emergency patch.
It came out with Anna though. That's how I know. It literally came out with Anna, which was season 3 or season 2.
Yeah, I think you're mistaken, fan.
No, bro. Okay, Waifu Wiki patches Tekken 8. You can all check it. If you want to put money on it, we do it now.
Oh shit! Put it. What
date did Anna come out? What date did Anna come out?
Hold on. You got the links in the link.
I bet she's right here. I bet. I got you right here.
Well, I don't want to take your money because I know I'm right. Like, don't. You can check it. Just check it. I'm not lying. Like, just check it. Patch 2.0001, Anna added to the game. Next patch, that is the emergency patch, patch 2.0002. Increased maximum health, 180 to 200. Changed heat engager, frame advantage from plus 17 to plus 9 on it. And that were the 3 weeks or 4 weeks of hell, where season 2 was in its full power.
No, that can't be right.
Check it.
That's the only reason I know that's not right is because they have it in the preview.
No. I see it. It said, I think, was we not going into like a 2.0, but we were still like in season 1 type shit with like updates going on?
Yeah, we were, and then Murray did the Tekken talk, and that Tekken talk was that patch where we got Anna in the next season. And literally the flagship change was plus 9 heat engage and crouching from heat engage.
Guys, just check it. I mean,
no.
Oh, you know what? No. Actually, I'm not even looking at it, but I think Finn's actually right. He's actually right. We did not get plus 9 from the initial patch. We got crouching from it, and then the subsequent patch when they patched out Jack was when we got plus 9. He's not wrong.
And that is why people,
But they did nerf like while running shit into heat. That patch for frames only, not damage.
I look at Finn Eminem looking at.
He might be right. Finn might be right.
No,
he probably is right. Actually, most likely.
I guess he's right, but I don't know. I don't remember that. I remember it came out with it. I remember.
That is why
I don't remember it like that either. But
that's why everyone was so pissed, because you had that shit in full power. Like Anna was doing crouch mix up from heat engage at plus 17. That's why everyone was completely losing their mind.
Watch the stream, fan.
I kind of want to find these patch notes though, just to confirm if I'm remembering this right.
You watch the stream?
The other two.
Did you do that? You know how people react to AI with the Fatal Fury stuff, huh?
This is crazy. Yo, AI is fucking crazy. I put it in my video actually. I said, I mentioned your name.
Wait, is that also AI where you are like Steve Fox, like in the game?
No. That's Elder God just added my voice mod.
But there was also you doing the Steve Fox.
No. Elder God just code.
Yeah, but that was a mod though. That was no.
Wait, okay, G6. Wait, you confirm it for me. I sent you the link.
He's right.
Yes. Let me see.
I'm glad we can put our money on this shit. We lost some damn money. Lost all types of pounds. All right, yeah, so we in
I remember going over this. Look, my bad. Go ahead, close it up.
Yeah, so we all in the Celtics itself, Neo. Neo thinks the game is gonna die. We don't think so.
I want it to.
It's not gonna die, Neo. But I just want people to start being more like positive towards the game, which is gonna be hard to ask because, like G6 said, we're not gonna see any positivity from Nee or Arsenal, and the fact that we are saying those two names is kind of crazy because we did go over how the Street Fighter players do not, they don't conduct themselves like this. But we naming two of our most iconic current players that we are expecting them to not talk shit about the game. It's a crazy subject in itself. We could talk about that all day too. You know what I'm saying? So, in my opinion,
at the end of the day, it doesn't even really fucking matter because in reality, I offer people to play Tekken 6 with me, and I always get people to play, right? Because I am in a privileged position now because I can literally put any fighting game I want on stream and I get people to play with, right? So I'm in a privileged position, but
what the fuck you chewing on, Shan?
I offer people to play these Tekken
it's an exercise,
and they still pick Tekken 8. So I guess you're right.
Hey, that is kudos, Fenty, because everybody can't do that. So hell yeah, like.
I mean, the thing is that even if you go a step further, the top players' complaints will never be the same. They're going to complain about. They're never going to see the. They're only going to see the negative because that's just the nature of competing, right? But the fact of the matter is that whenever the average player will lose in any game, they're going to complain, and it will be inevitably louder. It does not matter what they change, no matter what they fix. They're going to say, "Man, I just got 50-50 by Kazuya. Kazuya is broken." That's what they're going to say.
Yeah. No, you're right. No, that's the curse, right? The curse of the fighting game.
It's way easier to complain than try to internalize and say I did something wrong.
Yes,
and that is what pisses also what pisses G6 off a lot when people complain either about shit from the wrong angle or they complain about shit that's actually just a lab issue. That is what really tilts him.
But that's most of the game. Fortunately, that's most of the players in the game.
All right, sure.
Yeah, I said my closing piece, man. I just need everybody else to say their closing piece, and we're gonna be about here.
Everybody's fantastic. Keep up the good work. I'm out. I'm
That's
going
what's
to
up.
Shoot
That's the end to this Who Podcast is. We will be doing this more. We should have more time. Next time we'll start a little bit earlier. We just did this on a whim, just to get back in the groove of things. But this will be a norm. Come to the near future, man. Like all the ingredients that we're not gonna shit talk Tekken 8. Say G.
Wait, what is that?
I mean,
I said all the ingredients that we are not gonna shit talk Tekken 8 season 3. Say
unless they nerf my character again.
This game sucks. This game sucks. No, I'm joking.
I'm buzzed. So I mean.
Also, one thing I have to say, one detail I need to clear up publicly. G6, I said you noticed this, right? When Moonsword Slayer was saying,
La Papa, I see you, baby.
Said,
he was.
I see everybody in the chat. I love all y'all in the chat. I see you.
So that wasn't even the devs. So Moonsword sent me essentially something I can provide confirmation of this, and that was definitely he just made that up moment. That the devs did not say that. And
yeah, you need.
tried.
You need. Sorry, go on.
Oh no, you're fine. Go
on. I just want to say I don't think he did it on purpose, but it's just I think you need to be really the footnote needs to be accurate, and it wasn't the devs, because I immediately tried to confirm, are these guys that Harada is talking with on Harada's bar episode that wasn't even about Tekken 8, are these actually devs? And no, they're not. So
they're not a part of the development team at all.
Because think about it, a developer would never come out and say that. Even if they did that, a developer would never come out and say, yeah, we designed our games for scrubs. What? Come on. I mean, even if they did it, right? Even if that is the purpose, they didn't come out. It's not right to say that the devs said it. It wasn't the devs. It's like friends of Harada and some shit.
Yeah, but for future references, like I said,
it's all love.
Yeah, it's all love. But I do hope that we get some things that's exciting, like Street Fighter 6, because it should be no reason why we should not be on the same level. I think, like Fenty was saying, on Street Fighter 6, as in the competition, the way it looks for the leagues and all the sponsorships, because Tekken is definitely on the same level as Street Fighter 6, as in, in my opinion, I think Tekken 8 is better than Street Fighter 6. But, to who's, I just think the game is better. But I just want the game to be more out there, not just like it's taking, Tag 2 or some shit. Or even any Tekken. Because no Tekken got a treatment like with the leagues and shit. Like, sponsorships. Like I said.
I want that as well, bro. I want something like Tekken.
I think we all want that.
Like Tekken Crash and shit. Like G said, we got the best player had to fucking get a job because he said fuck it. Joe Crush would have easily been fucking everybody up if he was sent overseas. Easily. Did not get sponsored. Like Ninja Killer. This shit is fucking crazy. Who's our fifth probably best player? What's the King player name?
Talking about Jake Man.
Jake Man. Like there's why or Ty. My bad, Ty.
Ty, yeah.
Ty. Like, why is these players not at least just the top 5 and not sponsored? I think that's fucking crazy though, man. Like, so I think if the community moves different and be positive, I believe we can get these sponsors. We can get these events. Because right now, the events is what keeps the game alive, really, and the hype of it. Like, right now, be truthful, I don't like the way it's going. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah, we don't have the storylines as well, right? Like Street Fighter 6, as much as some people also criticize that
they got storylines. Yes, like you got the players, man. Like you're looking forward to a Street Fighter 6 tournament. You want to watch that shit. You know what I'm saying? Man, like we don't get it.
I agree with you on that. I fully do. Because you two know, like, I don't want to hate the game. Like, I'm not someone that is spouting like the casino meme. G6 Shin, like, you know this. Like, I'm not someone who is going like, oh, it's a casino, blah blah blah. And I'm like hard stuck Fujin or some bullshit. Like, I'm not doing that.
Yeah, I don't think anybody in this call actively wants the game to die like that. It's just the thing is like the issues is what with the game is what's causing it. And I think if they fix it, like me personally, if they fixed a lot of the things that I have an issue with, I'll be here like chilling with you guys. You know,
we ain't chilling, like, motherfucker.
Okay, but that's besides the point. But I'm saying, like, if they actually, like, you know, did these things and fixed the issues that me personally I have, that, you know, everybody else is parroting, like, I wouldn't have any problems with the game. Like I said, everybody's saying like the game could be so good if they actually just, like, you know, fixed like adjusted a few things. Well, actually adjust a lot. But if they actually adjusted these things, like, you know, we would be happy. I know I would be, you know. So like,
what is your top priority? Like, what is your number one change where you're like, if that's not in season 3, I would be sad. Number one, just one. What your number one?
So you
number
want
one.
to know what my main issue with the game right now is tracking.
Go in a circle.
A lot of it is the tracking of like certain moves and like how they actually
take it easy, baby.
Like use them with, and like the character like turn.
Yeah, we asking, we right now.
And like, with like a move, like I have like issues like that. Like, for example, like I was watching a set yesterday where this dude was using Asuka, and he did heat smash, and the person stepped, and the Asuka literally, he was behind the Asuka, he was at her back, and Asuka literally turned around.
This boy never played Tekken 7.
No, turned around, hit him, and then he dashed into a combo. So like that's the stuff that like.
Did he do sidestep too? Did the Asuka do sidestep?
Yeah, it was sidestep too.
Yeah, that is a bit dumb. Yeah, I don't know why that.
Yeah,
my number one.
The thing is, that's an issue that like that's just a
Tekken 8 or Tekken thing. Is it a Tekken 8 or the Tekken thing?
That's not a Tekken thing.
Holy shit!
Like what I'm saying is like the frequency of that happening is a lot more in Tekken 8. Like in Tekken, like that's been a thing in Tekken per se, but the thing is like the frequency of like those instances happening wasn't as much. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, it was a Tekken thing, but that was like a bad thing that like stayed in the series.